Magic in his blood. Moonlight in his soul.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was the Son of Goddess Hecate and Was Raised by Artemis's Hunters movie. Before we start, please go support Dante477 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. What if Naruto was the son of Hecate and was raised by Artemis's hunters who have yet to meet? Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Am I a what? Beginning of the story. It was a rather unusual cold summer night in Konoha, given the region. The land of fire wasn't known for such a cold climate. It was even a coincidence, as the day commemorated the defeat of the Nine Tails, the day the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gave his life to defeat the fox. Well, that's a lie. What very few people know is that he had given his life to seal the fox inside a child born that day. Even fewer knew that the child was his son, Uzumaki Naruto. This is his story. From birth, he was hated by the people of Konoha, as his birth coincided with the death of the Nine Tails, who believed the boy was their reincarnation. They hated him for things beyond his control. Shops turned him away as soon as he entered, and the few who served him gave him whatever expired or rotten food they had to sell at triple the usual price. As soon as he turned 4, the orphanage threw him out, saying he didn't deserve to have parents at all. Worst of all, mobs formed at least once a week to organize a fox hunt, chasing Naruto all over Konoha and beating him to death if they caught him. The hospitals were no better, as they refused to treat him. Naruto often provided the necessary care, even performing surgery himself if needed, without anesthesia or closing wounds without applying disinfectant. It was hell for Naruto, wondering where all the people who were supposed to be seeing him were. The Anbu assigned to him often let crowds gather and frequently did nothing to help Naruto at all, simply standing on the sidelines and watching with morbid fascination. The few who saw him were two purple-haired Anbu codenamed Nico and Hibi, whose real names were Yuzuki Yuigao and Mitarashi Anko, respectively. They were two of the few citizens of Konoha who harbored no ill will toward Naruto, but rather sympathized with him. They helped restock his refrigerator and get him out of the way of the mobs. This wasn't very common, though, as the civilian council was aware of this and frequently sent them on long-term missions from Konoha, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. Those who knew Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son also did nothing. The third Hokage secretly blamed Naruto for the death of his wife, who was Kushina's midwife during her birth and was killed during the release of the Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage's only surviving student, Kakashi, blamed Naruto for the fourth's death and secretly organized the mobs that hunted Naruto down. This was Naruto's life for the entire 6 years of his existence, but my digression on this cold day of October 10th was the memory of the Kyuubi's defeat and Naruto's birth. You could hear people celebrating joyfully. If you were a passerby, you'd think this was a happy place to settle, deceived by Konoha's facade of cheerfulness. Their night wasn't so special for two people. One was Naruto, the other was a goddess who had lost her husband on this very day. She had decided to visit Konoha this day to pay her respects to her husband and see how her son was doing. Ancient and cursed laws, if they had never existed, I could have raised you as I pleased, the woman thought as she remained disguised with a mist. A force she created to aid those connected to the supernatural realm. Hearing a commotion in an alley, he decided to investigate, as he had nothing but time on his hands. As soon as she arrived, what she saw horrified her immensely. There, in the alley, was a young boy with blonde hair, no older than 6, covered in his own blood. What horrified her most were the 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, which had made her son instantly recognizable. This was her son in the alley, covered in his own blood, lying there like garbage. Rushing to her son, she materialized pieces of golden food known as ambrosia, the food of the gods with healing properties. She made sure not to give him too much, as those without full divinity die when they consume too much. Placing her head in her lap, she began to stroke her hair, removing the clumps of dried blood matted in it. "Oh, Sachi, I'm so sorry I left you here. I should have at least brought you with me," the woman said, looking at her son, her anger rising as she discovered wounds that had yet to heal. They were infected and filled with pus. It didn't help that Naruto looked malnourished, as she could see his bones protruding from under his skin. "Hey, lady, don't you know who he is? Why don't you leave him there and come with me? I can show you a good time," she heard a man say from the entrance of the alley, obviously drunk. "I'm not in the mood to talk to someone like you," the woman said angrily as she cradled Naruto's head against her chest. "Hey, come on, put down that piece of shit and come here now, you damn bitch," the man said, unknowingly angering the goddess who began to burn her divine energy that shone like a bright light around her. Surprised, the man began pedaling backwards until he fell onto a trash can he didn't know was behind him. "Hey, I was just kidding, you know," the man said pitifully as he leaned against the wall. "I fear the woman who emanates divine energy." Yes, and this is a joke too, the woman said as she created a few blades made of the mist floating in the air, which as suddenly as it appeared, launched the man impaling her, killing him on the spot with the blade spinning backward in the mist. Hey, who are you and why do you have the Jinchuriki in your arms? The woman heard a new voice coming from the alley to see the third Hokage and some Anbu with him. Hiruzen, you know I left my son in your care and this is how you treat him. The woman told the old man that he was the third Hokage. Who are you, woman? The third Hokage asked the woman. Releasing the mist disguise, she revealed her identity as the Anbu with the third Hokage, knelt on one knee, and said something like a welcome from Lady Hecate. This surprised the third Hokage because he knew who this woman was and how powerful she was, and he immediately prostrated himself as well. Ignoring the third Hokage's pleas, she simply said, I don't care about your excuses, old man. If I had my way, I'd raze this place to the ground, but Minato wouldn't want that, so I'll just take Naruto from here to my house. Goodbye, third Hokage, let's hope our paths never cross again. Hecate said this as she and Naruto vanished in a flash of light, leaving the third Hokage and the Anbu alone in the alley, never to be seen again. Back in some forest with Artemis's hunters. Milady, what have you bothered so much? A woman in her teens asked a girl who was barely in her teens. It's nothing, Zo, I'm just waiting for Hecate to arrive. She said she has a favor to ask of me, the girl said just as a bright light shone in front of them, revealing Hecate and a bloody child in her arms. Hecate, it's good to see you, but why have you brought a child to my camp? The girl asked Hecate. Please, Artemis, he is my son, Hecate said to Artemis. Why is your son here instead of that camp? Asked the now identified Artemisa. Please, look at her memories first, Hecate begged Artemis, almost crying. I sigh very well, but I want my hunters to see it too, Artemis finally said. Nodding in agreement, he waited until all the hunters had gathered before showing her his son's memories, hoping that Artemis would be okay with what he was about to ask. Finally, looking at the memories, Artemis and her hunters had found a renewed hatred for men, but also a pity for Naruto, who was being cradled in his mother's arms. How dare they do that to a child? Milady, we are going to take action against those men. Those were some of the shouts that echoed through the Artemis camp at this moment. So, Artemis, this is the favor I wanted to ask of you. Please take care of my son until he is old enough to survive in the world on his own, since I cannot raise him myself, Hecate asked Artemis, surprising everyone at the hunters' camp. Very well, Hecate, I will watch over her as closely as I watch over my hunters. I believe we can make her into a good man, not us girls, said Artemis, who received of course, Lady Artemis from the hunters. Thank you, Artemis, I'll leave him with you, Hecate said as she handed Naruto over to an older-looking Artemis who received Naruto in her arms. Goodbye, Sachi, I'll see you soon, Hecate said before heading to another area. Well, Zo, it seems we have a child to raise, don't we? Artemis said while smiling at Naruto's prone form. She had a different opinion of Naruto than other men, as he was very respectful, from what she saw in her memories, unlike other men. In fact, Milady, I believe all your sisters wish to take care of Lady Hecate's son, Zo said respectfully as she watched the child snuggle into Artemis's arms. Well, should I take Naruto to my tent because he needs company now? Zo asked Artemis. No, I'll carry him for now, Artemis said as she headed to her tent to lay Naruto down and get some rest. It'll probably be a fun time for the hunters with Naruto now, Artemis thought as she closed her eyes, unaware that what she had thought couldn't have been further from the truth. The end of the story. Chapter 2. Sending out. Beginning of the story. It was midday in the forest where we see the hunters camp. They were going about their tasks. Some were hunting for breakfast, others were practicing their archery, while still others were simply idling and chatting amongst themselves. Their leader, Artemis, was nowhere to be seen this morning, as her second-in-command and Lieutenant Zo were searching for her. Have you seen Milady? Zo asked one of the other hunters who wasn't doing anything at the moment. I'm sorry, Zo, but I still haven't seen Lady Artemis come out of her tent from last night, the huntress replied as she left Zo in another part of the camp. Hearing Zo leave for Artemis's tent, which was located in the center of the campsite, right next to the campfire, Zo approached the front of the tent and called out to Artemis. When she didn't get a response, she decided to go inside. Lifting the flaps of Artemis's tent, she entered only to find Artemis still asleep with bags under her eyes and a very awake blonde boy sitting and gazing at the tent's entrance. Ah, I see you must have tired Milady out, huh? Zo said with a smile as she approached the young Naruto with a smile on her face and her head bowed for a response. She extended her hand for Naruto to take, only for him to back away. I won't hurt you, I swear, Zo said as she continued smiling while extending her hand towards Naruto, who finally took her outstretched hand. Come on, I think your sisters want to see you, Zo said in her usual Shakespearean way as she gently dragged Naruto out of Artemis's tent. As Zoe left Artemis's shop, she was bombarded by the other hunters who had seen her enter their mistress's shop. They had only seen her leave with Naruto, whom they now viewed as her younger brother due to their shared sad and painful past. Naruto was confused and a little scared because of the number of people who seemed to want to hug him. It was the first time he'd been near so many people and they hadn't hurt him at all. Zoe noticed her surprised face and decided to ask. "What have you done to so much shock, brother?" "No, I'm not used to being around a lot of people," Naruto replied as he looked down at the ground, only to receive a hug from Zoe and a pat on the back from the other hunters. "Why are you being so nice to me?" "Nobody is ever nice to me," Naruto asked, tears beginning to well up in the corners of his eyes. "Your mother showed us your life until we saw how you were treated in that place, and your mother asked us to take care of you, so we see you as a brother," Zoe replied while continuing to hug Naruto. "Is my mother here?" "The old man told me she died," Naruto asked, now interested since his mother had been mentioned. "No, your mother is still alive and well, and before you think she abandoned you, our family has rules that say we can't raise our own children, so when your mother returned to the elemental nations and found you in a terrible state, she healed you and brought you to me." Naruto heard someone reply from behind him, looking to see the lady he woke up next to. Who are you?" Naruto asked with a tilted head that the hunters and Artemis found cute. "My name is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the desert, chastity and spinsterhood, and of the young moon Naruto," Artemis replied. "Whoa, that's good, so mom left me with a goddess," Naruto commented. "But where's mom? You said she left me with you, so is she here?" Naruto digressed. "Sigh, your mother couldn't raise you because of our laws, and that's why she left you with me for now," Artemis replied. "I see it stinks," Naruto said with a dejected look on his face, only to receive a slap on the back of his head. "Ouch, what was that for?" Naruto asked the perpetrator, who was Zoe. "Watch your language," Zoe said with a slight look. "I'm sorry," Naruto said as he looked down at the ground. "Well, are you hungry?" Zoe asked with a smile on her face. Naruto simply nodded as his answer made Zoe laugh and she gestured for Naruto to follow her. "I'm skip Naruto age 10. Is this correct?" Naruto asked Zoe, who was in charge of teaching Naruto archery since Artemis was in a meeting. "Yes, although you might want to pull your arm back a little more," Zoe said as she watched Naruto improve his archery stance. Releasing the arrow, Naruto watched as it struck near the center target. "Very good, brother, keep trying a little more," Zoe said as she encouraged Naruto to try a little more. "Okay, I'll try a little more," Naruto said as he picked up another arrow lying beside him. He tried 4 more shots, with only half hitting the bullseye. "That's enough for now, rest a bit and then we'll work on your skill with a hunting dagger," Zoe said to Naruto as she handed him a canteen of water. After resting for several minutes, Naruto finally stood up and pulled out the hunting daggers that were strapped to his back, assuming a fighting stance with Zoe doing the same. The attack was relatively swift as Naruto lunged at Zoe, only for her to dodge to the side and shatter the hilt of her dagger against Naruto's ribs. Stunned by the blow, Zoe followed up with a slash to Naruto's hand, which he barely managed to block with his own dagger. Zoe then pulled it out of his hand, grabbed his other arm at his side, and aimed her remaining dagger at Naruto's neck. "I won again," Zoe said with a smile as she walked away from Naruto. "Of course it seems so," said Naruto as he got into another fighting stance. They both continued practicing all afternoon until lunchtime. The next day. Here we find Naruto walking through the forest looking for something to shoot with his bow and arrow, in the hopes of impressing his sisters and his aunt Artemis. Walking through the forest, he had yet to find a single animal beyond a few birds that he knocked down and trampled underfoot and some deer that are sacred to Artemis, so he cannot and will not harm them. Hearing a rustling in the bushes, he readied his bow, thinking a great game animal had arrived. Throwing a stone into the bushes to attract whatever was hiding behind them, he was startled to hear a cry of pain. "Ouch, who the hell threw that?" Naruto heard as a tall, blonde boy of about 10 years old came out from behind the bush with a headache. "Sorry, I thought you were a wild animal hiding behind a bush. Ignoring what you're doing in these woods?" Naruto asked cautiously as his sisters told him not to interact with other males at that time and that he should be careful around them. "Hey, I don't need to be aggressive here. I'm just passing through your forest with my companions, besides, shouldn't a kid like you be with your parents, and who allows a kid to carry a bow anyway?" The boy replied to Naruto. "I'm here with my sisters who trained me to use my bow. Now, where are your so-called companions?" Naruto said suspiciously, preparing to attack if the other man became violent. "They're right there behind you," the boy said as he pointed behind Naruto, and when Naruto looked behind him, he came face to face with the business end of a spear wielded by what appeared to be a goth girl. "Hey Luke, who's the brat?" the girl asked the boy. "I don't know Thalia, he just appeared out of nowhere," Luke replied. "Hey, brat, where did you come from?" Thalia said while keeping the spear pointed at Naruto's neck. Lower your spear or we'll fill you with arrows, girl, Naruto heard Phoebe say from the tree behind him, seeing that Phoebe was there with some other hunters scaring Luke and Thalia, who quickly retreated from Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Phoebe asked the now safe Naruto. Yes, I'm fine, thank you for saving my sister, said Naruto as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now, what are you two doing here and is the girl by the stream with you? Phoebe questioned Luke and Thalia. We were passing by looking for the mixed race person from the camp and yes, we're with the girl by the river, where is she? Lucas replied. Okay, we saved her from being eaten by a crocodile because of their negligence, Phoebe said as she looked at Luke and Thalia, who were pointing at the little girl who was asleep in one of the hunter's arms. Since you're here, come with us, our lady wishes to speak with you, said Phoebe as the hunters surrounded the duo, forcing them to follow Phoebe and Naruto back to the hunter camp. As they stopped in front of the central tent where Artemis resided, they mostly came face to face with Zoe, who watched the group approach the camp. Phoebe, who are these eccentrics? Zoe asked. We saved a young man while the two older ones were threatening Naruto, Phoebe replied honestly, causing several hunters who went with the group to tighten their grip on their bows, as they were all fans of Naruto. I see then, why are you here? Zoe asked once more as she looked at the strangers. We thought Lady Artemis would like to see them first, Phoebe replied. Okay, but the boy is staying here, Zoe said as she looked at Luke. Why should I go with them? Luke tried to insist, but stopped at the sound of several arrows pointing towards him. Or I can stay out here, Luke said, putting his hands up in surrender. Come on, Zoe said as Phoebe and Naruto entered Artemis's shop with Thalia and a little girl who was still asleep. Zoe, who are they? Artemis asked as soon as she saw the two girls she didn't recognize. They're the ones who crossed paths with my sisters. They appear to be demigods searching for Camp Half-Blood, Zoe replied as she bowed to Artemis. I see the girl waking up, she must be awake because of what I'm offering, Artemis said, nodding in understanding. Upon hearing this, Thalia gently shook the girl to wake her up. Thalia, where are we? Who are you? The girl asked as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. They were at Lady Artemis's camp and they are her hunters and Lady Artemis herself, Annabeth, Thalia replied as she helped Annabeth into a more comfortable position. Now that you're awake, I offer you the chance to join me and my hunters to be trained and live a free life without fearing the monsters that hunt demigods as you will if you go to the demigod camp. Artemis offered the two girls. That's a good offer, but there must be a catch, right? Thalia asked to be sure as the deal sounded too good to be true. In fact, you must swear allegiance to the men for the rest of your life or you will be forced to leave the camp, Artemis said, with Zoe and Phoebe nodding in agreement. What? But I can't leave Luke. We've been together for a while and we've always helped each other, Thalia said, shocked at the idea of having to leave her friend with whom she was starting to fall in love. Your mind will soon change. All men, apart from our brother, will betray you in time, Zoe said. Luke will never betray us, Thalia said as she looked at Zoe. Zoe, that's enough. It seems they won't be joining us for now. While that boy is around, please show them. Naruto, please stay, Artemis said as she dismissed the group. Naruto, are you okay? Artemis asked Naruto as he remained seated. Yes, I'm sorry for being such a burden, Naruto said, feeling disappointed in himself for being caught off guard by Thalia. Approaching Naruto, she enveloped him in a hug. It's not your fault, Naruto. We only have a few years left before my father starts noticing a man in my camp, Artemis tells Naruto gently, easing his worry. I know Auntie wishes this could last longer. Naruto said he was relaxed now. Don't worry, whenever you meet us on your journey, you can stay with us for a while before you leave, or I can have my hunters come to Camp Half-Blood if you ever choose to be there, Artemis said. Well, come on, it's almost dinner time, I think Zoe managed to catch a bear, Artemis says to Naruto as he leaves his tent with Naruto in tow. The end of the story. Chapter 3. Working for the horse. Beginning of the story. It had been a few months since Naruto was released from the hunter's camp. It was a tearful day for everyone and surprisingly, even for Artemis. She had grown attached to Naruto and saw him as her son, and fittingly, Naruto was also allowed to call him his mother. He had left the hunter's camp with promises that he would be allowed to stay with them if he encountered them on his travels, or that they would visit Camp Half-Blood more often if he joined them. So now here he was, wandering the streets of New York and observing the area's fine establishments, making sure to pay proper respects to his benevolent deity, as he had been taught by Artemis and Hecate, who often came to visit Naruto and trained him in magic and mist manipulation. He was dressed in a pair of dark jeans with sneakers on his feet, wearing a silver shirt mostly covered by a dark jacket he had received from Hecate as a gift, which allowed him to become invisible at will. So here he was walking down the street until he came across a museum of ancient Greece, finding himself interested in entering the museum in search of artifacts belonging to his mothers. And here we have a statue commemorating the history of the gods, Mr. Jackson. Can you tell me what this statue is about? Naruto heard a voice far ahead of him and said, "It must be a group of tourists or something, I should check it out." Naruto thought to himself. That's a statue of Kronos devouring his son, right?" Naruto saw a boy a year younger than him answer, with black hair and green eyes. "Yes, can you tell me why?" the man asked again. "Because he was afraid his children would rule him," Naruto answered for the boy when he saw the disoriented look on his face. "Yes, that's right. Although you're not the one who recognizes you." Naruto looked at the man who was asking questions, who appeared to be in his 40s and was strapped into a wheelchair, and saw quite a bit of fog around him. It must be a blessed object, then Naruto thought as he took note of the wheelchair the man was in. "Oh, sorry, this was a class or something, I thought it was a tour group," Naruto replied, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. "Oh, that's alright, young man, it's good to see people are still interested in this kind of thing," the man said with a gentle smile on his face. "The class has retired for now, please take a break," the man said as he gestured to the class. "Now my name is Mr. Brunner, what is yours, young man?" The professor introduced himself. Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto as he extended his hand for the master to shake. "Now, can you tell me why your chair is surrounded by mist?" Naruto asked, to which the teacher's shock widened. "How did he do it?" the professor began, but was cut short. "I am a demigod," Naruto replied. "I see, then you can use my real name, Chiron." Chiron told Naruto to stand up from his chair while making sure that no one was around. "I see, so you're the director of Camp Half-Blood, right?" Naruto asked. "Yes, that's correct, will you come?" Chiron replied. "Maybe I'm okay with just wandering around," Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Well, if you're not too busy, can I ask you a favor?" Chiron asked Naruto in all seriousness. "Do I get anything out of that?" Naruto inquired. "Yes, I will give you some golden drachmas for your troubles," said Chiron. "What's this favor for?" Naruto asked. "Please keep an eye on Percy because he's now the boy you answered," Chiron said as the two of them walked deeper into the museum, Chiron back in his wheelchair. "I see, so he's a demigod too, huh?" Naruto said, stating the obvious. "Yes, probably one of the big three, but I don't know which one yet," said Chiron, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Probably Poseidon, since they look alike. From what I remember when I visited Olympus, they have the same green eyes," Naruto says as they move in, shocking Chiron once again. "You've been to Olympus?" Chiron asks, just to be sure. "Yes, ever since Lord Zeus learned of me, I've been summoned from time to search for one of the Olympian athletes or Lady Hestia. Sometimes even the minor gods call upon me," Naruto replies, to which Chiron's eyes widen. "Ah, so you're the one getting all their quests now. I was wondering who they were going to." Chiron muttered, having noticed that the quests hadn't been delivered to the camp for quite some time, since Luke had failed his quest. Chiron knew the gods liked to give out quests, and since they weren't being delivered to the camp, he now knew they were being given to Naruto, which spoke volumes about his abilities and stature if the gods were willing to give him quests on his own. "I'm sorry about that," Naruto says while rubbing the back of his neck. "No problem at all, you didn't know," Chiron replies. As they walked, they heard a scream running down the hall, or, in Chiron's case, as he circled the hall, they saw a Fury attacking Percy. "Where is it?" "Give it to me," the Fury says to Percy as he dodges a blow from the furious claws. "What's up, Percy?" Chiron shouts as he throws a pen at Percy, who catches it. "What's this supposed to do?" Percy asks as he clicks the quill that transforms it into a sword before his very eyes. Seeing that it had turned into a sword, he continued to blindly strike the Fury in an uncontrollable manner and somehow managed to kill the Fury, which exploded in a shower of golden dust. Seeing this, Naruto and Chiron left the room to make the mist more convincing when he made up a random story. "Well, this is where we part ways for now. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Percy," Naruto says as he walks away from sight. "Ah, Percy, there you are. Please bring your own writing utensils next time," Naruto hears Chiron say before he leaves his ear. A few days later, we find Naruto following Percy like a professional stalker who somehow kept track of Percy's activities while keeping his distance. Naruto had used his mother's gift to remain invisible to Percy, but as for his friend Grover, Naruto was certain Grover had looked directly at him. However, his worry vanished when he realized Grover was flustered by the fit of rage. Yes, Naruto could see Grover was a satyr even through the mist. Anyway, back to Naruto, he was watching while Percy was studying for his exam, so instead of doing anything else, he decided to play a prank on Percy. Then, Naruto proceeded to use the mist to rewrite the mythology book. Percy was studying, so it was hard to understand. For example, he changed the descriptions of the names or changed them completely. For instance, Chiron was described as a man who trains heroes. Read the greatest pull of all time. Needless to say, Percy got frustrated and threw his book across the room. So I guess I should ask Mr. Brunner for help, Percy says to himself as he picks up the book and Naruto invisibly follows him. As soon as Percy arrived at Mr. Brunner's office, which was near his bedroom, Percy heard both Mr. Brunner and his friend Grover talking in low voices. "Sir, you saw a nice girl who's asking too many questions, and I don't think I can hide it any longer," Percy and Naruto heard Grover tell Mr. Brunner. "It's just that his imagination will hide it from the fog for now. It will seem to him that sooner or later he was simply imagining it," Mr. Brunner replied. "But what about this summer? We need to get him to camp shortly before the deadline for the summer solstice," Grover stated. "Don't worry, there's someone else watching Percy too. Let him enjoy his peace, because he'll soon become strange," Brunner told Grover, who calmed down a little. It was at this point that the book Percy was holding slipped and fell from his arms with a thud on the floor. Alarmed, Percy picked it up and ran as quietly as he could back to the dormitory. "What was that?" Grover asked as he and Mr. Brunner left his office. "It's just that my nerves haven't been the same since," Mr. Brunner tells Grover. "Oh, that was nothing, it was Percy spying on you too," Naruto says as he releases his invisibility, surprising Grover and Chiron. "Oh, Naruto, I assume that's a skill you inherited from your pious father?" Chiron asked. "No, it's a skill I have when I put on the jacket, which was a gift from my mother," Naruto explains. "Ah, I see, so it's your mother who is your pious father," Chiron confirms, to which Naruto nods. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Grover asks, unsure of the person in front of him. "You'll find out in time, you little satyr," Naruto says as he turns invisible once again. "Sir, that's the one who told me who's watching Percy," Grover asks Chiron. "Yes, he'll be looking after Percy too, so for now go back to your dorm and you'll have an exam tomorrow." Chiron reminds Grover to complain as he walks toward the dorm he shares with Percy. The next day. It was boring for Naruto to watch more than 20 students take the exam Chiron had prepared for them. Being so bored, Naruto decided to discreetly take a piece of paper from Chiron's desk and answer it himself in 30 minutes. He replaced it on Chiron's desk with his name on it, which shocked Chiron when he saw it. Thinking Naruto wanted to see how he did, Chiron decided to check it, much to his surprise. Naruto got a perfect score, even though he wasn't a student there. After that little bit of entertainment, Naruto looked back at Percy, glancing over his shoulder to see what Percy had written, so his answers were only slightly irritated by Percy guessing so many of them. After the test ended, Naruto found Percy packing his things into his bag and told Grover that he was going home to his mother's apartment with Smelly Gabe, to whom Grover gave the Camp Half-Blood business card. "What's Camp Half-Blue?" Percy began to say, but was cut off by Grover. "Don't say your name, Percy, and this is my summer home. Only call if you need help," Grover tells Percy reassuringly. The rest of the con went off without a hitch, except when the bus they were on stopped in the middle of nowhere. As the students got off, Naruto saw a shack appear out of nowhere, with 3 old women sewing what looked like a sock. Naruto knew these were the 3 fates. Nona, Dakuma, and Marta. They were looking at Percy when Marta cut a thread, which Naruto and Grover interpreted as meaning that death was in Percy's future. Startled by the announcement of destinations, Grover went to the front of the bus and kicked it as hard as he could, which got the engine running again. The students applauded and the driver patted him on the back in congratulations. "Okay. I thought everyone was back on the bus," shouted the driver as he started the bus again with everyone on board. Percy, noticing the subtle differences in his friend, decided to ask him to spare Grover's ramblings, which Percy couldn't understand. So when the group reached their stop in New York, Percy did something that irritated Naruto to no end, and he abandoned Grover as soon as he could. He went to the bathroom. Having been raised by hunters, Naruto could barely tolerate being around so many men, and now Percy was abandoning his friend like a typical man, as Zoe would say, and frankly, Percy was demonstrating the hunter's right beliefs. "So even if I hate this, at least I can go along with Chiron's wish, as long as I don't do anything else, at least I can tolerate it," since Grover was acting strange, Naruto thought as he followed Percy to his apartment building. The end of the story. Chapter 4. Fighting Beefcake. Return to Son of the Sorceress. Chapter 4. Fighting Beefcake. Beginning of the story. Upon entering the apartment complex where Percy lived, Naruto immediately noticed that it was a rather dilapidated building, something that someone had probably won in a poker game due to the lack of repairs and its deteriorated sign. Following Percy through the corridors, Naruto discovered that, unsurprisingly, it was almost devoid of life, with only one person every few floors. Finally, upon arriving at Percy's room, Percy was the first to enter, and before he could close the door, Naruto followed him. Looking inside, Naruto was disgusted by the sight before him, where 3 fat men were getting fatter and playing poker and, apparently, had been there all day, even when the television was on, although nobody was watching. "So again, huh, kid? one of the men asked Percy. "Where's my mom?" Percy asked again, neither answering nor ignoring the man's question. "Do you have money to work for?" the man asked once more. "I don't have any," Percy replied again. He took a taxi from the bus station that had $6 or $7 in change. Someone who expects to live under this roof has to carry their own weight. "Am I right, Eddie?" the man asked one of his companions. "Come on, Gabe, the kid just got back and everything," Eddie replied. "I'm right," Gabe repeated, this time more forcefully. However, Eddie didn't answer. He and his friend were gassing in sync, and Naruto was disgusted by how grown men could live like that. But Percy said as he frowned and took out the change he had taken from the taxi. "I wouldn't act so high and mighty if I were you. Your report card game is in the brain of birds." Gabe said he didn't even look up from his card game. Leaving Gabe and his friends behind Naruto, he followed Percy to what appeared to be Percy's room, only to find the place filled with empty beer bottles and car magazines. "Home sweet home," Percy said as he put the suitcase down. "Percy, are you home?" Naruto heard a woman's voice coming from outside. "Oh, you've grown since Christmas." The woman Naruto now identified as Percy's mother entered Percy's room and gave him a hug while looking at him. This made Naruto smile. He liked seeing children connect with their mothers as it reminded him of his time with Hecate or Artemis. "Hey, Sally, how about we get some bean sauce?" Naruto heard Gabe yell across the room and could hear Percy gritting his teeth, annoyed by the way Gabe had treated his mother. Naruto was no better. He hated anyone who mistreated women. "Percy, is something wrong?" Percy's mother asked. "No," Percy lied through gritted teeth. "Well, I have a surprise because you were going to the beach," Percy heard his mother say. "Montauk?" Percy asked. "Yes, the same cabin 3 nights," Sally confirmed to Percy. "When are we going?" Percy asked. "After I get dressed," her mother replied. "Hey, Sally, didn't you hear me?" Gabe said as he appeared in the doorway of Percy's room. "I was on my way, dear. I was just telling Percy about the trip," she told Gabe. "The trip? You mean you were serious?" Gabe's eyes narrowed with mild anger. "I knew it, he won't let us go." Naruto heard Percy mutter under his breath. "Of course he will. His stepfather is only concerned with money. That's all, besides, Gabriel won't have to settle for bean dip. I'll make him enough 7-layer dip for the whole weekend. Guacamole, sour cream it works." Naruto overheard Percy's mother say. "So, this money for your trip is coming out of your clothing budget, right?" Gabe asked, making sure she wasn't spending a penny on this trip. "Yes, dear," Percy heard his mother reply. "And you're not taking my car anywhere, except over there and over there," Gabe confirmed. "We'll be very careful," Percy's mother replied. "Maybe if you hurry up with that 7-layer drop and maybe if the kid apologizes for interrupting my poker game," Gabe said. I'm really sorry I interrupted your incredibly important poker game. Please come back right now," Percy said haltingly. "Yeah, whatever," Gabe said as he walked away. "Thanks, Percy. Once we get to Montauk, we'll talk more about what you forgot to tell me, okay?" Percy's mom said. Naruto watched as the mother and her son duo went to prepare for their journey. Even Gabe stopped playing poker for a while to warn Percy. "It's not a scratch on this car, bird brain, not even a tiny scratch," Gabe threatened Percy. As Naruto watched Percy and his mother walk away, he immediately switched off his invisibility and silently crept up to Gabe just as he was about to return to his game. He grabbed Gabe from behind and hit him a little. Naruto went and gave his own warning. "You know that woman deserves more than you, and so does her son, and if I see you doing something like that again, I'll end your miserable mortal life, understand that?" Naruto threatened, to which Gabe nodded. Not wanting to let go of Gabe easily, Naruto knocked him out, leaving him on the stairs. "Now how do I get there?" Naruto thought to himself as he searched for his way to Montauk. Montauk later that night. Where could they be? Naruto thought as he searched for signs of Percy and his mother. Finally, after locating the car they had borrowed from Gabe, the wind suddenly began to pick up the sure signs of a storm. Seeing something moving in the distance, Naruto moved to follow it and discovered it was Grover in his satyr form. He was running through the rain that had just begun to fall due to a heavy downpour, as Naruto would soon realize. Casting a minor spell to prevent the rain from touching his skin, Naruto followed Grover, It appears the rain falls on him but slides past his body so he remains dry. Following Grover, he managed to find him near a cabin by the sea where he found Gabe's car, which Percy and his mother had taken from Gabe. As he approached the shack, he discovered that they were fully awake from Grover's entrance and could see Percy's mother, and Grover running towards the car they had left behind when they headed to Camp Half-Blood. "Damn it, it took me hours to find them, and now they've abandoned me," Naruto thought as he followed them to Camp Half-Blood, only to stop when he heard a loud roar behind him. Looking back, he saw a minotaur emerging from the forest right behind him. Interesting, Naruto thought as he jumped out of the way of the Minotaur that charged straight at him. Before the Minotaur could turn around and attack again, he simply chanted +or-a tilde a umlaut a acute +or-a lightning, which allowed Naruto to manipulate the existing lightning and focus it into a giant beam of electricity, sending it directly into the Minotaur's chest and killing it instantly. Of course, Naruto could generate his own electricity, but it was better to use the existing electricity to conserve energy. Watching as the Minotaur dissolved into the gold dust that Naruto reached out to collect, the Minotaur's horn was ruined. Finally, arriving at the camp via a brief teleportation spell, he discovered that another Minotaur was already there and had engaged the group in battle. Approaching to help Percy, he discovered that the Minotaur had seized Percy's mother. "Percy, run." He heard Percy's mother say just before she was swallowed up in gold dust, which meant that someone had taken her. "Mom!" Percy yelled as he raged. Percy, in a charged rage against the Minotaur, managed to break one of its horns before being sent flying by a backhand from the Minotaur. That's enough, Naruto thought as he materialized a bow and arrow from the mist. Aiming carefully, he released the arrow, which struck the Minotaur directly in the forehead. Bull's eye, Naruto thought as he approached the Minotaur's discoloration to pick up the other horn. He'd let Percy keep the other one since it helped a little. Moving toward Percy, he found Grover, the first face on the ground, unconscious. Moving to pick him up, Grover let out a few groans. "Food," Grover said weakly as they leaned him on Naruto's shoulder. Upon passing Percy, Naruto discovered that a girl about Percy's age had already attended to him, with Chiron right behind her. "I think you lost this one," Naruto joked as he approached the three. "Grover, what did you do to her?" the blonde girl asked, pulling out a dagger ready to fight. "Hey, I didn't do anything there, I was already unconscious," Naruto said calmly, "the fight wasn't going to do anything here." "Annabeth, hold on tight, he's friendly." "Naruto, I see you've arrived too," Chiron said as he approached Naruto. "It's not too soon to save his mother," Naruto said, looking a little disappointed in himself. "Things like this happen," Chiron said as he helped Naruto with Grover so Naruto could help Annabeth carry Percy. "Where should we bring them?" Naruto asked as he walked down the hill with Annabeth and Chiron. "We leave Percy to rest in the medical house over there for now," Chiron said, pointing to a cabin near the tallest building. Upon entering, Naruto helped Annabeth put Percy in a crib while Chiron did the same for Grover. "Well, if that's all, I'll see you in the morning," said Naruto as he climbed into a crib and fell asleep almost instantly. "Chiron, who is he?" Annabeth asked Chiron. "A demigod who surprises, I think he'll tell you himself, but for now let them rest, it's not like they're suddenly leaving," Chiron joked as he accompanied Annabeth. The following morning. Naruto had finally woken up. He was in perfect health, he was just tired from overusing his teleportation spell yesterday. "Good morning," said Naruto as he greeted Annabeth, who was in the room tending to Percy. "Oh, good morning, how are you awake, you should be asleep," Annabeth asked bluntly. "It's a gift from my birth, I've always been able to heal very quickly," Naruto replied, unbothered by the frankness of the question. "Since we didn't really introduce ourselves yesterday, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto as he got out of bed. Annabeth Chase, your name sounds Japanese," Annabeth replied. "Yes, you could say I was born in a place where we speak a similar dialect," Naruto said, slightly confusing Annabeth. "What do you mean?" Annabeth asked. "Oh, will you find out where Chiron is?" Naruto walked towards the door. "He's in the big house next to this cabin," Annabeth said as she went back to tending to Percy while she plotted to find out what Naruto was hiding and why he seemed familiar to her. Upon arriving at the big house, Naruto saw that Chiron was playing a game with another man. "Mr. Dionysus, it's a pleasure to see you here," Naruto said when he recognized the other man wearing his distinctive leopard knit Hawaiian shirt. "Oh, good luck, you're here, maybe now camp won't be so boring," Dionysus said with a smile on his face. "I'll try not to disappoint," Naruto said with a big smile on his face. "So it's true that you do missions for the gods," Chiron said, stroking his chin in thought. "Yeah, the Brad is the only demigod that all 12 of us like to use for missions. The Brad is that reliable," Dionysus said, taking a sip of his coca. "Well, now, what do I do about a tour or something?" Naruto asked Chiron, who took out a sack of drachmas as per their agreement and handed it to Naruto. "Here's your payment and I'll have a camper show you how to follow," Chiron said as he gestured for Naruto to follow him. Blur-eyes Chiron shouted to one of the girls passing by and gestured for her to come closer. "Yes, what do you need, Chiron?" Clara said brusquely. "Please show Mr. Uzumaki around the camp." "I have a master class to conduct," Chiron said as he left Naruto with Claris. "Well, rookie, follow me," Clara said brusquely as she walked away for Naruto to follow. "Well, that's one way to take a tour," Naruto thought sarcastically. The end of the story. Chapter 5. Introduction to the camp. Beginning of the story. Naruto followed Claris as she showed him around Camp Half-Blood and finally stopped in the center, next to the hearth. Okay, I'll just say this once. The first two cabins belong to Zeus and Hera respectively, followed by the third which belongs to Poseidon, the fourth to Demeter, the fifth to Ares, the sixth to Athena, the seventh to Apollo, the eighth to Artemis, the ninth to Hephaestus, the 10th to Aphrodite, the 11th to Hermes, and the 12th to Dionysus. Where we came from is the big house, and next to it is the medical cabin. Then there's the grounds where we train, and over there is the dock where we have canoe races, and finally, the food pavilion where we have our meals. Got all that? Clara said as she pointed out the places one by one for Naruto. Yes, I have it, which one is your cabin? Naruto asked curiously. Cabin 5, Clarice replied. Ah, so the son of your Lord Ares, not bad, I hope we can have a fight sometime, Naruto said thoughtfully. Heh, thanks, but flattery won't get you anywhere, after all, I still have to initiate you, Clara said with a sadistic smile on her face. Just as she said she moved to put Naruto in a headlock, she gasped for air. Falling forward, she stumbled to the ground. How? Clarice asked, surprised by Naruto's ability. You'll see in time, Naruto said as he helped Clarice to her feet. So, where will I stay for now? Naruto asked Clarice after she had gotten over her surprise. Over there in booth 11 until they call you back, Clarice replied. Thanks, although I'm looking forward to a crossbar, said Naruto as he walked away. You'd better be serious or I'll beat you to a pulp, Clarice threatened slightly. I'll keep that in mind, war girl, Naruto said as he left to go to cabin 11. It was a short walk to cabin 11, and what Naruto saw was disheartening. He knew some gods didn't reclaim their children, but this was ridiculous. Naruto could see the cabin was overcrowded, with almost every inch occupied. Hey, are you new here? Naruto saw a tall blonde boy his age approaching him, remembering that his name was Luke from the moment he and his friend Thalia had visited the surrogate mother camp. A while ago, Luke, Naruto said by way of greeting. Whoa, have we met? Luke asked Naruto. Yes, you and your friend Thalia visited my mother's camp a few years ago, Naruto replied. N.A. Naruto sees Artemis and two others as his mother's likenesses, as well as Hecate, so he sees 4 women as his mother's likenesses. Wait a minute, you're that scrawny kid who was out hunting, right? Luke finally remembered. Yes, my name is Naruto and I'm not scrawny, Naruto replied with a slight glance. Ah, I see. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in cabin 8? Luke asked. You'll see until they tell me I have to stay here for now, so as not to disrespect my mother, since they'll also decide where I'll stay. Naruto replied sincerely with an exasperated expression on his face. Mothers liken more than one? Luke asked, surprised to learn that Naruto had more than one mother. Yes, I won't explain because you'll see with the rest when it's claimed, Naruto said, not wanting to explain further. Ah, okay, pick a spot for now, Luke said, welcoming Naruto. Looking inside, Naruto decided not to lie down on the ground, so he jumped up, grabbing one of the support beams and climbing on top of it, lying down on it. I found it, Naruto said sarcastically as everyone stared at him in amazement. Show off, Luke muttered with a smile. Just as he said that a loud conch shell sound could be heard, everyone got up and left the booth. Cabin 11 drop, Luke ordered as the cabin members lined up neatly with Naruto at the rear. Naruto followed them all through the dining hall pavilion he remembered from Clarice's tour. Upon entering, he followed the group to a table that was too small to hold them all, so some, including Naruto, opted to sit on the floor. Okay, buddy. Luke asked Naruto, to which he received a nod. After a few minutes, a few wooden nymphs turned around and served them a blank plate or bowl, which they then filled with whatever they wanted to eat. Naruto was surprised by this since he was used to finding his own food. They also gave him a mug, which Luke told him to name a drink from, and then he would provide the mug. Naruto then took a gray mug that he had picked up from one of his mothers. Alright, guys, listen up. I'll only say this once: we have 2 new campers. One is still unconscious, and the other is here with us. Naruto Uzumaki single-handedly defeated the Minotaurs that approached us last night, Dionysus said in a bored tone. If you listened closely, you'd think he was waiting for something to happen. The rest of the campers looked at him with respect and admiration, while Ares' kids seemed a little jealous, though they still wore respectful expressions. Just as everyone looked at Naruto, a bright light shone above his head, and when it cleared, he could hear all the demigods gasping. Just as Naruto suspected they would claim him as soon as he entered the camp anyway. Above him were 4 symbols. The largest was a dark crescent moon with a torch in the middle, and the 3 smaller ones were a crescent moon with a bow and arrow, a hearth, and finally, an olive tree with an owl and a snake. Hail, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hecate, also claimed by Artemis, Athena and Hestia, Chiron said as he came out of his shock, and the rest of the demigods echoed him as they bowed before Naruto. Is that shocking? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, he's a brat, nobody would expect those three to claim you too if you weren't their son, Dionysus replied in a voice that implied, you don't say so. Ah, I see, said Naruto with a drop of sweat. How is it possible that he can't relate to them? Naruto said, referring to a caravan. Hold on, Naruto sighed. You see, when I was younger, I was orphaned. So when my biological mother took me from where I used to live, she took me to Lady Artemis to be raised. And so it was. And when I left, Lady Artemis decided to give me some of her blood so I could be part of the hunt if I saw them on my travels. As for Lady Athena and Lady Hestia, they saw what my past was like and took pity on me, so they spoke to my mother and she agreed to give me their blood as well, making me 2/3 divine. And because of that, they also told me to address them as my mother, Naruto explained to the demigods, who nodded in understanding. What was your past like that made you get adopted like this? A demigod asked. Here I will show you a grave acute superscript to a umlaut data 1/4 1/2 1/4 data memory, said Naruto as he created a portal that showed flashes of his life before Hecate came to rescue him. The entire camp witnessed Naruto as a child, seeing him taken from the orphanage, beaten daily by mobs of villagers, and resorting to scavenging for food in garbage cans. Naruto cut himself short before reaching the point where his mother rescued him from the village. Looking at the assembled demigods, he could see that they had tears in their eyes, and some were openly weeping like the girls at Aphrodite's table. Needless to say, they all felt sorry for Naruto and couldn't find any reason to hate him. Well, sad story aside, let's eat before the food gets cold for the gods, said Chiron as he lightened the mood from his sadness and gloom to one of feasting. To the gods! Shouted the demigods and Naruto, wiping tears from their eyes as they opened the food. They all stood and moved toward a cauldron where they appeared to offer a portion of their meals to their patron god or goddess, with Naruto leading the way. After the meal had been finished, Dionysus had some surprising news for them. Oh, yes, before I forget, the council has decided to test their current champion against the camp, so this capture the flag game will be the camp against Naruto by itself, Dionysus said unenthusiastically as he left the dining room, leaving everyone in shock. It can't be that good, can it? Hung thinks he can take on the whole camp, huh? Damn, I need to think of a new strategy. These were mostly what everyone thought when Dionysus abandoned them. So, Naruto, what do you plan to do now about your living arrangements? Chiron asked as he approached Naruto, who had moved to Artemis's empty table. I plan to sleep in Artemis's cabin tonight, though I can switch between hers and Athena's, Naruto said as he finished his meal. I see, and what are your activities now that you're the new advisor for Cabin 8? Chiron asked seriously. I don't plan on joining any classes to hide my abilities for now, though I'll use the training grounds to keep practicing until they capture the flag game. Naruto replied seriously. Well, if that's all I am, Chiron for now, Naruto said as he apologized while leaving the dining pavilion, ignoring the longing glances that Aphrodite's cabin was giving him. When Naruto left the dining room, he immediately headed towards the forest where he found a secluded area to train and practice his magic until night fell, where he simply seemed to take his food and left once again to train. It was close to midnight when Naruto finished his training, then he approached Cabin 8 and noticed that some people were still awake looking out the window or in Grover's case, poorly hiding behind a bush. I can see you, you know-it-alls, Naruto said loudly enough to be heard when, suddenly, some harpies heard the noise and began to swarm him to devour him according to the camp rules. Upon seeing this, Naruto decided to show as little as possible and simply charged his fists with the titular magic. An. The same magic as Bazit Frogomacremitz, this magic allowed him to strengthen his fists and feet, enabling him to reach strengths comparable to those of Hercules. As the harpies approached, Naruto punched the nearest one in the head, causing its head to pop off its shoulders. The rest of the harpies, seeing this, decided to swarm Naruto at once, only for him to leap high into the air and begin kicking them, causing them to explode when he hit them. Seeing no harpy, Naruto deactivated his fork magic and proceeded to enter Cabin 8, ignoring the astonished looks of the awake campers and Grover, who was trembling with fear at Naruto's ability. Finally, upon reaching his mother's cabin door, Naruto entered and found the interior much like his mother's camp, with forest motifs adorning the walls, along with small pictures resembling hunters. Naruto ventured further inside, discovering that it was a camp-style room with neatly arranged beds and trunks at the foot of each bed, most likely for the hunter's belongings. Seeing that all the beds were occupied, Naruto ventured further in, only to stop when a bright light appeared at the far end of the room. When it faded, it revealed a door with a note attached. Grabbing the note he read. Dear Naruto. I made this room for you in the unlikely event that you ever went to Camp Half-Blood. I hope you like it. I also apologize for the late claim, but your birth mother wanted it to be special and for the whole camp to see it, so we decided to claim you at your next meal there. Take care of yourself. P.S. Athena said it's okay if you don't sleep in her cabin while you connect with your brothers there. Love Mom. Naruto had tears in his eyes at the end of the heartfelt letter. Okay, Mom, I didn't mind you saying something late. Thanks for the room. Naruto prayed to Artemis as he entered the room. He was painted black and silver, showing signs that he was the son of two goddesses of the two phases of the moon. He had a wardrobe in which Naruto found a male version of the hunter's outfit. A silver hooded jacket, dark pants, and brown military-style boots. There was also a trophy case filled with the many kills Naruto had made on his missions. The bed was king size, with silver sheets that reminded Naruto of the times he slept with Artemis. Thanks Mom. I'll make you and my other mothers proud during Capture the Flag game, Naruto thought as he finally rested, unaware that the moon had become even brighter that night. The end of the story. Chapter 6 Buildings. Chapter 6. Brothers. Beginning of the story. The next morning, after Naruto had been claimed by his mother, he had slept in a wonderful bed provided by Artemis. Getting out of bed, he looked at the clock to make sure he had woken up as usual, which was at 5:30 in the morning. Once he confirmed that he had quickly made his bed, he began his morning exercise, which consisted of meditating for a few minutes each morning to ensure his magic wouldn't backfire and could be used to its full potential. This was followed by a thorough training session that kept him in peak physical condition for wielding weapons, though he didn't actually need to do this. Finally, when it was over, Naruto left his mother's cabin and walked through the camp towards the big house where he found Percy talking to Dionysus and Chiron. Good morning, Chiron, Lord Dionysus, what has Percy done now? Naruto asked after greeting Chiron and Dionysus, who both had a big grimace on their faces. The boy dared to call me by my name without any respect, unlike you, Dionysus said while still frowning at Percy before taking a swig of his Diet Coke. I see, Percy, you see that it's very improper to call gods by their names without honorifics like Lord or Lady, and even then you need their permission to use it like I do, Naruto explained to Percy, who rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. This can't be real, right? Percy asked Chiron, who simply sighed. Yes, Percy, all of this is real. All the gods and goddesses you once thought were myths are real evidence, right in front of you, Chiron explained to Percy in a professional tone of voice, like the one a teacher would use with a student. A real god. Percy pointed at Dionysus as he stared in disbelief. Are you testing me, kid? Dionysus threatened, his divine energy escaping from his body in a slightly silvery mist. No, Percy said almost instantly as he felt an enormous weight undress him. Well, I'll show you around for now, Chiron said as he watched Annabeth walk near the big house. As he said this, both Percy and Naruto followed him after Chiron, and he began to show Percy the different parts of the camp. Indeed, they had passed through the main door from where the second floor of the big house could be seen. What's going on over there? Percy asked Chiron. Oh, nothing more life is coming to see, Chiron said hurriedly, making Naruto suspicious. Nothing alive, huh? Naruto thought to himself. As they walked on, Percy finally asked what had been bothering him for some time since he had left the big house. Grover won't get into too much trouble, will he? Percy asked, worried about his friend. Chiron sighed. Grover has big dreams, perhaps Percy is too big for him to achieve his goal. First he must show great courage by succeeding as a gatekeeper, finding a new caravan, and bringing it safely to Half-Blood Hill. But he did that. Percy insisted. I might agree with you, but it's not for me to judge. Dionysus and the Cloven Council of Elders must decide. I fear they won't see this task as a success. After all, Grover lost them in New York. Then there's the unfortunate fate of your mother. And the fact that Grover was unconscious when Naruto dragged them both across the property line. The council might wonder if this shows any courage on Grover's part. Chiron said sadly. He'll get a second chance, won't he? Percy asked hopefully. I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Percy. The council wasn't keen to give him another one after what happened the first time, 5 years ago. Olympus knows, I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age, Chiron replied sadly, with Naruto perking up at that information. So it was Grover who took Luke and his friends to the camp, Naruto thought to himself. How old is he? Percy asked, intrigued. 28. Chiron said with his hand. What? And he's in 6th grade. Percy exclaimed that he would go crazy if he had to do that. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a high school student for the past 6 years, Chiron explained. This is horrible, Percy said. In any case, Grover is a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and he's still not very skilled in forest magic. Sadly, he was eager to pursue his dream. Perhaps he'll find another career now, Chiron said. That's not fair, what happened the first time? Was it really that bad? Percy asked. Let's move forward, okay? Chiron said he didn't want to revisit that topic. Chiron, if the gods and Olympus and everything that's real, Percy began. Yes, child. Does that mean the underworld is real too? Percy asked with interest. Chiron's expression darkened. Yes, child, there is a place where spirits go after death, but for now until we know more I urge you to put it out of your mind, Chiron warned. What do you mean by until we know more? Percy asked, irritated by all the secrecy. Come on, Percy. Let's go see the forest. Chiron said, changing the subject. The forests are stocked if you want to try your luck, but go armed, Chiron explained. And stocked with what? Armed with what? Percy asked, confused. You'll see. Capture the flag on Friday night is likely to be interesting this time. Do you have your own sword and shield? Chiron asked. My own what? Percy said, confused. Who the hell has a sword these days? I don't need to bring anything, Naruto replied simply. No, I suppose so. I think a size 5 will do. I'll visit the armory later, Chiron said. So Chiron proceeded to show Percy the rest of the camp while Naruto continued on. Finally, Chiron showed Percy the cabins. There were 12 of them, nestled in the woods by the lake. They were arranged in a U-shape, with 2 at the base and 5 in a row on each side. Except for the fact that each one had a large brass number above the door, they were all completely different. Number 9 had chimneys, like a small factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made of real grass. 7 appeared to be made of solid gold, which glittered so brightly in the sunlight that it was almost impossible to look at. In the center of the field stood a huge stone-lined hearth. Despite the warm afternoon, the fire blazed. A girl of about 9 was tending the flames, poking the embers with a stick. Seeing this, Naruto approached the girl in a low voice. Hello, Mom, Naruto said, bowing to the girl. Upon hearing this, the girl turned around and hugged Naruto. Naruto, I'm glad you arrived safely, said the girl, who was the 8-year-old form of Hestia, one of Naruto's adoptive mothers. Well, I'm here thanks for calling me, said Naruto. Nonsense, we would have done it without considering it, Hestia said calmly. Well, that's all my time for now, see you soon, my son, Hestia said before turning to the fire and disappearing into the hearth. Goodbye, Mom, see you later, Naruto said as he walked back to Chiron and Percy. You said your name was Chiron. Really? Naruto heard Percy ask Chiron as he approached. The Chiron of the stories. Hercules' trainer and all that. Yes, Percy, I am. Chiron replied proudly. But shouldn't you be dead? Percy asked. Honestly, I don't know if I should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes forever, as humanity needed me. I gained much with that wish and gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed, Chiron said. Doesn't it ever get boring? Percy asked. No, not horribly depressing, sometimes, but never boring. Chiron said. Why depressing? Percy asked tactlessly. Oh, look, Annabeth is waiting for us. Chiron said, changing the subject again. Annabeth, would you mind giving Percy a ride from here? I have a master class that needs teaching. Chiron asked as they approached her. She was reading in front of booth 11. Of course, Chiron, Annabeth replied coldly as she watched Percy. Naruto realized that Percy was developing a little crush on Annabeth from the way he watched her look at him before she pulled him out. You're drooling in your sleep, Annabeth said in an expressionless tone that made Percy deflate and Naruto burst out laughing. You're my brother, right? I'm Annabeth. Where did you sleep last night? We were hoping to talk to you after what you showed us last night, Annabeth said as she turned to look at Naruto. Yes, I'm your new brother, though as for where I slept in cabin 8, and as for that conversation, we can have it after you show Percy if he's okay with you. Naruto said as he started walking with Annabeth, Percy following the 2 blondes as they headed toward cabin 11. I stood in the doorway, watching the children. They weren't bowing anymore. They were staring at me, sizing me up. I knew this routine. I'd been through it at enough schools. So? Let's go. Annabeth urged Percy. So naturally, Percy tripped as he came through the door and made a complete fool of himself, which caused a few giggles from the campers, but none of them said anything. Percy Jackson, go to cabin 11, Annabeth dutifully said. Regular or indeterminate? Someone asked. Undetermined, Annabeth answered for Percy. Everyone in the cabin grunted in annoyance. The boy who was a little older than the rest went ahead. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome Percy. You can have that spot on the ground, right over there. Luca said, pointing to an empty space. This is Luke, he's your advisor for now, Annabeth said, a slight blush rising to her cheeks that Naruto noticed. For now? Percy asked, confused. You're undetermined. They don't know which cabin you can stay in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all the new arrivals, all the visitors. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers, Lucas explained. Although honestly, it should be my mom's booth doing this if she were given a booth since she's the goddess of the crossroads, Naruto chimed in. How long will I be here? Percy asked anxiously when he saw the other members of the cabin staring at him, as if trying to figure out what to steal from him first. Good question until you're determined, Lucas said sadly. How long will it take? Percy asked the laughing members of cabin 11. Come on, I'll show you the volleyball court. Annabeth said blankly, ignoring Percy's question. I've already seen it. Percy insisted. Come on. Annabeth said as she grabbed Percy's wrist and dragged him outside. Percy could hear the kids from cabin 11 and Naruto laughing behind him. Jackson, you have to do better than that, Annabeth said as she turned to Percy when they were out of earshot from cabin 11. What? Percy asked, confused. I can't believe I thought you were the chosen one. Annabeth sounded disappointed. What's your problem? All I know is that I killed a bull guy, Percy said, sounding a little angry. Don't talk like that. Do you know how many kids in this camp would love to have had your chance? Annabeth replied, anger laced in her voice. So they can kill you? Percy asked, offended. To fight the Minotaur. What do you think we train for? Annabeth replied angrily. Look, if what I really fought was the Minotaur, the same one from the stories, Percy began. Yeah. So there's only one. Percy finished. Yeah. And he died, like, a long time ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth. So said Percy. Monsters don't die, Percy reforms over time, and if you're lucky, you'll only face them once in a lifetime, Annabeth explained. You mean if I accidentally killed one with a sword? Percy said. I mean, your math teacher. That's right. She's still out there. You just made her really, really angry. Annabeth answered Percy's unfinished question. How did you find out about Mrs. Dodds? Percy asked. You talk in your sleep. Causing Naruto to break out in a cold sweat. You almost called her something. A fury. They're Hades' torturers, right? Percy asked. You shouldn't call them by their names, not even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to talk about them at all, Annabeth said, looking fearful. It's not true at all that fear is what gives them power. In the first place, only the weak truly fear those like us who shouldn't fear them, but rather call them out, because only we have the power to defeat them, Naruto explained, making Annabeth nod slightly. She understood, though Percy was still confused. Why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everyone so crowded? There are plenty of empty bunks right there. Percy asked, noticing the empty cabins. You don't just pick a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are. Annabeth said, looking frightened again. My mom is Sally Jackson. She works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. At least, she used to. Percy said, causing Naruto to turn his face. I feel sorry for your mother, Percy. But that's not what I mean. I'm talking about your other father. Your father. Annabeth elaborated. He's dead. I never met him. Percy replied quickly. Your father isn't dead, Percy, Annabeth said with a sigh. How can you say that? Do you know him? Percy asked, intrigued. No, of course not. Annabeth replied quickly. So how can you say that? Percy asked. Because I know you wouldn't be here if you weren't one of us, Annabeth said. You don't know anything about me, Percy said defensively. No. I bet you transferred from one school to another. I bet you got kicked out of a lot of them. Annabeth said, causing Percy to recoil in shock. Diagnosed with dyslexia. Probably ADHD, too. Annabeth finished. What does that have to do with this? Percy asked, embarrassed. That's because those are signs of being a demigod, a child of gods and humans. The monsters see us for what we're here for, we're safe, Annabeth explained. You sound like you went through the same thing. Percy said quietly. Most of the kids here did. If you weren't like us, you couldn't have survived the Minotaur, let alone the ambrosia and nectar, Annabeth said. Percy looked at him confused, so Naruto lunged. If you were human drinking ambrosia and nectar, I would kill you, Naruto said simply. Well, if it's not the magician and the rookie, Naruto heard Claris say behind them. Claris, why don't you go polish your spear or something? Annabeth said, obviously annoyed. Sure, princess, so I can explain on Friday night. Oh wait, I can't because they got together, Claris replied. Is Caracas. Annabeth said, which Percy somehow understood to be Greek. Go to the crows. Who is this little blob? Claris asked, pointing at Percy. Percy Jackson meets Claris, daughter of Ares, Annabeth said. Like the god of war? Percy asked. Do you have a problem with that? Claris seemed offended. No, that explains the bad smell. Percy said, causing Naruto to roll his eyes in annoyance at his obvious lack of respect for others. We're having a freshman initiation ceremony, Percy, Claris said, grabbing Percy's shirt. Percy insisted. Whatever. Come on, I'll show you. Claris said as she dragged him toward the restrooms. Stay out of this, wise girl. Claris said when she saw Annabeth about to speak. Naruto, you have to help him, Annabeth insisted. No, he needs to learn to respect people, Naruto said simply. Suddenly, a huge explosion could be heard in the toilets. Somehow all the pipes broke and soaked Claris and Annabeth, but somehow avoiding Percy and Naruto. "Leave me here," said Naruto when he noticed that Claris and Annabeth were wet. Breaking his fingers, his clothes suddenly dried and were clean, as if he had just been dressed. "How?" Annabeth asked. "Son of Hestia, you also remember," Naruto said, causing Claris and Annabeth to nod in understanding. And that was the end of Percy's tour, in which he constantly pestered Annabeth for an apology, which she simply ignored and told him to leave. Of course, Percy went and asked her about her own parents, which caused her to be even more irritated with him by the end of the tour. Naruto followed Annabeth to her cabin where he was introduced to his new siblings. They asked him many questions, which he answered patiently, avoiding some to conceal his abilities for the upcoming game. Then came dinner, which allowed Chiron to announce the camps. First, one against the other, capture the flag, and Percy asked. "Is he really that good?" This caused Naruto to glare at him, making Percy spill his drink all over himself. The end of the story. Chapter 7. Game of Thrones. Beginning of the story. It was Friday morning, the start of preparations for the Capture the Flag game. You can see the campers running around the campsite. Athena's cabin was making all sorts of plans concerning surrounding Naruto. Frankly, it looked like they were planning a blitzkrieg attack. Ares' cabin was practicing with their swords, spears, and axes, although you could say they were outside because of this, since they were the front linings along with Hermes' cabin. Hermes' cabin was well planted, setting traps on its side of the stream to defend its flag. The Apollo cockpit was cleaning its bows and sharpening its arrows. Hephaestus's hut appeared to be making some instruments of war, such as catapults, along with their ammunition of Greek fire and heavy rocks. The other cabins were not participating and just stood on the sides, watching how things were developing, helping with the preparations. Percy, on the other hand, seemed confused and was being pushed around by members of Ares and Hephaestus's cabin, who were moving around transporting and distributing weapons to other cabins. Seeing this, Grover took pity on Percy and took him to his dock, where no one would bother them, or so they thought. Sitting in the middle of the lake was Naruto. He was sitting on the water in a meditative posture, although nobody seemed to notice him because they were busy. Rising from his meditation, Naruto came face to face with Grover and Percy. "How did you do that? Is it your demigod power or something?" Percy asked. Naruto stared at him. "You don't know the meaning of tact, do you?" Naruto said clearly. "I'm sorry," Percy said, embarrassed. "Well, to answer your question, yes and no. I simply used my power to allow myself to place runes on myself to be protected from water, no matter how deep it is," Naruto replied. "An water protection service ability." "Oh, that's great," Percy admitted. So you were raised hunting?" Grover asked meekly. "Yes, it was fun, but I had to leave because I was a man," Naruto said sadly, remembering the fun times he had with his sisters. "I'm sorry," Grover said. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Naruto said as he walked toward cabin 8. "Hey, how do you plan to survive? Everyone's plotting ways to kill you?" Percy asked before Naruto moved out of hearing range. "Never ask the king," Naruto said in a rather arrogant tone, not even looking behind him, leaving Percy and Grover confused. When he reached his mother, Scabbin Naruto immediately knelt to offer a prayer for his mother's strength so that Athena would guide him, Artemis for his goal, Hestia for protection from the flames, and Hecate for strengthening his magic. Up in Olympus at the same time. All the gods were interested in this particular game, with all of them watching events at the camp. All the male gods were gathered at Hermes' temple, where he materialized sofas for them to sit on, even as Hades watched. Each god had a bottle of Coke and a bucket of popcorn with them. They all placed bets on which camper could take down Naruto, as they all thought they had a chance, outnumbering Naruto by almost 200 to 1, with only Hades betting on him. The goddesses, on the other hand, were in Hera's temple observing the camp's ventilation shafts. Even Hera herself was unusually interested in this game compared to her usual carefree attitude. Hecate was invited to watch with them, as they had Iris open a window for them to look through. The Stizo countryside. It was almost time to start the game, and everyone was waiting anxiously in the dining room for Chiron's instructions. "Alright, I see you're ready. I think it's time to start the game. According to the god's instructions, these will be the only rules. You shall not kill. Naruto, where is your armor?" Chiron said, noticing that Naruto was not wearing any armor. Should I use it now?" Naruto asked, looking at Chiron from his spot as he leaned against a support beam. "Yes, please," Chiron said, expecting her to head towards his cabin, only to receive a shock. Naruto simply snapped his fingers as golden dust began to form around him, meaning he was manipulating the mist from his rising feet. Golden armor with a red cloth on the back formed. Naruto even created rectangular earrings on his ears. An. Gilgamesh's armor from Fate Zero. Is this more satisfying? Naruto asked as he fixed his hair to prepare for the game. At this point, everyone was shocked by Naruto's appearance, although some, namely the Aphrodite booth, were leering at him and some were even sensually licking his lips. Yes, well, let's begin Naruto, please head to the other side of the forest, just past the stream that's your side and you must start from there, do you have a flag with you? Chiron said, coming out of his shock. Naruto simply nodded and a flag with a wooden pole materialized from the mist. The flag was red with silver highlights in the center. A torch stood beside it, a moon and an owl stood beneath, and a hearth was visible. "I'll leave now," Naruto said as he left the room. "I think they were doomed," a camper's voice said. "Don't worry, we have more than enough firepower here with us," said a member of the Hephaestus crew as he pointed out the things they had just done. "Now is the time for you to prepare your base as well," said Chiron as he led them out of the pavilion dining room. As planned by Athena's cabin, members of Ares's and Hermes's cabins would lead the front lines, while members of Hephaestus's cabin would follow with the heavy artillery, and members of Apollo's cabin would provide long-range support, leaving the flag in the custody of Athena's cabin. Olympus. In the temple of Hermes. "Oh, look, it's starting," Hermes said excitedly, drawing everyone's attention to the iris message screen that displayed the camp. In the temple of Hera. Let's see how well this boy of yours is doing, Hecate," said Hera as they anticipated the start of the game. The Stizo countryside. As soon as the conch shell's horn sounded, the members of Ares and Hermes's cabin rushed across the stream toward the area where Naruto would be. Only to be surprised when Naruto was actually there, he was many feet above the ground in some kind of flying device that was golden in color with green wings. An. Vamana from Fate Zero. Seated on it was a throne-like chair, and in it sat Naruto, who seemed bored, his head resting on his left fist. The flag lay in front of him at his feet. Upon seeing the Ares and Hermes cabin, he raised his right hand in the air, just above the old Naruto powder held in circular formations with blades in the center, all directed at the members of the Ares and Hermes cabin. "Run, scatterbrain." Luke shouted as he ran looking for a way to get behind Naruto and grab the flag, while he was distracted from fighting with the members of Ares and Hermes's cabin. Luke said as wings sprouted from his shoes, allowing him to fly. Luke slowly followed behind Naruto's ship. On the other hand, the members of Ares and Hermes were not doing well. More than half of them were incapacitated and out of the game, with only about a handful of soiled survivors remaining on the battlefield. Naruto, seeing that most of them had lost, began to overtake the Vamana at a leisurely pace, giving them a chance to win if they had it. Sensing a movement behind him, Naruto saw Luke flying at his level coming from behind. "You think you can rob me?" "I don't think so," said Naruto as he redirected the weapons lost in the mist to Luke, who dodged most of them because he was faster in the air. "Oh, try this, thief," said Naruto as he gathered a golden mist in his hand, creating a chain which he launched at Luke and pulled him out of the air as it was faster than the weapons. With Luke now gone, Naruto proceeded to fly forward only to stop when a rock nearly hit the Vamana. Said Naruto, intrigued by what almost hit him when he saw Hephaestus's cabin loading more rocks onto the catapults and Apollo's cabin, aiming bows at him. "Stupid," Naruto said as he formed golden dust around the catapults. And from the golden dust emerged chains that contracted around the catapults, destroying them. "That's not all, eat this," shouted Charlie Beckendorf. He was the leader of the Hephaestus cabin. As he said this, the Hephaestus cockpit grabbed some of the large cylindrical balls and pierced Naruto, only for him to pull Vamana out of the way, though one ball landed on her and set her on fire. "Greek fire, huh, interesting," said Naruto as he grabbed the flag with his left hand before jumping out of the Vamana and dispelling the Vamana over Apollo's cabin, causing the Greek fire to fall near them, causing them to fall into disarray. "I finally put you on the ground," Charlie said as he charged towards Naruto with a battle cry, while Naruto unleashed his bladed mist on the other members and on Charlie himself. Surprisingly, Charlie carried a sword on his shoulder and a spear on his leg and was still attacking Naruto, greatly impressing him. Finally reaching Naruto, Charlie raised his sword above his head to strike Naruto, only to find his arm immobile. Looking behind him, he saw that the golden mists now formed chains that prevented him from moving, and behind him were the members of the Hephaestus and Apollo cabins, all eliminated. Doing weird things one after another," Charlie said as he coughed up a little blood. Very impressive, son of Hephaestus," said Naruto as he punched Charlie in the gut, knocking him unconscious. Dispelling the golden mist that pressed forward now that she was on her side of the stream, and because of the rules she had for creating a barrier around her flag, she protected it with a barrier that allowed it to fly above her side of the stream. Advancing towards his opponent's side, he saw that the cabin was protected by Athena's cabin, as well as by Percy, who charged blindly at him, only to be delivered into the stream by Naruto. "You're out of your league," Naruto said as he walked forward, materializing a sword in his hand. Seeing this, Athena's cabin charged forward, and although there were many of them, they lacked the skill to use swords, so Naruto easily defeated them all. As soon as he grabbed the flag, he felt something grab onto it in front of him and run off into the forest. Since there was no point in running after the flag, he simply manipulated the golden mist once more and threw down the chains that captured both the flag and whoever was holding it. To Naruto's surprise, Annabeth had dropped her hat when the chains surrounded her, restoring normal visibility. Grabbing the flag, Naruto simply held the chains on it when he was near the stream, so he didn't put too much energy into it. Only to find Percy standing in front of him with his sword ready to attack Naruto, who was simply blocking it with his own sword. His strength and speed increased. How? Naruto thought as he simply continued to defend himself against Percy's attack. Ignoring the need to see Percy's full potential, the blades formed by Naruto floated in the air to help him defend himself against Percy. Finally, Naruto managed to disarm Percy and send him tumbling backward just as Naruto crossed to his side of the stream and the flag transformed into a copy of his own. The conch shell echoed as Chiron appeared. "Victory belongs to Naruto," Chiron announced as the members of Hephaestus, Apollo, Ares, Hermes, and Athena approached them, limping slightly unaware that the others were carrying them. Just as they were about to say something, a large hellhound came from behind the bramble bush, causing Chiron to fumble for his bow to kill it, only to be stabbed by Naruto just as he rushed to mutilate Percy. As she exploded into golden dust, Annabeth, now free of chains, saw Percy's wound. "Percy, what is that?" Annabeth asked. "Sword wound," Percy replied. "Step into the water," Annabeth said as Percy obeyed, and as he did, a large circle flashed above his head. It was a trident. "God save you, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon," Chiron shouted as he knelt all the campers, including Naruto, to organize their actions. Was all Percy could think. Olympus. The temple of Hermes. "I win, pay up," said Hades while smiling, making all the other gods complain about losing the bet. "Well, what?" Apollo said when he saw a hellhound appear on the screen only for Naruto to kill it and a circle to appear over Percy's head. "Poseidon, explain this now," Zeus demanded as he shook the thunder that could be heard in the distance, showing his anger towards the human world. "The temple of Hera." "Look, I told you he could do it," Hecate said, smiling at her son's achievement. "He is also our son, you know," Athena said, both to Artemis and to Hestia. "Oh, my brother isn't going to be happy about this," Hestia said as she watched Poseidon claiming Percy. All the goddesses shook their heads. This will only serve to increase Zeus's tantrums for a while. The end of the story. Chapter 8. It's morning. Chapter beginning. A few minutes after the capture the flag game turned into a one-sided massacre, Percy had been claimed and, by someone who wasn't supposed to have a demigod son, Percy was the son of Poseidon. So here Percy sat alone while waiting near the hearth in the center of the camp next to Naruto, who was talking to a girl Percy hadn't seen before. So Percy decided to listen to the conversation as it was a better alternative than watching others watch him. "So, Naruto, did you have fun?" Percy heard the girl ask, her voice filled with joy. As if they were offering me a little entertainment, I admit, but the other camp gave me a better challenge," Naruto replied gruffly, though he had a smile on his face. And me and your other mothers just wanted to congratulate you and warn you not to let this go to your head," the girl said with a smile as she placed a hand on Naruto's cheek. "Mother, how on earth does a boy have more than one mother?" Percy thought to himself. "Of course I know that if I did, both you and Lady Artemis would drive me crazy," Naruto said with a slight laugh. "And don't forget. Oh, and before I forget, my brother wants you to keep an eye on Percy for him," the girl said seriously. "Sure," Naruto said, to which the girl nodded. "Well, that's all for now, goodbye, my dear boy," said the girl as she walked towards the fire and disappeared. "See you too, Mom," said Naruto as he stood up and turned to look at Percy. "You know it's pretty rude to eavesdrop on private conversations, right?" Naruto said, glaring at Percy. "I am sorry, I couldn't help it," Percy said, trembling under Naruto's gaze. "I sigh fine, but if I see you do it again, I'll make you wish you were dead, got it?" Naruto threatened. "Why yes," Percy spat. "Okay, good night," said Naruto as he turned to leave. "Wait, who was that?" Percy asked curiously. "My mother Hestia," Naruto said as he continued walking towards his cabin without looking at Percy. "Percy, it's time to move into your new cabin," Chiron said, pulling Percy out of his thoughts. "Oh, okay," Percy asked as he followed Chiron. "Cabin 3, Chiron said, pointing it out to Percy. "Good night, Percy," Chiron said as he left Percy to go inside alone. "Home sweet home," Percy said as he went inside and fell asleep. The next day. This morning, when Naruto woke up, he knew things were going to go wrong very quickly and felt as if Percy was at the center of it. So, following her morning routine as usual, she discovered that her magical reserves had increased overnight, making her meditation longer than usual. Finally, when he had finished, he left his cabin and found some campers awake and saw Grover dragging Percy out of his cabin toward the big house. Quickly grabbing his jacket that could make him invisible, he activated his ability and headed towards the big house. "What I haven't stolen is that Zeus is crazy," Naruto heard Percy say defensively. Upon entering discreetly, he saw that Annabeth was also there and that she was invisible just like him. Because you see that the invisible are invisible to everyone except magic users who cast clarity of sight spells, those with enhanced senses, and other invisible people. Seeing that Annabeth noticed, Naruto put a finger to his lips to indicate that they were watching the proceedings in silence. It was amusing that Athena's two children could be so stealthy just to acquire knowledge. Looking at the occupants of the large house, namely Chiron, Grover and Dionysus, Naruto could see that they were looking at Percy with a bit of fear, although Dionysus looked at him with annoyance rather than fear. Buddy Percy. We don't use the C-word to describe the king of Olympus," Grover said to Percy. "In any case, Lord Zeus has come to believe that you stole the Master Bolt from him and gave it to your father, Lord Poseidon, to be mass-produced in order to overthrow him." Chiron explained that it was pointless to tell Percy how to address the gods at this point. Naruto almost snorted at this. He knew Zeus was very paranoid and trusted very few people. "What, but I haven't done any of that," Percy insisted. "I know, but to prove his innocence, it's better than asking him to return the Master Screw to Zeus," Chiron said. "How am I going to do that?" Percy asked. "Consult the oracle upstairs," Chiron said as he let Percy move toward the attic. And so, Naruto moved silently towards Annabeth, telling her to stay seated as he followed Percy up the stairs. Moving behind Percy, he saw a corpse come to life and green smoke billow from the corpse's mouth and form an illusion that Naruto could see forming around Gabe and his three friends. "You will go west and face the god who has turned. You will find what was stolen and see it return safely. You will be betrayed by someone who calls you friend. And in the end you won't be able to save what matters most. The son of many will join you and help you. And he will come to confront his sister's thief." And with that, the fog receded, leaving a stunned Percy as he descended the stairs with Naruto following behind him. Naruto knew very well what the prophecy meant for him. He would face the man who stole his sister's most precious gift. Reaching for his fist, he approached Annabeth, who noticed and placed a calm hand on his shoulder. Naruto nodded gratefully in response. Percy had just finished explaining what the oracle had told him, but he omitted the last 4 lines of the prophecy. Chiron had told him to find companions for his journey. Upon hearing this, Annabeth and Naruto became visible once more, surprising Percy. "I'll leave. I don't trust a son of Poseidon to pull this off properly," Annabeth said earnestly, though Naruto could tell she was eager to leave camp for an adventure. "And I will accompany my sister on this quest, although I also received an order from Lord Zeus to keep an eye on Percy," said Naruto as Dionysus nodded his head, while Grover and Chiron looked somewhat frightened. "Relax, I won't kill him unless he proves he's the thief," Naruto said, calming Chiron and Grover down a bit. And with that, the team of 4 began preparing for the search. Percy went to his cabin and dressed appropriately. Annabeth went and prepared her bag, which was already packed for when a search was carried out, and said goodbye to her cabin mates. Grover went into the woods for something. Naruto simply went to his cabin and offered a few prayers to bless his mothers. When he finished, he simply left the cabin with his clothes on his back, after which Naruto had access to a pocket dimension to store all his belongings. As he made his way toward the hill where they were to meet, he was ambushed by a group of wood nymphs who wanted to wish him good luck on his quest, which Naruto humbly accepted. Had he bothered to look around, he could have seen jealousy from the other campers who were awake and watching the nymphs surrounding Naruto. It was simple, plain jealousy, and who could blame them for their very nature? Nymphs were well-endowed women who were often the object of lust and affection from gods and men alike. This wasn't the case for Naruto, who grew up hunting and would occasionally be tended to by nymphs when the entire hunt was needed to care for a few monsters. Due to the fleeting nature of nymphs, some had traveled far and wide. Therefore, Naruto saw some familiar faces among the nymphs who wished him good luck after he accepted her, and then he headed towards the top of the hill. When he reached the top of the hill, he could feel a strong magical presence from the tree beside him. Is this an enchanted tree? Or is it something more than that? I somehow sense a living presence from it. Naruto thought as he analyzed his tree. "Naruto, I didn't know you were already here," Annabeth asked from behind him, surprising him a little by the way he hadn't noticed her presence. "If there's something about this tree, I feel something from it," Naruto asked, pointing at the tree behind him. "Yes, it's Thalia's tree. When she died, Zeus turned her into a tree that now protects the camp," Annabeth said sadly. "Thalia? You mean the girl who traveled with you and Luke?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Annabeth replied. Just then, Percy, Grover, and Chiron came up the hill and joined them. So, Percy, wait for this. It's a gift from your father. Just click it and it will turn into a sword. Don't worry about losing it. It will always return to your pocket, Chiron said as he handed Percy a pen. Anaclosmos riptide, Percy said in amazement as he clicked the quill that transformed into a sword when he did. In fact, it has a long and sad history that we won't go into today. Chiron said sadly, and Naruto clenched his fist tightly as he recalled the sword's particular story. At one point, Naruto would have claimed it as his own, but he discovered it was better left in the hands of those with connections to the sea, like Percy. Actually, Percy, it's a good blade. Use it properly and treat it well. If you don't, I'll take it from you, Naruto said, gazing into the distance. Although his voice held a threatening tone, his face appeared melancholic. I will, Percy said honestly. He could hear the proud tone of Naruto describing the blade, and coming from the guy with many weapons, it sounded like the highest form of praise for a weapon. And what about us? Annabeth said anxiously that she was really looking forward to going on this quest. Wait. Everyone heard Luke shout behind them with a shoebox. Oh, good, you haven't left yet, I have something for you, Luke said as he opened the box and handed it to Percy. Looking inside, everyone saw that he had shoes on. What does this do? Percy asked, confused. Maya, said Luke, and while he was making the shoes, wings grew and he began to fly. These are my father's shoes, and since I don't wear them often, I thought I should leave them with you, Luke said thoughtfully. Well, I think I could fly with them, right? Percy said, looking at his fellow quest takers only to be met with blank stares and a Naruto cover. Percy, how can you make Zeus die in your own little way and you want to fly in the sky, which is his domain? Do you see where this is going? Naruto said, slightly irritated by his lack of idea. Oh sorry, Percy said, embarrassed. Well, how about you use them, Grover? Percy asked, handing the shoes to Grover. I guess I could, Grover said timidly. Well, that's all I came to take care of, Naruto, Annabeth, Luke said before leaving. Looking at Annabeth, Naruto saw a hint of pink on her cheeks. I must be in love, I guess Naruto thought as he shrugged. Anyway, it wasn't his business. This is Argus, and he's here to keep an eye on things, Chiron said as he introduced Percy and told Argus that he was leaving Annabeth and Naruto in the awful pun. Okay, let's go, said Naruto as he walked with Annabeth towing the truck that was at the bottom of the hill. Percy and Grover followed them with Argus. During the car ride to the bus station, the atmosphere was tense and Percy couldn't stand it anymore, so he tried to boost morale. We're having a good time, huh? No monster attacks yet. Percy said aloud, and Annabeth turned to look at him. Don't say you're just going to deceive us, Annabeth said, confused, remembering Murphy's Law. Don't worry about any monsters that chase us being difficult, since only higher level monsters will be chasing us for now, so don't worry about the small ones, Naruto said, trying to calm Annabeth down. What does it mean that only the strongest will come after us? Annabeth said, heading into a panic mode. Yes, although with our team we should be fine, said Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on Annabeth's shoulders. Oh, right, thank you, Annabeth said, grateful to have been there. A few minutes later, Argus stopped in front of the bus stop and let the mission members get off before departing. While waiting for the bus, Annabeth asked Naruto some questions. So what was that ship thing you used in the game? Annabeth asked, catching the interest of Percy and Grover, as they wanted to know too. It's called Vimana, an ancient craft from ancient India. Don't ask why, I'm not sure either. I found it on my travels, since being the son of Hecate allowed me to travel the world. Naruto replied to Annabeth, earning a nod from her. And what about that golden mist stuff? Annabeth asked once more. Oh, those were just simple mist manipulations at the highest level. However, they pale in comparison to my 3 main treasures, Naruto replied. 3 main treasures? Annabeth asked, intrigued. You'll find out. The bus is here now, Naruto said as he stood up, helping Annabeth up as well. The bus journey was uneventful for a few hours until it was late at night and the bus had picked up 3 more passengers, one of whom Percy recognized as Mrs. Dodds, or rather, the Fury. What are you doing here? Percy asked quietly and saw that the 3 of them were sitting next to each other. I don't know, we have to be careful with this, Annabeth said as she was formulating a plan in her head. Keep your thoughts first, Annabeth, let me try something first, Naruto said as he stood up when he saw Annabeth's thoughtful face. Ignoring their weak protests, Naruto sat down in the empty chair next to the 3 Furies. Greetings to Lady Electo, Lady Tisiphone and Lady Megaira, may I ask what the 3 ladies are doing here? Naruto greeted as he sat down next to them, earning surprised looks from the Furia sisters. Why do you respect us? Most half-breeds don't, and they all fear us, Electo said as she looked at Naruto. I was taught to respect women, and that's why I do well anyway. Naruto replied, winning by nodding with the sisters. Some women were total bitches and had no respect for themselves or others. I see we are here to reclaim Lord Hades' helm from Poseidon's son, Alecto hissed. I'm sorry to say it, but none of my companions or I possess the helm of Lord Hades, I swear it on the river's Styx, said Naruto, and as he did so, thunder could be heard in the distance. I see it's best if you retrieve it to appease Lord Hades, Alecto said resignedly, since Naruto wasn't lying to her at all, as they didn't possess Hades' helmet. We'll find it for you, and when we do, I'll return it myself, Naruto said, receiving a nod from the sisters. The best thing is for you to come here, then you have to make a journey on foot from here as fate decides, Alecto said as they disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto made sure to manipulate the mist to ensure that no one would remember them. Going back to the scene, where Annabeth and Grover were surprised when they saw him interacting with the Furies. We have to go now, Naruto said as he grabbed his bag and stopped the bus at the emergency stop. What? Why? Annabeth asked. There's no time to explain later, let's go, said Naruto as he got off the bus, not before apologizing to the driver for the sudden stop in the middle of nowhere. And so, the four of them got off the bus and headed towards the forest where they would spend the night. The end of the story. Chapter 9. Where are you? Beginning of the story. So let me clear this up. You spoke with the friendly ones, and then they told you to get off the bus after they discovered you didn't have the steering wheel of darkness, and now we have to find it. Did I leave anything out? Annabeth said, summarizing what Naruto had just explained to them. Yes, that's all, Naruto agreed. Well, now our search has become more difficult thanks to that secondary search, Annabeth complained. No, I don't really get the feeling that both the Master Beam and the Helm of Darkness were taken by the same person, Naruto said as he explained to Annabeth. I guess you might be right. Annabeth nodded as she understood his idea. Hey, guys, I'm kind of hungry. We can stop and find a place to eat or something, Percy said as he tried to catch up with the talking blondes. Why do you want to eat? Naruto asked as they pulled over to the side of the road. Why are we stopping here? Percy asked. Just tell me, Naruto said clearly. A hamburger or something, I guess, Percy said, and just as he did, Naruto snapped his fingers and a hamburger with some flames appeared along with a plate. How did you do that? Percy asked in amazement. Annabeth seemed interested too, but since Percy had already asked, she didn't want to be redundant. As a son of Hestia, I can make home-cooked meals appear instantly and with a 5-star approval rating, Naruto replied as Annabeth nodded. It made sense that a son of Hestia could do this. Can I have a burger too? Annabeth asked as Naruto made another one for her and only materialized a can of Coke for himself. Grover seemed fine eating the cans from his backpack. Okay, let's go, Naruto said after they had rested for a few minutes after eating their meals. Yes, thanks for the food man, Percy said, thanking Naruto. Yes, thank you, little sister, Annabeth said, trying to spread the word after learning that he was older than her and they were related. Anything for my little sister, Naruto said, smiling at her. And so, the four of them started walking along the path, eventually arriving at a small shop by the side of the road. Because of their dyslexia, none of them but Grover could read the sign. It seemed Naruto knew the place, though, as he looked a little nostalgic upon seeing it. Guys, it reads Antem's Garden Gnome Emporium, Grover told the group. Why don't we check it out? Percy said. A seaweed brain isn't a bad idea, Annabeth said reproachfully. Hey. Percy said indignantly, he wasn't that slow with maintenance, was he? Any further joking was interrupted when Naruto entered the place, followed by Grover, who had no point waiting outside Annabeth, and Percy followed them. Whoa, they look so realistic, Percy said as he admired the statues that covered the outer dome of the place. That looks like Uncle Ferdinand, Grover said upon seeing a satyr statue. This place feels weird, Annabeth said as all the statues peered out so realistically that they could be staring at you, not to mention the statues' terrified faces. Naruto made no comment as he ventured towards a door where he found a reception desk. Excuse me, is anyone here? Percy shouted and rang the bell on the counter. Since they didn't receive a response, they decided to wait for someone to arrive. Perhaps the employees were busy or something. There's nobody here anymore, said Naruto as he moved toward a box on the side, grabbing the few drachma coins that were in it. What do you mean there's no one here who can leave all this? Percy asked as Annabeth, intrigued, never thought Naruto would be so well informed about this specific place. The owner is, let's say, earning his forgiveness, Naruto said cryptically. Who owns it? Annabeth asked, no longer able to contain her curiosity. That's a secret for now, maybe you'll run into her, Naruto said sadly, remembering his alternative punishment given when he broke the curse on her. Okay, so what now? Annabeth asked, dropping the subject. We'll go as far as we can and hope to reach the next town to catch the train somehow, Naruto said as he let them rest before they set off again. They managed to end up in the forest right next to the city, and since they had no money, they decided to camp in the forest. When they got together, Naruto lit it on fire so they could keep warm at night. "Thank God you're here, I don't know what we'd do if you weren't here," Percy said as he sat down next to Naruto in front of the fire. "Actually, thank you very much, brother. Can I have some soup?" Annabeth asked, making Naruto smile as he made her some hot soup. "Anything for you, Percy?" Naruto asked Percy. Some barbecue would be nice," Percy said again. Naruto made 3 sticks appear for Percy. "And you, Grover?" Naruto said, turning his attention to the satyr. "Enchilada, please," Grover said, making Annabeth and Percy giggle a little at him asking for their favorite food. And so Naruto made an enchilada for Grover and some ramen for himself. After the meal, Annabeth, who was tired from the hike, quickly fell asleep, leaving the 3 children awake. "I'll take the first watch," Percy offered. "There's no need for Percy to do this for now," Naruto said as he erected a barrier that prevented his scent from spreading through the area that hid them from the monsters. "Whoa, that's awesome," Percy said, amazed by all of Naruto's skills. "How are you doing this in camp? You even wielded many weapons without holding most of them?" Percy asked, saying he just needed to know. "Haha, you really don't have a sense of touch, do you? But I can do these things simply because I'm the son of Hecate, which means I can wield magic in the mist that hides the supernatural world from humans. However, I'm also the son of 3 other goddesses, Athena, Artemis, and Hestia, who have mingled their blood with mine and given me some of their gifts as well," Naruto replied to Percy while making sure the barrier would last them through the night. "Wait, if you, the son of Hestia, couldn't put out the fire on the Vimana during the capture of the flag?" Grover asked, noticing this. "Just so Naruto can hit his nose while remaining silent. Could he have extinguished the fire himself, or did he simply dispel the Vimana so he could fight them on the ground?" Grover couldn't figure Naruto out at all, but he did notice that Naruto was easy on them during the very easy game. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he saw pieces of trash scattered on the ground a few meters away. "You know, guys, this makes me sad. It seems like humans have lost all contact with nature," Grover said as he tried to clean up the mess, and when Naruto saw this, he joined in too. "Not all Grovers, not all of them, some still try to help as much as they can," Naruto said, earning a nod of thanks from Grover. "Although I miss the old stars, you can't see them all anymore," Grover said as he finished cleaning himself up lying on the ground. "In fact, when I was hunting with my sisters, I remember the stories they told me about the ancient constellations that can no longer be seen thanks to so-called development of man," Naruto admitted. "I guess you guys are environmentalists, huh?" Percy said loudly, only to receive blank stares from the 2 of them. "Only humans don't care about what's best," Grover said, looking at Naruto in the last part, who gave a grateful nod. "With all this mess, how are we going to find Pan?" Grover said aloud. "Pan? Well, from what I've heard it'll be a while, no one's found any clues about his location yet. Cheer up, though, not all places have been searched, but you'll eventually find him," Naruto said calmly. "Ham? The cooking spray?" Percy asked, out of the blue. "Sometimes, Percy, I wonder if you paid attention in Chiron's classes, since they were mostly verbal lessons, not something you read," Naruto said in an expressionless voice. "I'm sorry," Percy muttered, embarrassed. "Don't worry, you'll eventually learn somehow that Pan is the god of the wild and untamed," Naruto explained, getting an understanding look from Percy. "So why are they looking for him? He's a god, isn't he?" Percy asked. "He disappeared. All we know is that a sailor from the coast of Ephesus said he was dead and that humans have been looting his kingdom ever since," Grover said. "I guess I should go to sleep then. Good night." Percy said he also wished Grover and Naruto good night. Grover and Percy fell asleep immediately, though Naruto stayed awake for a bit to listen to the monsters, only to hear teeth chattering from the cold. Standing up, he saw that Annabeth was cold and that his shivering wasn't enough for her, so he conjured a blanket out of thin air and gave it to her to stop her shivering, which made her curl up even tighter to absorb more warmth. "Good night, little sister," Naruto said as he stroked a lock of Annabeth's hair behind her ear, then went to rest. Unbeknownst to them, a girl from the flames appeared to the 4 of them by the fireplace. Hestia herself had come to see them in person. "Oh, Naruto, you always forget to take care of yourself. Remember that a king is still human after all," Hestia said as she made a blanket for Naruto before kissing him on the forehead and disappearing back into the flames. On Mount Olympus. The council met at Zeus's request and they haven't spoken about anything yet. And so, when Hestia returned, she had to sweat a drop when she saw her family. Zeus and Poseidon were having a shouting match about who was Ray's favorite and so on. Hades was not there, as he was not invited. Hera was simply reading a book, trying to drown out the noise Zeus and Poseidon were making. Demeter was talking to Hermes about adding more grain to her diet. Apollo seemed to be writing music. Hephaestus was arguing with Ares about some arms shipments or other things. Aphrodite was reading a fashion magazine, laughing occasionally. Athena was also reading. Artemis seemed to want to be somewhere other than herself, as her fingers could tell. "Where have you been?" Zeus asked Hestia when he saw her return to her place by the hearth. "I just visited my son, who went on the quest with his sister Annabeth and a satyr named Grover, as well as Poseidon's son, Percy." All the gods were relieved that Naruto was on this quest. They had grown to like the blonde boy and he had been very successful in the quests they gave him, so with him helping Percy, they felt relieved. Athena, however, was in a different boat muttering about how her children could be corrupted by the spawn of the sea. Artemis, however, seemed a little uneasy. "Is he doing well?" Artemis asked. "Oh, yes, she was helping her sister quite a bit and constantly correcting Percy for his mistakes. It seems you rubbed off on Artemis a little," Hestia said as Artemis blushed at the last part. "It's not my fault at all. Hecate asked me and my hunters to raise him after all," Artemis said, still blushing a little, since she was the closest to Naruto among his adoptive mothers. "HMPH, at least the search should go well now that he's helping the sea develop," Athena said. "What did you name my son?" Poseidon said, a little angry. "Spawn of the sea, or didn't you hear the fish head?" Athena said, looking at Poseidon as he looked back at her. It was no mystery that the two hated each other. "Well, now that the search has begun, all we can do is wait." "Abandoned," Zeus said, stopping the argument between the two and left in a flash of lightning that made Poseidon mutter, "Show off" under his breath. With that, the council was dismissed. The next day. When the new day began, Naruto, who woke up with the sun, made sure his traveling companions were safe, and when he checked on them, all he could find was that they were still fast asleep. He finished checking them and then proceeded to go over his morning routine, which involved meditating to find a secluded spot near the tree he was in. He decided to stay there, unaware that Grover had already woken up and gone off to look for something. When Naruto finished his meditation, he discovered that Grover had found a poodle, a pink poodle. "Grover, what's wrong with the poodle?" Naruto asked. "Oh, there was a reward for their return, so we can use them for our train tickets," Grover explained. When Naruto heard the word train, everything else went silent for him. "Train?" Naruto asked to be sure. "Yes, why?" Grover asked, now confused. "Oh, thank you, I haven't ridden a train before, but you know," Naruto admitted. He was excited to be on the hunt. All he'd ever ridden was a car and he often flew in vimanas to reach other countries. "I've never ridden a train yet." "Okay," Grover said with a slight drop of sweat. "Well, this is Gladiola, say hello," Grover said, pointing to the poodle. "Hello," said Naruto, to which he got a bark. "Hello human, you smell like alcohol," Naruto heard the dog bark. "Oh, that's because I keep a large amount of it in my storage dimension that I occasionally smell," Naruto replied. "Can Gladiola be understood?" Grover asked in amazement. "Yes, it's a gift I received for being on the hunt, as well as being an adopted son of Lady Artemis. I can talk to animals," Naruto said in response to Grover's question. "Good morning Grover, Naruto. What's wrong with the dog?" Annabeth said as she woke up. "Good morning, Annabeth." Grover said there was a reward for this dog, so she decided to find him, I guess, Naruto replied. "Oh, I see," Annabeth said as she petted the dog. "Hello, little one," Annabeth said as she played a little with the dog. "Ugh, that wasn't relaxing, I slept on a rock," Percy groaned as he woke up. "Hey, Percy, over here, say hi to Gladiola," Grover said, introducing the dog to Percy. "Why is it just a dog?" Percy said gruffly. "Percy, I said hello to the dog, you said hello to the dog," Annabeth said sternly. "Okay, hi Gladiola," Percy said reluctantly. "Well, what now?" Percy asked, just as his stomach growled. The end of the story. Chapter 10. History beginning. The day passed until they found Gladiola's owner, a kind old woman who gave them their payment and a little more. "Well, at least she gave more," Grover remarked, as they had finally secured their tickets and were now on their way to the train. "I agree that it will be useful to acquire some more items needed for our search." Naruto wholeheartedly agreed that having money was a great help in their quests. "Well, guys, we'll miss the train," Annabeth shouted as she ran toward an open space just before the train station where passengers board. Upon seeing this, they also started running, only to stop when they saw her standing in front of them, staring into the open space. "Hey Annabeth, what's wrong?" Percy asked as they approached her. "Lion of Nemea," Annabeth said tremulously as she looked at the biggest lion you'd ever see. It was as tall as a truck. "Hey guys, let's find another way," Grover said as he backed away in fear of the lion. As far as everyone knew, she only died once, and that was at the hands of Heracles, who had strangled her to death. "There's no better time to face him than now, before we miss our train," Naruto said as he moved forward. "Are you crazy? We can't beat that thing." Annabeth said she couldn't believe anyone would willingly fight the Nemean lion. Are you sure? Naruto said defiantly. And as he did so, golden portals appeared around the Nemean lion that surrounded him. And at that moment, chains emerged from the portals, linking the Nemean lion together. And as Percy, Annabeth and Grover watched, they saw that the Nemean lion struggled to stand up, let alone move. It was completely tied up and couldn't move much. Advancing towards the Nemean lion, a portal appeared just above Naruto's shoulder with a protruding hilt, colored red. When he pulled on it, it turned out to be the shaft of a colored spear, like the one that had a blood red color. Turning it in his hand, he caught some sparks that flew from the spear blade and, strangely, it also had a blood red color. It's your ultimate beast, Gabolg. Naruto shouted the name of his weapon as he thrust it against the ground, only for it to bounce back and push the lion right where its heart was from the bottom of its belly, meaning it pierced the soft skin. When the lion dissolved into golden dust, Naruto dissolved his spear into a flash of golden light and turned to face his companions. He was greeted by the relaxed expressions of the three, mixed with awe and wonder. How did you do that? Annabeth stammered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The Nemean lion was one of the toughest monsters ever, taking Hercules a moment to defeat, and here Naruto was standing there without breaking a sweat, taking down the Nemean lion. It was an ordinary monster. Whoa, that was so cool. Percy and Grover shouted as they saw what Naruto had just done to them, earning a chuckle from Naruto, who picked up the vest left by the Nemean lion and replaced it in his pocket. Well, come on, I doubt we'll make our train if we just stand here with our mouths hanging open like this, Naruto said humorously as he headed towards the train, followed by a still stunned Annabeth and an astonished Grover and Percy. If they had him here on the quest, it was going to be a piece of cake. On board the train. Naruto was busy admiring the scenery from his carriage window. It was, after all, his first train ride and he wanted to make the most of it. Hey Naruto, can you answer a question of mine? Annabeth asked to get Naruto's attention. Sure, what do you want to know? Naruto obliged. How did you do that and what was that weapon? Annabeth asked Grover, who was awake, to listen to the blonde's conversation. Percy, on the other hand, was already fast asleep and drooling on the armrest he was leaning against. Oh, you mean the chains, right? Naruto confirmed, receiving a nod. Well, those were a gift to me from my mother, Hecate, the chains of the ancient King Gilgamesh, which she also uses from time to time. My mother and I are the only ones who can use them properly for now because of our magical reserves. Their name is Enkidu. The chains of heaven, named after Gilgamesh's only friend in life. The chains themselves can bind anything, even gods. The more connections to the divine, the more impossible escape. The chains themselves are part of my pocket dimension, which my mother told me to call the Gate of Babylon in honor of the king. It's the second of my three main ones. Did Naruto say that Annabeth's chains can bind something even more divine? That would mean the gods could never escape on their own. And that spear you used to kill him? Annabeth asked once more. Oh, that's a spear I got from my travels to Ireland. Its name is Gabolg, the legendary spear wielded by Cuchulainn of Ireland. The spear was enchanted by a powerful witch to always pierce an enemy's heart. I keep this in my first treasure at the Gate of Babylon. I got it from the Macremitz clan. Now that I think about it, I need to go find the clan chief's daughter to join me on my travels, as I promised. Naruto said. Gate of Babylon? Annabeth questioned. Yes, it's a pocket dimension I use to store all my treasures, Naruto explained, making Annabeth jealous of Annabeth's idea of having infinite storage space that is portable for its user. Wait, can you travel? Annabeth said, taking notes. Yes, of course I can travel around my mother. She's the goddess of the crossroads, so I can travel wherever I want. Naruto proudly said that his biological mother was amazing. She allowed him to break free from the influence of the gods and travel. Wow, that must be nice visiting other countries, Annabeth said happily. Yes, thanks to having the same mother, I also gained an appreciation for architecture, so if you want, I can take you with me if Lady Athena allows it, Naruto said kindly. Thank you, Annabeth said as she hugged Naruto in gratitude for always wanting to travel abroad. Yes, there's no problem at all now, just let me be. I want to enjoy my time on this train, Naruto said as he looked back out the window. Is this really your first time, huh? Grover asked. What do you mean by Grover? Annabeth asked the satyr. Oh, Naruto said it was his first time riding a train or something, Grover said in response to Annabeth's question. What we can't do is bring Naruto here, so we have to explore everything then, Annabeth said, surprisingly startling Naruto as she dragged him along to explore the different compartments of the train. Even on Mount Olympus. The four goddesses Hecate, Hestia, Artemis and Athena looked on happily as they watched Naruto and Annabeth explore the train through the iris message. So this is really her first time on a train, huh? Athena noticed. Yes, he usually uses the Vimana when he goes abroad, Hecate said. Yes, even when he's with my hunters, they usually travel in a car. We haven't taken a train anywhere yet, Artemis also said. I see it well, at least he can experience it for now while he can, Hestia said with a smile on her face. In fact, let's get back to work before my brother realizes we're slacking off, Hestia says as she disappears in a burst of flames, followed by the other three goddesses in their own element of respect. Back on the train. And that brings us to the end of our tour, Annabeth said, sounding like a tour guide, as she led him through the train and its compartments. Well, as unnecessary as it may be, thanks for the tour Annabeth, I appreciated it, Naruto said with a gentle smile on his face, making Annabeth smile back, happy that he was able to please his older sister. When the two approached Percy and Grover, they could see that the two were in a deep discussion about something. Hey, what are you talking about? Naruto asked as he approached the two children. Oh, nothing, just explaining a few things to Percy, Grover said, a little nervously. I see well, would any of you like something to eat? Naruto said in a friendly voice. Yeah, some snacks would be nice, Percy said humbly, receiving a nod from the other two as well. I see well, please sit down and enjoy the ride, said Naruto as he prepared a bucket of popcorn for each of them, which they happily ate and enjoyed for the rest of the train journey. When we got off the train, we immediately headed towards the town square, where there were a lot of people which greatly puzzled Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto? Annabeth asked, noticing his nervousness. Oh, it's nothing, I just hate crowds. Naruto responded with a nod from Annabeth, who understood that the trauma of his childhood still affected him a little. On the other hand, Percy seemed nervous since he had just seen on television that Gabe Ugolino was offering a reward for Percy's capture and the return of his Camaro and Sally. Needless to say, he was angry with Naruto, which saddened Percy. Don't worry, you won't have to live with him after this, Naruto said, reassuring Percy a little. Thanks, man, Percy said. Don't worry too much, the algae brain humans can never find us, Annabeth said while comforting and insulting him at the same time. Oh look at the bow, could we go there please? Annabeth said when she noticed the bow, which was an engineering foot, and Naruto couldn't say no to her pleading face. Oh well, let's make this quick, shall we? Naruto said authoritatively. Receiving an excited nod for her answer, Annabeth proceeded to drag him toward the archway, with Grover and Percy struggling to keep up with her walking pace in the cramped space given to them. Hey, Annabeth, maybe you should slow down a bit, you're not going anywhere, Naruto said just before he noticed a strange smell in the crowd. Ignoring it for now, Annabeth, Grover and Percy got on the elevator with a strange woman with a chihuahua, accidentally leaving Naruto upstairs. Come on, baby, calm down a little. You'll be able to eat soon, the woman said, calming the dog down a bit. Is everything alright ma'am? Grover asked with concern. Yes, that's fine, he's just hungry for food, the woman said as she looked at Grover, Percy and Annabeth. Yes, Kumara will be very happy to eat all three of you, the woman said strangely. Ma'am, did you just call that dog a chimera? Grover pointed out. Why yes, because I am the mother of all echidna monsters, the woman said as she shed her human disguise in favor of her monstrous form. It's rare that Zeus would allow me to taste a demigod you know has you. Echidna said that both she and Chihuahua had turned Chimera into the trio of demigods. Well, this is a mess they got themselves into, said Naruto as he rescued the three demigods from certain death by capturing Echidna and Chimera in chains. Naruto. Thank the gods you're here. Annabeth said along with Percy and Grover. HMPH, this should teach you guys not to get separated during a search. Naruto said as he opened the gate of Babylon behind him, pointing its entire contents at Echidna and the Chimera. Any last words, beast? Naruto asked Echidna. Aye, scummass, Echidna roared. Very well, the king has judged you guilty and the sentence is death, Naruto said sternly as the swords began to fire at Echidna and the Chimera, who could do nothing to dodge or block the attack. But before the Chimera vanished, it managed to sting its snake-like tail towards Percy and throw him into a pit that led to a stream below. Percy? Annabeth and Grover shouted in concern. He'll be fine, Percy will survive. Poseidon won't let his son die in a body of water, Naruto said as he gathered the spoils of war, a bottle of Chimera poison and a strong echidna scale. So what do we do? Grover asked Naruto. We'll wait for him to surface, said Naruto as he sat down on an undamaged bench to wait for Percy, followed by Annabeth and Grover. The end of the story. Chapter 11. Jerkules. Beginning of the story. Percy took a few minutes to climb out of the well he was in. He also told them that an agent of his father's told them to go to Santa Monica, where his father would give them something to help them in the search. Shaken off the moment, they decided to walk towards the city, where they would look for a place to send a message to the camp. Finally, they came across a closed car wash station where they decided to go inside. Guys, should we be doing this? Percy asked, seeing that his partner had simply walked into the car wash as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Remember, Percy, we're on a quest where most of the mortal rules no longer apply to us. The mist covers it with something more reasonable for them to perceive, so don't worry about doing anything strange during missions. However, on missions we simply try to behave like mortals, but we're not like them. We're different. We simply try to blend in for their sake. If nothing else, remember that, Naruto explained when Annabeth and Grover went to find something to make a water jet. I found it. Oh, damn, I need some coins, do any of you guys have any? Grover said while holding a spray can connected to a machine with several options. Naruto handed him a piece, which Grover gently took and used to adjust the due to the fine mist. Hey guys, what are you doing with a hose? Percy asked. Annabeth replied simply. Instant messaging? Percy asked, confused. No, Iris messaging. Iris is the goddess of rainbows, and she allows gods and demigods to use rainbows for communication for a small price, Annabeth explained as she tossed a drachma into the mist. Half blood, please, Annabeth asked just as a stream of water gushed out before planting them to see the camp. Hey Luke, Annabeth shouted with a slight blush as she saw Luke pass through the fog of the IM. Hey guys, we've been starting to get worried for a while now, Luke said with a smile as he turned to look at the fog in the IM. Luke, where's Chiron? We need to talk to him, Annabeth asked. Oh, he's busy sorting out some fights between Ares's and Hermes's cabins right now. It seems details of your search leaked, and the whole camp is picking up the sides of the Athena, Hermes, Demeter, Apollo, and Aphrodite cabins, who have allied themselves with Poseidon. Ares's Hephaestus and Dionysus cabins have gone with Zeus, so it's a bit of a mess. I hope they find their master bolt soon, Lucas explained to the four. I can see clearly what I think we should hurry up, Naruto said seriously. Just as a car moved near the car wash tunnel, a melody played for an entire block to hear its irritating mixture. I'll take care of this, please finish transmitting our status, Naruto said as he moved toward the offending car. It was there that he saw it was just a car with two men inside, listening to their music without a care in the world. At times like these, Naruto had to agree with his sisters that men were truly scum and cared about nothing but themselves. Excuse me for bothering everyone by mentally rejecting it. Naruto asked politely, containing his irritation. Go to hell, son, why don't you go back to your mom, huh? The boy in the driver's seat responded rudely. Maybe you didn't hear me, I said please reject it. Naruto said a little more forcefully this time. And I said screw you now, since you don't want to leave, why don't my friend and I teach you some manners? Said the driver as he exited, as did his friend, both flipping a switch. Is that all you've got? Half-breed legs, Naruto said angrily, frustrated at having been thrown twice and now being attacked with knives. Oh, the insults. If only they knew. Moving quickly so that he could be seen, he grabbed the driver's hand that was holding the knife and punched the driver in the guts, making him fall in pain and drop the knife he was holding. Hey, Maurice, you alright? Damn, kid, I'm not going to make this easy for you now, the other guy said as he tried to stab Naruto from behind. Focused on the attempt, Naruto simply dodged the attack, and as he passed by, Naruto extended his foot outward, causing the man to trip and fall to the ground, dropping the knife somewhere on the sidewalk. Lifting the boy up, he tried to hit Naruto only for Naruto to knee him in the guts, making him double over in pain and clutch his stomach. Seeing his opponents defeated, Naruto looked through the open door and turned off the radio music. You see, if you had simply rejected it, this wouldn't have happened, you stupid half-breeds. Naruto spat as he walked away, his objective complete. Was there a problem? Annabeth asked when she noticed Naruto's return after they finished telling Luke what had happened so far. No problem, let's go to a restaurant to get something to eat for now, okay? Naruto said as he led the three of them to a nearby restaurant. Hello, how can I help you? A waitress asked the group as they entered. A table for four, please, Naruto said politely with a smile, making the waitress blush at his attractiveness. Well, this way please follow me, said the waitress, a blush still present on her face, as she led them to a nearby table overlooking the street. Please call me when you're ready to order, the waitress said as she walked away from the group, presumably to attend to more customers. Just as the group was about to order a Harley motorcycle to stop in the parking lot near the restaurant, and as Annabeth got out, Grover looked confused. He had the energy of a god, but they didn't recognize him. Naruto, on the other hand, glared at him, clenched his fists, and growled loudly, causing the other three to back away from him. They had never seen Naruto so angry before. Upon entering the dinner, the motorcyclist saw the four demigods and pulled up a nearby chair to sit with them. What are you doing here, Heracles? Naruto demanded angrily, his words dripping with venom. To the surprise of the other demigods, the man standing before them was Heracles, the legendary demigod. And to Percy, he was a hero, so it seemed odd why Naruto was treating him with such anger. Now, brat, I haven't even introduced myself yet, you ruined my entrance, Heracles said with a smile on his face, which made it clear that he was aware that he was bothering Naruto for the second. I've reached the point where you steal from a half-blood. I shouldn't have time to waste on you unless I finally kill you. Naruto said with such anger that it made Annabeth and Grover worry about him, since he was enraging a minor god, but one still powerful enough to kill mortals. He's still got you balls, huh? I would have thought your time with those Artemisian bitches would have taken them away. I guess I was wrong, Heracles said, sounding both praising and insulting at the same time. Don't you dare speak about my sisters like that. Now tell us why you're here, or I swear I'll make you disappear right here and now in the river's Styx. Naruto said, filled with rage. Well, you'll need all your energy for this. I want the three of you to go get my Kanabo from the water park, Heracles said, ignoring Naruto, who was making him even angrier. Fine, let's go find your stupid Kanabo, it's not like you can improve anything, said Naruto, getting up from the table followed by Annabeth, Percy, and Grover. You know that one day I will bring you down for your insults, Hercules said before disappearing. Damn it, Naruto cursed as he left the restaurant, followed by a confused Annabeth, Percy, and Grover. Hey, Naruto, wait, what was all that about? Annabeth asked as she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, turning him around to take a calm breath, which Naruto answered. He's the cause of all my struggles and problems as a child, and now I've discovered he was also the cause of my sister losing her natural immortality, Naruto replied. What? Annabeth asked, still confused. Do you remember when I showed you my memories? Naruto asked, nodding his head. Another thing was that Kyuubi remembered the scent of his family's killer and pointed out that it was Heracles when we met before. And I recently found out that he stole my sister's weapon, which she forged from her own divine power, making her mortal from his theft until Lady Artemis found it. I will never forgive Heracles, and he is the only god I will never tolerate for some reason, Naruto replied as they walked toward the water park. No one could tell Naruto to calm down, since his story had brought Heracles before a jury that found him guilty on all charges. When the group arrived at the gates of the water park, they saw a woman standing there waiting for them. Lady Hera, to what do we owe this pleasure? Naruto said as he bowed, as did Annabeth and Grover, while Percy had to be dragged to his knees. Rise Naruto, if I had known Heracles was coming to you, I wouldn't have done this. I'm the one who took his Kanabo hoping he would succeed on his own, though I see now that I was just as cowardly as I was then. Hera said in a surprisingly kind tone directed at Naruto, making Annabeth and Grover wonder what the deal was with Naruto and the gods. Well, it wasn't a problem at all. I hate that bastard and would do anything to annoy him, so I would have done the same in your shoes, Lady Hera. So, if it's alright, I can return the Kanabo bastards so I can go back to the stupid owner, Naruto said regarding Hera, cursing Heracles, since he couldn't do anything to Naruto, even if he hurt Naruto because of Hera's presence. On the other hand, Hera was smiling at the young demigod. It was good to know that there was a demigod who hadn't missed out on Heracles' achievements and didn't see him as a bastard and a thief. Of course, young Naruto, I'll return your weapon in exchange. I want you to do something for me, Hera said as she handed the Kanabo to Naruto. Of course, Lady Hera, what is your wish? Naruto asked. I want you to throw it as hard as you can at his testicles, Hera said with a sadistic smile on her face that was matched by Naruto. I would be very happy with Lady Hera, Naruto said as he bowed joyfully. Now take good care of yourself, Hera said as she vanished into thin air, leaving Annabeth and Grover speechless at how kind Hera was to them. Okay, let's go, Naruto said as he started walking back to the restaurant, whistling a happy tune as he did so. Naruto, what was that? Annabeth asked. Oh, I guess our mutual hatred for the bastard makes me like him or something. I'm not sure yet, Naruto replied, confused as well. Annabeth just nodded, not wanting to get any more confused than she already was. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they saw Heracles standing next to his motorcycle. Here you go, half-breed, said Naruto as he threw the Kanabo with all his might into Heracles' crotch at Hera's request, causing Heracles to kneel down holding his crotch in pain. That was Lady Hera's doing, by the way, Naruto said, looking at Heracles. Damn punk, I'll bring you back. Now, take your reward and go. There's your ride. Heracles said that when he disappeared, leaving behind a backpack and looking where he was pointing, there was a truck with a trailer. Well, let's go, I guess. Grover said as he picked up his backpack, followed by Percy. Okay, said Naruto as he and Annabeth walked toward the trailer, followed by Percy and Grover. The other three demigods are still reeling from today's events, having met two different gods, one who was unnatural and another who turned out to be a jerk. Who knew that being a demigod allowed him to learn more than what was written in mythology books? Certainly not them. The end of the story. Chapter 12. Back on the road. Chapter 12. Back on the road. Beginning of the story. It took them no time to break the trailer lock and enter through the truck doors, making sure to secure the doors behind them once inside. Looking inside the truck, they saw that something that surprised them was several cages with animals in them, and it seemed that they weren't even well fed. The antelope had hamburger steaks in its bowl and several pieces of chewing gum stuck in its fur. The lion had vegetables in his bowl and looked extremely hungry. And in the back corner, Naruto could swear he saw a couple of lion cubs that had no food in their cage. What the hell is this? Grover was the first to recover from the shock and was the first to speak out about the injustice of it all. Since there was no point in adding to the existing stress, Naruto decided to help the lion, while Annabeth and Percy took care of the antelope, while Grover checked the other cages to make sure there were no other animals in them. When Annabeth and Percy finished cleaning the antelope, Naruto gave them the vegetables that were in the lion's cage, and they swapped bowls so the animals could have a decent meal. Although Naruto took one of the hamburger patties and carried it to the back of the truck. Naruto, I know we missed dinner, isn't that a bit much? Percy said as Naruto walked past him only to be ignored. Upon seeing Naruto's blank response, both Percy and Annabeth followed Naruto to the back, only to see him open a cage letting out 2 lion cubs. Naruto, what are you doing? Annabeth asked. They looked hungry, so I let them eat. Naruto replied as he placed the hamburger patty at the puppy's feet and watched them devour the meat. I see that, but why did you let them out? Annabeth elaborated. The puppies should always be free, and besides, I plan to keep them as my companions Saber and Nero, Naruto said, pointing at the puppies. Saber was a lion cub with a bright yellow coat, while Nero also had a slightly reddish tint. Wait, are you saving them? Percy asked incredulously. Of course it's much better than leaving them here to starve or worse, Naruto replied resolutely. Seeing that Naruto wouldn't change his mind, Annabeth simply decided to move on. So, where will you keep them? Annabeth asked out of curiosity. In Artemis's cabin for now, although I may have to ask you to keep an eye on them from time to time when I leave them at the camp, Naruto replied. Do you expect you not to stay in camp for a year? With most of your blood being divine, many monsters will be after you, Annabeth protested. That's why I was raised to hunt. I can fight all monsters and come away with some injuries, or I can simply run away. That's why, after I finish this quest, I'm going to London to pick up my traveling companion. My biological mother told me to get him, said Naruto. London, why London? Annabeth asked, for what she knew was that no god, other than Artemis and Apollo, had left the safety of the West, and even then, no demigod children had ever been outside the West. It's because that's where the Wizarding Society is. My mother bestowed her magical gift upon him, and they all gather at the London Clock Tower. Since the mist doesn't extend that far, they have considerable influence over the government to conceal their existence, Naruto explained to Annabeth and Percy, who were still listening. Who knew such a world existed outside the West, where they were forced to stay? I wish I could go that far, Annabeth said sadly. My offer for you to come with me might still be open, Naruto said as he pulled Annabeth into a one-armed hug to comfort her greatly. Thank you, Annabeth said, closing her eyes, feeling tired from all the day's events, and quickly falling asleep on Naruto's shoulder. Can I come? Percy said when he saw Annabeth fall asleep, although he felt a little jealous seeing Annabeth open up so easily to Naruto. Sorry, I can only bring one, Naruto said clearly. That's fine, Percy said, a little disappointed. Mother Artemis, please bring these pups to Camp Half-Blood for now, as they will only interfere with this quest, or better yet, you can bring them on the hunt for now. I know my sisters will raise them well. Naruto prayed to Artemis. Somewhere in America. Artemis and her hunters had just set up camp atop a cliff overlooking the vast desert. It was a pity that humankind no longer cared about such sights, only about the things they could do by destroying things like these. Artemis had just ordered her hunters to settle into camp when her son's prayer reached her. Cubs. Artemis thought as she focused her divine vision to see where Naruto was and saw that he had 2 lion cubs with him. Seeing this, she simply snapped her fingers and the lion cubs appeared at her feet, still asleep. Zo. Phoebe. Come here, Artemis shouted to her hunters. Upon hearing their names, the 2 huntresses knelt before Artemis. What is Melody? Zo asked to be second in command of the hunt a long time ago. My son Naruto sent us these lion cubs to raise until he can join us once more, Artemis said, gesturing to the cubs sleeping at her feet. At this point, she summoned all the self-control she had to avoid squealing at how cute the puppies were. Please take care of them, I'm leaving them in your hands, Artemis said as she walked towards her tent, leaving the puppies with the 2 hunters. I see, it's best if I take this one and you should take the other one. Zo said as she lifted Saber into her arms while Phoebe took Nero. Needless to say, it would be fun to raise them for a few months before Naruto came to get them. Back to Naruto. Seeing the puppies disappear in a flash of light, Naruto thanked his mother and quickly fell asleep, his head resting on Annabeth's head, which was resting on his shoulder. Grover, who was still awake, was startled by the flash of light and went to investigate, only to find his three companions fast asleep, with Percy drooling on the antelope as he used it as a pillow. Annabeth and Naruto were sleeping snuggled up to each other like a close couple, but Grover knew better and thought it was good that the two siblings were close together. Seeing nothing else to do, Grover found his own place to sleep on top of a few boxes where he also fell asleep. The next day. The four members of the search party woke up abruptly when the truck suddenly stopped and they all hit their heads on something. "Are we there yet?" Percy asked, feeling a little grumpy from the sudden awakening. "SHH," Annabeth scolded Percy as she and Naruto listened to voices approaching the truck trailer. "Hey, what are you going to do about your share, Mike?" they heard a gruff man ask. "I don't know, maybe I'll pay for a bunch of prostitutes," the man identified as Mike replied lustfully. "Okay, let's go, we have to check your merchandise first," said the first guy, while the demigods could hear them fiddling with the trailer locks. Annabeth and Naruto instantly used their items to become invisible, while Percy and Grover hid as best they could. After a few seconds, the trailer doors finally opened and the two men went inside to look at the lion and the antelope. "Hey, where are the puppies?" the first ones exclaimed. "How am I supposed to know that it was you who locked them up?" Mike yelled at him. And just before they could attract people's attention, they fell unconscious and Naruto and Annabeth emerged from invisibility right behind them and knocked them down at the same time. "Come on, I don't think we can ride here any longer," Naruto said as he climbed out of the trailer, helping Annabeth down. "Yes, just wait, I'll release them and mark them so they can find the wild one again," Grover said as he released the antelope and the lion and watched as they walked past Percy, Annabeth, and Naruto without turning around to look at them. "Well, at least they'll be free," Naruto commented as everyone got up from the trailer and started walking, who knows where. Hours later, they realized they were in Las Vegas and in the casino and the hotel, no less. "Hey guys, why don't we check into a hotel just for the night?" Percy said, feeling tired from all the walking he'd done that day. "Yes, Naruto, we can rest a little for now," Annabeth said, tossing her 2 cents in as well. "Okay, but not that one," Naruto said, pointing at the building that said Lotus Hotel and Casino. "Why can't I see anything else around here?" Percy groaned. "Because that's the lair of the Lotus Eaters who will ensnare you with their hospitality. Another thing is that you lose all sense of time there. Some of our days there can mean days here," Naruto explained and Annabeth gave him a mocking look. "How do you know this?" Annabeth asked. "They attracted me, I didn't leave until a month later," Naruto replied. "Oh, so where should we go then?" Annabeth asked. "Head in," Naruto said as he formed the Vamana, the same gold and green ship he made during the Capture the Flag game. "Whoa, that's amazing," Percy said. He'd never seen it before, only heard it was cool, and seeing it was even better. Annabeth and Grover were in similar states, having heard how it looked on the other campers. "Okay, come on, don't worry about it. I'll go slowly so you don't fall, and the fog doesn't cover it, so don't worry about the mortals seeing us," Naruto said when they noticed that there was only one chair and Naruto was sitting in it. Moving quickly to the ship, they came aboard to find a place to sit while Naruto offered Annabeth a seat on his lap. "Come on, you can sit on my lap, Annabeth, it's a much better view than before," Naruto offered as Annabeth approached him. It wasn't that she wasn't cautious, but she trusted him not to do anything, since, having been raised to hunt, he wouldn't be perverted like other men. "Sure," Annabeth said as she sat on Naruto's lap, ignoring the jealous expression on Percy's face. "Does he like me?" Annabeth asked when she saw Percy's face. "You know, Annabeth, if he proves himself worthy, I'm sure Mother would approve, even if she still hated him to bits," Naruto whispered softly in Annabeth's ear. Was he reading her mind? "How?" Annabeth asked, puzzled, as the Vimana began to slowly move toward Santa Monica. "The look of curiosity on your face when you looked at Percy," Naruto explained, making him blush. Oh, Annabeth stuttered. "The view is quite nice. It must be beautiful to see this a lot, huh?" Annabeth said as she gazed up at the night sky while they drove through a wooded area where the stars were most visible, an innumerable number of them looking and twinkling at them. "Yes, it's a beautiful view, I just hope I can show it to her someday," Naruto said, the deathly silence so profound that even Annabeth, who was close to him, couldn't hear him properly. Naruto was brought back to thoughts of his sister, or should he call her by her name now, as he was clearly developing feelings for her more than those of an older brother. Yes, during his time hunting, he had approached her and, in time, hoped to be able to express his feelings towards her and hoped that she would do the same. Unfortunately, Hercules had had her trust broken before and she wasn't about to trust men easily. "Hey Naruto, there's a hotel over there," Annabeth said, pulling Naruto out of his daydream. "Oh, drop me off from a wooded area first," Naruto said as he moved the Vimana toward a desolate area where the demigods could easily get out. After getting off, the three demigods went to find a room in a nearby hotel where they would rest their tired bones, preparing to receive the gift that Poseidon had prepared for Percy tomorrow. The end of the story. Chapter 13. King of Heroes. Beginning of history. It was in the afternoon when they received the gift from Poseidon, who had given it to a merman to give to Percy. The merman said that these beads, when crushed, would be taken to Maine, no matter where they were when they were crushed. So now here the demigods walk towards Hollywood, the entrance to the underworld right behind the Doa Studios. So Naruto, have you done anything interesting during your travels? Annabeth curiously asked to pass the time since the Vimana would get them there in less than an hour. It would normally take minutes, but since Naruto had passengers, he couldn't go at top speed this time. I guess you could say that the lands outside the domain of the Greek pantheon are great, said Naruto, drawing the attention of Percy and Grover, who carefully stopped to listen to Naruto. Okay, spill, Annabeth ordered, making Naruto laugh at her direct nature. Haha, since you insist, there are a few places where I had fun, one in Ireland, where I shared a mug of beer with the immortal boy from the Witch of the Boundary, Scathach was a lot of fun. Naruto said with a happy sigh, remembering the taste of the beer and the company. Scathach was a woman who was eternally at her peak, with long black hair that cascaded down her back and eyes as black as the night sky. Although Naruto liked her personality, he had a personality very similar to his sister's. He couldn't have a relationship with Scathach because he loved someone else. Nevertheless, Naruto spent a month studying with her. Order witch? What's that? Percy asked. The witch who exists at the edge of dimensions can only be visited by gods, those with magic, or humans she deems worthy, Naruto explained. Do I see anything else? Annabeth asked, intrigued that she might have to buy another notebook at this rate. Naruto had given her so much knowledge, and it had only been 3 days. Yes, I also visited the clock tower in London to study some magic there, as my biological mother suggested. The classes there are run by higher-ranking wizards. I took some classes myself and am recognized as a wizard marshal in the second clock tower, to the director, whose appearance only mom knows. I share my rank with 2 others. The old vampire Kishers Eldritch Schweinerg and Bartholomew Lorelei, the man they were having fun with, said Naruto. Who are they? Grover asked this time. The headmaster, as I said, has been the head of the Mage Society for a long time. It's just that mom knows who he is or has seen him personally when orders are delivered to me, Zeldris, and Lorelei through magic, so we never see who or what the headmaster is. Zeldris is an old vampire who has mastered the art of dimensional travel even better than the gods, and he currently has 2 students, Tasaka Rin and Luviagilita Edelfelt. In short, Lorelei is strict, although she has a softer side that she shows to me, and only me when she's not busy with her work or vampire hunting. That's it, Naruto said. Are vampires real? Percy asked. Yes, in fact, there was almost an outbreak a few years ago if the mage killer hadn't shot down the plane, Naruto said sadly. I can see it must be an interesting world, Annabeth commented. Although it's also dangerous because the entire society of magicians is at odds with the church, which sees our magic as heresy, Naruto said. So it's not that fun, huh, in other places you've been to? Annabeth asked. Well, I've also been in Fuyuki City in Japan under orders from the Magicians Association to locate and train Inamiya Shiru before bringing him back to the association as requested by the heiresses of the Edelfelt and Tasaka clans who want Shiru to become their bodyguard, Naruto said. And before you ask when we leave after we finish this quest, you'll have the chance to meet them when I pick up my traveling companion, Naruto told Annabeth. Who do you think it is that you never said a name? Annabeth said, remembering that fact. You'll see, Naruto joked, making Annabeth pout and Percy blush at Annabeth's pout. We were here, Naruto said after a few minutes as they got out in front of the Doa Studios, since there were no people around, so they didn't have to worry about witnesses. Upon entering through the back door, they were immediately led to a lobby with an elevator at the rear, with a bald man in a suit listening to an old radio that needed to be tuned. The room was filled with souls, as well as full-bodied apparitions sitting in chairs, as if they had been there for a long time. Oh, 3 more deaths. How did you die? The bald man asked. We died together in a bathtub, Percy said without thinking. For the 4 of you, it's a big bathtub. Well, I guess mortals really do build everything then, said the bald man. Cut the crap, Charon. I'll give you a drachma each and get you a new radio if you take us to Lord Hades right now. Naruto ordered, tired of beating around the bush. Oh, gods, and the son of Hecate, what a surprise, especially you, son of Hecate. I hope you keep your word, or when you come here for good, I'll keep you on the waiting list for 3 centuries. Charon said suddenly, interested in the idea of money. Yes, I'll get your radio now, let us be, we have a deadline. Naruto said as Charon nodded and began to guide them toward the elevator. And if any of you touch my radio, I'll double your waiting time. Chiron threatened the spirits in the hallway before the elevator doors closed. Despicable deaths always trying to change my radio station. Now there's no time to waste, Chiron said as the elevator reached its destination, opening onto a river with a boat tied to the dock. Come on guys, it's safe. Naruto said as he reluctantly boarded the boat, followed by Percy, Annabeth and Grover. A few minutes into the boat trip, Percy took note of the various pieces of trash floating in the river. A book, a doll, a watch, etc. Hey Charon, why is the river so polluted? Percy decided to ask him to satisfy his curiosity. It's filled with the dreams and hopes of mortals who gave up or quit many times. Let me tell you, mortals will never see things through to the end most of the time, Charon said, sighing in disappointment. Don't worry too much, Percy, Naruto said, reassuring Percy, who seemed worried at this point. We'd be here if your friend hadn't offered to swap my radio. I would have left you with Cerberus instead of standing here in front of Lord Hades' palace. Charon said as he let the demigod cross to shore before sailing back to the elevator shaft and his radio. Well, let's do it then, said Naruto as he approached the castle gates and knocked a few times before they suddenly opened. I guess that's our invitation, Percy said dryly, which made Annabeth hit the back of her head and mutter things about stupid comments. That's enough of you two, it seems we've already been summoned, said Naruto as he crossed the threshold and found himself in Hades' throne room. Why have you come here, demigods? Hades asked in a serious tone that frightened Percy, Annabeth and Grover. There sat Hades on his throne with his arms outstretched on the sides of the walls, which only added to the unsettling nature of the situation. We are here to ask if you possess the master ray of your brother Lord Hades, Naruto said in a humble tone. Your bolt. What the hell am I supposed to use that thing for? Hades said, offended. But you could use it to start a war. Percy added before noticing Naruto and Annabeth glaring at him to shut up. War? War? You think I want war? Have you seen the fields of asphodel? Have you seen the fields of punishment? I don't need war, it would only make my job worse and even more unbearable, and you dare to think I want war. Hades was distracted enough from Percy. Ah, now I see you wanted to start a war, didn't you? Hades said when he sensed a specific energy coming from Percy's backpack. What are you saw Percy was cut off. Enough games. I know you're hiding the master lock in your backpack with him now. Hades said as he told Percy what he had felt. But I don't have anything. Percy said as he checked his backpack only to be stunned when he saw that Zeus's master bolt was indeed inside. Aha, you see a liar too. Guard. Bring me the prisoner, Hades shouted to the guard. Although at first Naruto found himself wanting to kill Percy to overcome his problems, something bothered him. He had searched Percy's backpack when they left camp and the only place they had found anything was. Lord Hades, wait, please, I think this is a mistake, Naruto pleaded with Hades. Speak, son of Hecate. Hades said he wanted to know why his behavior had changed slightly. My lord, we received the specific package that Percy is now using from a son of Zeus, Heracles, Naruto said, cursing the man's name. Are you sure? Hades asked to be sure. Yes, Lord Hades, and as the Furies informed me, I'm also sure he has your helmet too, said Naruto. I'll see if you're telling the truth, said Hades when the guard brought in Percy's mother. Percy? Mother? The two reunited and shared a hug before Hades coughed loudly to get their attention. Since Hecate's son seems to think Hercules has taken my helm, let's leave for Maine, and if you're lying, I'll take all your souls, said Hades as he teleported himself, the demigods, Percy's mother, and the Furies to the beach in Maine. Only to find Heracles leaning against his bicycle as if they were waiting for his appearance. You finally caught me, huh? Heracles asked proudly. You damned fool, do you know what you've done? Hades shouted at Hercules. Yes, I am bringing down the gods. Heracles replied sarcastically. You pompous and arrogant donkey, I will have you in the field facing the worst punishment I can think of, said Hades. These demigods are on a quest to retrieve your helm, so you can't interfere with me, Hercules said, holding Hades' helm in one hand. Before Hades could say anything, a burst of light appeared behind Naruto. Numerous golden circles lined the sky behind him. Each circle held a weapon pointed at Hercules. Finally, I betrayed the gods and showed your true colors, huh? I've been waiting for this mongrel. Naruto said, his golden armor filled with rage, as the weapons behind him launched themselves at Heracles, only for him to deflect most of the air weapons and dodge the rest, showing how powerful he was compared to when he was a demigod. Is that all you've got, brat? Heracles said as he crushed a spear pointed at him only to have a small dagger thrown from the doorway that exploded in a golden light on impact as Heracles tried to push it away. Tricks, huh? Let's see you face this. Heracles said as he unleashed more of his divine energy, boosting all of his skill stats. 1. Heracles stood upright after his burst of power, placing his kanabo over his shoulder, vanished in a burst of energy, and reappeared above Naruto's head in a blow that was sure to sink his head, only for Naruto to jump back to avoid the blow. Unfortunately, only Naruto is repelled by the force of the impact and blinded by the dust that accompanies it. Using this as an opportunity, Hercules lunged forward to strike his kanabo in Naruto's midsection, only to have his attack blocked by Percy. "He's not a bad demigod, but he's not good enough," Heracles said as he easily overpowered Percy and sent him flying backward, dropping Riptide at Heracles' feet. "This is, oh yes, it's my old sword. How kind of you to return it," Hercules said as he replaced the kanabo on his back and gave it a few test swings. "Don't you dare touch that blade," Heracles heard when he saw Naruto rise from the rubble, wielding a double-edged blade with a golden sheen, along with a handguard, an. Durandal from DxD. If you check if Gilgamesh has access to Durandal at the Gate of Babylon, however, I prefer the design of Durandal from DxD, so that's what I chose, as it's the form here. With a battle cry, Naruto charged forward against the blocking blades with Hercules, who found themselves on par with Naruto's speed and strength. "You've improved, brat, although I'm still better," Heracles said, as with another burst of divine energy, his stats increased once more, surpassing Naruto, who was difficult to defend against Heracles' relentless attack. "All you do, demigod, and here I thought you were going to get your revenge on that nymph. But I guess I greatly overestimated you. Don't worry, after this, I'll make sure to show her your corpse as soon as she pays. She was just a visitor, after all. Not even Artemis can protect everyone on her hunt," Hercules said in a suggestive tone that only further enraged Naruto. "I guess you really are beyond redemption, half-breed, so here I judge now," said Naruto, rising from the rubble that was dissipating Durandal. "Judge me, I am a god, what can you do, huh?" Heracles said angrily. "Den no Kusari." Naruto shouted as golden circles appeared around Heracles and proceeded to tie him up in place. "What kind of witchcraft is this, let me go," Hercules shouted as he struggled with his bonds. "Rule that understands." Naruto shouted as he pulled out a strange dagger with a zigzag-like blade and stabbed Heracles in the chest, and if the dagger vanished. That's the silly thing you'll have to do better with," Heracles said with a mocking smile. "Fool, you belong to my niece, the sorceress Medea, whose dagger can nullify all contracts. Even though you are divine with me, feeling this pain I will inflict on your skin will only temporarily strip you of your divinity," Naruto said as he took a few steps back. "Damn it, you'll pay for this humiliation. I'll kill you. Listen to me." Hercules flew into a rage. "Hidanu." Naruto shouted as multiple orbs of purple energy appeared around his body, and just as he appeared, he began to launch beams of pure magical energy at Heracles, who screamed in pain from the blows. Just as the dust cloud cleared, Naruto saw that Hercules was barely conscious and covered in blood. "Oh, is that all the greatest hero has to offer me? I guess I made you pay after all," Naruto said mockingly to Heracles. "Go to hell," Hercules spat. "With what I'll take, what makes you a man after all," Naruto said as he slowly advanced towards Heracles with a riptide in his hands. "That's enough, Naruto, the battle is over." Naruto heard Hades say as he approached the two of them with the helm in his hand. Sigh. "Very well," Naruto said reluctantly. "Don't worry, he'll be punished, but for now, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hecate, and Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, will be coming. We have a meeting to get there," said Hades as he snapped his fingers, sending Naruto, Percy, and Heracles chained up to Olympus, while the Furies were sent back to the underworld and Annabeth and Grover returned to camp. The end of the story. Chapter 14. Council of the Gods. Beginning of the story. Percy, Naruto, Hades and a still-chained Heracles appeared in the middle of the council on Olympus. "Hades. Why is my son chained up?" Zeus roared as soon as he saw Hercules in chains. "Nice to see your brother," Hades said sarcastically as he moved to the back near the hearth where Hestia was sitting. Cronos' two eldest sons were always close together and didn't mind each other's company. "Well, are any of you going to answer me? And where is my son of Poseidon?" Zeus continued ranting as Percy bowed to his father, and Naruto forced himself to bow to Zeus first, though everyone could see that he was trying hard to bow respectfully to Zeus. "Father, calm down, I think they'll explain it in a moment, am I right, Naruto?" Athena said, slightly reassuring Zeus. "Actually, mother, Lord Zeus Percy isn't the thief. It was Hercules who openly stated that he opposed the gods," Naruto explained as he lifted the master lock for Zeus to take. Zeus then took his master lightning bolt from Naruto while looking at Percy. "And you, boy, why don't you bow down to me first like this?" Zeus said menacingly as Naruto's mothers glared at Zeus for not using his name. "It is natural for the child to first differentiate himself from his father," Poseidon said seriously. That doesn't explain why my son is chained up," Zeus continued. As I just told Lord Zeus that your son is the cause of all this trouble, he stole your lock and openly proclaimed his opposition to this council, Naruto explained, trying to remain calm while spitting out the word son like a curse. So you accuse my son of having to kill a brat, no matter how well connected you are? Zeus threatened as he braced himself. The other gods didn't seem happy, as they all defended Naruto, while Naruto himself discreetly opened the gate of Babylon, ready to draw a weapon at any moment. I won't let you touch my son, Artemis said as she drew her bow. We will do so, said Athena and Hestia as they burned their divine energy. It's not great, Dad, it's not great, Apollo said as he stood next to Artemis. Hey, leave him alone. Aphrodite stood up and looked at Zeus. If he dies, I'll lose my entertainment, said Dionysus. A true warrior enjoys children's wrestling. I can't let it die yet, Ares said. He has the best weapons, said Hephaestus. I will not let you kill him, said Hera and Demeter, surprising everyone that Hera would defend him. And I will not let my son's ally die, said Poseidon. Seeing everyone standing against him, Zeus had no choice but to retreat for now. That's very well, but Heracles will receive no punishment, Zeus declared arrogantly. No, he will be punished, you are predisposed to her, we will punish him, Hera said with great anger in her voice. Receiving the assent of the entire council, it was decided that Hercules would be punished. Nothing you do will make a difference, you old witch, Heracles said, mocking Hera. Oh, who said I would punish you? No, I leave it to Naruto. It seems he has the power to make you vanish, just like Hecate told me. Hera said, surprising the other gods. Fade, how can a demigod have so much power that he must be killed before he turns against us? Zeus stammered. He is the most loyal of the demigods, a true king of the demigods. In fact, I would give him the title of King of Heroes, Hera said disdainfully, ignoring Zeus's rant. Lady Hera, are you sure? Naruto asked meekly, as he didn't like using his treasure in this way. Yes, I want you to use the E that Hecate spoke of. I know you alone can wield it, and as such, I wish to see its power. I fear I will not allow Zeus to harm you. So show us your champion of power from Olympus. The King of Heroes, Hera replied. Very well, said Naruto as he snapped his fingers, creating an illusory flame that consumed everything, forcing the gods to close their eyes. And when they all opened their eyes they saw that they were no longer on Olympus, but on the plains of the desert, the marble reality of Ionian Heteroi without Iskandar's army. Where are we? Athena asked. This is the world I generated from my reality marble, so I won't destroy Olympus, since I'll make Heracles vanish, Naruto said when the gods saw that Heracles was still a little far from them, restrained. This is the power of E, Naruto said as he drew a weapon from his gate of Babylon. It was golden in color and shaped like some kind of key. Twisting it as if he were twisting a key, numerous red lines shot out into the sky in a geometric pattern before everything collapsed back into the key, generating a red sphere that floated above Naruto's outstretched hand. As the orb moved upward, it released a blade. The hilt and guard were gold-colored and featured several red figures, similar to this one. The guard was modeled after a pincer-style weapon. The blade itself wasn't a blade, but a cylindrical shape that appeared designed to strike the opponent rather than cut them. The black cylinders had red lines, similar to what had appeared previously, and the sword's tip was shaped like a golden crown, pointed for stabbing in a manner much like a rapier. He bent his sword arm back as the three cylindrical parts of the blade spun in opposite directions, releasing waves of red energy that seemed to increase the energy accumulated within the blade, easily surpassing his own divine energy. Reach the blade, gain enough power, be prepared for your attack. Enuma. Elish. Naruto screamed as a vortex of primordial red energy was released from the leaf, spinning faster and faster until it reached Heracles. No, Hercules screamed as the red energy reached him and consumed him completely, and once the wave passed through him, the scream stopped. All the gods present were surprised, including Percy. There was no trace that Hercules had ever existed in the first place, not even a tiny bit. Zeus, seeing this, fell to his knees with tears in his eyes. Finally, that son of a bitch of a minor god is dead, Hera said as Naruto released his reality marble, sending them back to Olympus, as Zeus screamed in front of his throne. My son, Zeus sobbed. Oh, let's get over it, we never wanted him to become a god, anyway, you rigged that vote anyway, Hades said. Damn it, Hades, you planned this, didn't you? Zeus said, accusing Hades, who simply rolled his eyes. Oh, my brother, I did nothing, Hades said sarcastically. And before Zeus could reply, Hera entered. Now you see the potential of our champion Zeus, more reliable than Hercules and more powerful than you, so if you don't start leading properly, I will ask him to vanish as well, Hera said, threatening Zeus, who looked at Naruto in horror. Indeed, Lady Hera, I will help you, Naruto said, looking at Zeus. Watch your back, not everyone can keep an eye on you, Zeus said with tears in his eyes as he left the council. "That brother of mine really should have been the god of the theater," said Poseidon. "Well, the council is over, I suggest we go," Hera said after giving a grateful nod to Naruto, who had returned and left the council chamber, followed by everyone except Poseidon, Artemis, Athena, and Hestia. Poseidon took Percy to his side of the council chamber to talk, while Naruto was approached by his mothers. Upon seeing them again, Naruto's heart was filled with happiness as he hugged them tightly, which was returned. "I'm proud of you. You were able to control your anger better than before," Artemis told Naruto. "In fact, we're all proud of you," Hestia added. "Thank you, Mom," Naruto said to them both. "Oh, and Naruto, when you take Annabeth with you, please take her to Athens. I know she's wanted to see it for herself and not just from a book," Athena said. "I know I will," Naruto replied to her. "Oh, yes, have you already chosen a travel companion?" Artemis asked, confused. "I still can't choose between Saber, Castor, or Rider," Naruto told his mother as they nodded in understanding of his dilemma. "I'm not sure I can take Medusa with me. She seems happy staying there with her current contractor as part of her new punishment. Arturia and I might get along, but since I look so much like Gilgamesh, she might hate me. And Medea would feel uncomfortable around my niece, who's older than me," Naruto explained. "Well, whoever you choose, I'll support your choice. After all, I raised you and I trust you with women," Artemis said, hugging Naruto and slightly easing his worry. "Thanks, Mom," Naruto said, returning the hug. "Well, that's all the time we have for now. When you're done finding your mate and you've shown young Annabeth to you, I want you to come to my hunter camp. They've missed you terribly," Artemis said sternly. "Of course, Mom, I will," Naruto said, nodding. "Well, this is goodbye," said Athena, Artemis, and Hestia as they kissed her forehead and walked away. "Yeah, see you later," Naruto said with a smile as he turned to Percy, who seemed to have just finished his conversation with Poseidon as well. Naruto, where do we go from here?" Percy asked as he approached Naruto. "Follow me," said Naruto when he was in a good mood, his steps taking a slight hop. Confused by Naruto's behavior, Percy decided to continue choosing not to ask. Naruto pulled Percy out of the council and crossed a plaza where there were vendors of all kinds of things, although he didn't have time to navigate, as Naruto was walking quickly, although the corridors finally reacted at the end, which appeared to be an elevator. "Another elevator?" Percy exclaimed. "Well, if you prefer the stairs," Naruto began. There are no elevators, they're fine," Percy said, waving his hands defensively. The two demigods entered the elevator when it opened and, just like in Percy, decided to ask. Is this the only way to get to Olympus?" Percy asked. "No, you could teleport here, but you're not a wizard or a god. You don't have a Pegasus yet, so that's out of the question too," Naruto said as he explained to Percy the different ways to reach Olympus. Finally, as he stepped out of the elevator, Percy realized he was inside the Empire State Building and that he had been inside it before. Following Naruto as he headed to the reception desk, he saw the employee stand up and bow to Naruto. "It's a pleasure to see you as always, my king," the employee said. "Don't think about it, Dan, just keep saying who knows you might get promoted someday," Naruto said as he left the lobby followed by Percy. "King?" Percy asked. "Yeah, weren't you listening to Lady Hera?" Naruto said while waiting for a taxi to stop. "Correct," Percy said timidly. It only took them a minute to wait for a taxi that took them to Camp Half-Blood. And when they arrived, they could see that the campers had gathered right below Thalia's tree hill. And as their figures appeared, they heard Chiron shout. "Hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, leader of the quest, and hail, Naruto, son of Hecate, Artemis, Athena and Hestia, champion of Olympus and king of heroes." And as soon as those words were spoken, the entire camp bowed to the two, causing Naruto to smile slightly and Percy to blush at the attention. The celebration had gone well. It began with the burning of funeral shrouds. Anubis was the traditional shroud of Athena's shroud that was beautifully designed with symbols of Athena. Naruto also made Athena's booth, which was gold in color and decorated with symbols of Hecate, Artemis, Athena, and Hestia. Percy, on the other hand, was made by Ares's cabin, which was a tattered old rag with drawings of dead lumberjacks defacing it and the word loser written all over it. Needless to say, I was happy to see it burn. After the burning, the camp held a customary fireworks celebration of their events, which amazed everyone by showing how detailed the Naruto snapshots were. That same night, Grover had finally been allowed to search for Pan on his own and wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Are you sure you have everything?" Annabeth worried about Grover. "Yes," Grover replied with slight annoyance. "Now, sis, let him go, he'll be okay," Naruto said as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Annabeth simply decided to say goodbye along with all her friends who knew Grover as they watched him leave the camp's borders. "Enjoy tonight, Annabeth. We'll be leaving tomorrow too," Naruto said. "Tomorrow? Isn't that too soon?" Annabeth asked. "No, tomorrow is the best time, so we'll go then too," said Naruto. "Oh, well, I haven't unpacked yet," Annabeth said. "Good night, my sister doesn't sleep too late," said Naruto as he retired to spend the night proud of his accomplishments. The end of the story. Chapter 15. Lands Beyond the West. Beginning of the story. It was the day after the celebration that Naruto and Annabeth left for the lands beyond the west after saying goodbye to their cabin mates at Athena's cabin, as well as Chiron and Dionysus, who allowed them to leave because of Naruto's condition. "So, where do we go first?" Annabeth asked from her spot on Naruto's lap. Why was she sitting there this time? You wonder if it was to fully optimize the Vamana's speed to decrease travel time. Probably London or Ireland, Naruto said, still deciding, since they had a little time to get to the European areas. What about Ireland first? I remember you saying something about going there for something. Annabeth offered. Oh, yes, thanks for reminding me, I almost forgot, Naruto said with a smile as he increased his speed towards Ireland. It only took them about an hour to get to Ireland from where they were, and they had been moving at a leisurely pace once they saw land, allowing Annabeth to admire the beauty of the place. Wow, this place is amazing, Annabeth said in amazement at the almost untouched Ireland, where it seemed that nature was still part of the community. Not many buildings, but it was nice to see that nature is so well maintained here. It's actually a shame that the West has lost all contact with nature, isn't it? Naruto commented as they approached a mansion overlooking the sea from a cliff. This is our stop at the Makremitz mansion. Please mind your manners and keep your questions to yourself as long as possible, Naruto said as the Vamana landed near the mansion. I'll try, what are we doing here? Annabeth asked as she left with Naruto's help. We came to pick up my first partner and begin your magical training, Naruto said as Vamana dissipated into golden dust. Magical training can I learn? Annabeth asked in shock. Yes, you thought I'd leave you defenseless in these lands. After all, you barely have any demigod abilities. Your advanced strategic planning is all you have, along with your learning curve, and you don't have any other gifts from the gods far away in the lands beyond the west. I only retain my powers because I'm the son of the goddess of the crossroads, which allows me to maintain them. Naruto explained just as some people rushed toward the two of them. Master Naruto, what an unexpected pleasure Lord Makremitz is inside, should I take him with me? A well-dressed man asked Naruto. In fact, please show us in, Naruto replied in a slightly respectful tone. And who is your company? The man asked once more. My stepsister Annabeth treats her like she treats me, Naruto said. Very well, Master Naruto. Welcome to the Makremitz estate, Lady Annabeth. Come in, my lord is waiting, said the man in front of the mansion. Upon entering, Annabeth was fascinated by the grand architecture of the place and the fact that it seemed to be filled with servants. Numerous butlers and maids lined the walls and bowed as she and Naruto entered the room. Thus, young master, I leave you to your business, the man said as he paused before a huge set of double doors. Behind Naruto, Annabeth watched him effortlessly open the door and enter a room half the size of the camp. Welcome to Naruto. It's been a long time since you last visited. An old man said he had gray hair, most of which was still maroon. He was dressed in a dark brown suit and was a head taller than Naruto. Lord Makremitz, in fact, how have you been? Naruto asked with a slight bow of his head. I'm doing fine, lad, and who is this she? Lord Makremitz asked. No, this would be my stepsister Annabeth, the daughter of Athena, Naruto explained to Lord Makremitz. It's a pleasure, Annabeth said, recalling upper-class manners. Oh no, the pleasure is all mine. Young Naruto rarely takes any of his relatives this far, Lord Makremitz said, kissing Annabeth's hand. So, what is your visit for this time? Lord Makremitz asked Naruto sternly. I'm here to honor my deal with you in exchange for Gabolg. I would take your daughter with me to explore the west, Naruto said, reminding Lord Makremitz of their agreement. Oh, yes, now I remember, follow me, Bazit has been waiting for you for quite some time. Lord Makremitz said as he led them into an adjoining room. The adjoining room was half the size of the previous one, and this time, instead of an open room with just a table and some chairs, it was filled with gym equipment, from dumbbells to punching bags. There was even a boxing ring in the center of the room. Please follow me, please, Lord Makremitz said as he moved to the other side of the room where they could hear someone working. Finally seeing who Annabeth was, he saw a woman in her mid-20s with the same brown hair as Lord Makremitz, although she was dressed in a black tank top and biker shorts, along with a pair of sneakers. Bazit, we have guests, Lord Makremitz said, drawing the girl's attention. Oh, hi, Dad, I was busy, I didn't hear you come in. Bazit said as she finished what she was doing and got up to wipe her face with a towel and take a drink from her nearby water bottle. Oh, Naruto, it's a pleasure to see you here, Bazit said, unaware that he had seen her training, causing her to blush slightly. It's good to see you too, Bazit. I want to introduce you to my sister Annabeth. She'll be with us until we reach the west. Naruto said as he introduced Annabeth, who shook Bazit's hand. Well, are you ready or should we wait until tomorrow? Naruto asked inquisitively. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to leave tomorrow, Bazit replied. No problem, I want to start raining on Annabeth after all, Naruto told Bazit before turning to Lord Macremitz. Is there a spare room we can borrow? Naruto asked. Yes, I'll have someone show you around, and I'll also send a servant to tell you when it's time for dinner, Lord Macremitz said as he summoned a servant before returning to the large room. See you later, Bazit. Naruto said as Bazit nodded in response and returned to her own training. Following the servant who led the two to a smaller room filled with books, Naruto turned to look at Annabeth sternly. Annabeth, here are some books that contain their own magic and can kill you just by opening them, since you're only a beginner. Don't read anything other than what I tell you to read. Naruto said with a serious expression on his face. Yes, I understand who that girl over there was. Annabeth asked as she sat down and watched Naruto gather some books together. Oh, you mean Bazit? Well, she's an old friend who taught me how to use her clan's magic quite effectively, I might add. Believe it or not, I've yet to win a fight against her, Naruto said, surprising Annabeth. You didn't even win a first fight against her, is she really that strong? Annabeth said in shock that the man who defeated Heracles couldn't beat a girl. Yes, without weapons I couldn't handle her at all. She has more experience and skill than I do in hand-to-hand combat, Naruto explained as he placed a book in front of Annabeth. I see, Annabeth said shakily just as she picked up the first book. What's this about? Annabeth asked as she began to read. I wanted you to start with the basics of magic, like unlocking and sensing it, as well as a basic Gandra shot spell, Naruto said as he left Annabeth to read before moving to a secluded part of the room where Annabeth couldn't see him. I know you're there, Mom, Naruto said as he looked at a bookshelf. He only said that the bookshelf glowed and vanished, and in its place stood a woman shorter than him, with a head of long red hair that easily reached her ankles. This was Naruto's mother, Hecate, in her Kushina form, as she liked to be around him. Oh my dear sweet baby, how are you? Hecate asked as she pulled him into a hug. I'm fine, Mom, and you? Naruto said, still hugging her. At this point, the two separated and Naruto could see the seriousness in Hecate's eyes. I told you not to use E until you became a god, even if you have the blessing of chaos, just like with Gilgamesh, the destinies believe it is necessary to balance things, Hecate said to her son seriously. What? What did they do? Naruto asked worriedly. Oh, nothing for us anyway, more like for Hercules. They deemed him too soon to die, and he'll reform within a year or two, Hecate said sadly, knowing how much she wanted to kill Naruto, the man, just for his victory. Turned into a hollow one. But that's not all, they've also sealed E's use until you reach divinity in 2 years, Hecate said, slightly calming Naruto. At least they let us escape, said Naruto, still disappointed by his loss. He could practically hear Heracles mocking him from beyond the grave. Enough of this serious stuff, it's getting depressing. Now you've told him your feelings, Hecate asked her son. No, I wasn't waiting for the right moment yet, Naruto said, looking at the ground. He really hated how cowardly he was about these kinds of things. Don't worry, why don't you try it this year when you visit the hunters? I know your mother and I will help you, and most likely Lady Aphrodite will too, Hecate said, reassuring her worried children. But what if she rejects my feelings? What if she hasn't yet? Naruto never finished his mini walk as Hecate slapped him across the cheek, making him fall to the ground. Enough of that, and if you're my son, I didn't raise you to be a coward, did I? Hecate said, slightly angry. No, but Naruto began, but was cut off. So you know, as mortals say these days, it's better to have loved than never to have loved at all. Share your feelings with her. If she accepts them, all is well. If she rejects them, instead of seeking happiness elsewhere, that's simple. Don't I understand, Naruto? Hecate said as she knelt down to his level before enveloping him in a comforting embrace he hadn't felt in a long time. Thank you, Mom, Naruto said as he clung to her like a lifeline. You're welcome, my son. So you're teaching him magic, huh? What kind? Hecate asked as they both stood up. I planned for her to become like Rin and Luvia, Naruto replied simply. Ah, I see. I hope she doesn't inherit her personality, Hecate said, nodding approvingly. Well, that's my free time for now. See you in a few days, my baby, Hecate said before she kissed his forehead and disappeared once again. Yes, I will, Naruto said quietly when he returned to check on Annabeth's progress, and, to his surprise, she had already read the 2 books she had taken from him and was now practicing Gandra shot. Put more energy into that, Annabeth heard a woman say behind her, only to see Bazit standing behind her in an outfit similar to her parents'. Thank you, Annabeth said as she did that and managed to get her first shot at Gandra. So, Naruto, are you ready for our rematch? Bazit asked as she faced Naruto, who was now close to the 2 women. Yes, we'll have it in the clock tower to show them that magic isn't just about casting spells from afar, but also about close quarters combat like ours, Naruto said as he picked up the 2 books and returned them to the shelves. Rematch? Annabeth asked curiously. Oh, that's right, didn't you know Bazit and I have been training to improve? So far, our score is 12-4, Naruto said shyly. Hey, he was still a person with a certain amount of pride, and the fact that he only won 4 out of 16 matches was embarrassing, to say the least. I hope you've improved or they'll have to appoint me a wizard marshal, Bazit said mockingly. Yes, I think I should practice a little before the game, Naruto said. The teacher's dinner is ready, said a maid as she entered the room. Well, ladies, let's go, said Naruto, offering his arms to those taken by Bazit and Annabeth. The end of the story. Chapter 16. Clock Tower. Beginning of the story. The 3 friends, consisting of Naruto, Annabeth and Bazit, had left the McCremitz mansion in the morning. They were traveling via Vimana to London to visit the clock tower, where they would receive Naruto's final traveling companion. So, Naruto, have you decided which servant you'll choose? Bazit asked curiously as she looked at the scenery in front of her. No, I still can't decide who to choose, Naruto said as he rested his head on his hand. Servant? I thought you were getting a traveling companion, Annabeth asked. Yes, they're technically called servants, but whoever I choose will be my traveling companion, just as my mother Hecate asked me to, since she's concerned about my safety, Naruto explained, and before Annabeth could ask anything, Bazit began to explain the classes of servants. Yes, there are about 7 servants here. Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Berserker, and Assassin. Although the servant classes don't matter this time, Naruto is worried about who they are, right? After all servants are the souls of legendary heroes. Legendary heroes like who? Annabeth asked, sounding excited at the possibility of being able to summon such powerful beings. Well, there's also a King Arthur, there was also Gilgamesh, Lancelot, Achilles, and many more, Bazit said, trying to recall the other servants she remembered. Whoa, can I really meet them? Annabeth said excitedly, only to shake the heads of both Naruto and Bazit. No, they're just spirits temporarily summoned to this world by the power of the 3rd magic. The only reason I can summon one is because my mother also allowed me to, Naruto said, trying to remember who his other options were for a servant. So, who are you going to find? Annabeth asked curiously. There are some options I'm still deciding on who I want as a partner, Naruto replied simply. Oh, can I at least know the options? Annabeth said, eager for more information. No, Naruto simply said, watching Annabeth pout as Bazit tried to stifle her laughter at Naruto's forceful responses. Well, don't worry too much, since everyone's headed to the clock tower, where we'll find you a more suitable teacher for your basic magic before you head back. After all, Naruto will only summon his servant in 2 days, after an exhibition that clashes with mine and some classes he has to attend, Bazit said, trying to cheer up the pouting girl. What kind of lessons? Annabeth asked out of curiosity once again. The magic lessons from a professor who specializes in their field are probably from the mineralogy department, Naruto said as they approached London. By this point, Annabeth was too frightened by the scenery. Below them lay the city of London, which had so much appeal both for its ancient form and for modernized times that it combined to form such a beautiful landscape before them. Whoa, I wonder if that's why Naruto always travels via Vimana. Bazit thought to herself as she too was amazed at the sight that you simply don't see this kind of thing from an airplane or satellite, it was incredible. Okay girls, wait, I'm going to land now, Naruto warned as he piloted the Vimana over the clock tower, before allowing the girls to jump out before he did himself. When the trio landed on the roof, they took note of 2 other people there, a woman with short red hair and an old man dressed in an old aristocratic suit like a vampire from a Castlevania game. Hey Naruto, it's been a long time since I've seen you, brat. The old man greeted first. Yeah, any bloodsucker. It's good to be back, Zeldris. Naruto said with a hint of animosity before shaking Zeldris's hand. Uzumaki, welcome back, said the retard. I'm glad to see you too, Bartholomew, Naruto said, giving a brief nod, and she turned back. Well, what are you 2 doing up here? Naruto asked the 2 mages. Well, you see, the principal wanted us to run the class with the 2 heiresses, Zeldris said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. What? Those 2 again, what did they do this time? Naruto asked in shock. Having to deal with those 2 again? He'd rather not, if possible. Those 2 ruined another class, and as such, we've been selected to handle their remedial lesson as well as their punishment. Bartholomew replied curtly, without any emotion. Not again. I refuse to have to teach those 2 upstarts. Naruto complained while moving his arms in an X shape to symbolize his refusal. The director thought this way, and so she has allowed you to make a more permanent contract with any servant you call. This means that they will remain in this world even if you cancel the seals of the contract. This blessing binds their life force to you so that they only fade away when you do, Bartholomew explained. Arg, fine, where are the two runts? Naruto stopped resisting when he realized it wouldn't get any easier for him. Follow us, Zeldris said as they headed towards the stairs. Bazit, show Annabeth, please. I'll find you later. Naruto said to Bazit as he followed his partner Wizard Marshall. Stairwell. Okay guys, what really happened? Naruto asked seriously, realizing that gathering the wizard's 3 officers was too much for a couple of rowdy students. There has been a development in Fayuki City where we sent the 2 students. To begin 2 classes with me there, I sent them to collect the 7 servant cards. Unfortunately, they succeeded. However, what worries me is that the ley lines in Fayuki are still unstable at this time, even after all the servant cards have been collected, Zeldris said, explaining the situation. So why are you here, Bartholomew? Don't you have any vampires to hunt or something? Naruto asked, now confused as to why Bartholomew Lorelei was here. I was sent to monitor the 2 of them in case they overreact to whatever method they deem necessary to complete the mission. Bartholomew simply stated that he was not slowing down. If that's the case, where do we go now? Naruto asked. To get some items we need, like an airplane pilot, well it's not as efficient as your Vimana, I hate flying aboard that contraption. Zeldris said, annoyed with Naruto's last comment. So what's wrong with the Vimana? Naruto asked irritably. It has no security measures. Bartholomew responded indifferently as they entered a gate that was connected to a nearby airfield. Higher mages often use these forms of doors to decrease travel time so they can reach their mission more quickly. On the other side of the door was a private hangar used by the wizards, so no one on the other side was surprised when the wizards appeared out of nowhere. Ah, can I help the 3 of you? A pilot asked as he approached the 3 wizard marshals. We may need a plane to Fayuki City immediately, Bartholomew ordered the pilot. Very well, please follow me, the pilot leaned in slightly and led the 3 of them to a small but fast private plane. Please make yourselves comfortable, we'll be taking off in a few moments, said the pilot as he left the 3 magicians in the cockpit while heading towards the cockpit since it was one of those planes that one could fly alone. So, what are we doing now, Zeldris? Naruto asked in a professional tone that left no room for nonsense. Oh, we'll just investigate the ley line and then get back here before any of my students even realize I was there, Zeldris said, stroking his beard. Well planned, dragging myself all the way here just to be sent back. You realize this is too much, right, Bartholomew? Naruto remarked. Indeed, but unfortunately this old scamp managed to gain a slight favor with the director for this favor, Bartholomew said, looking at the old vampire. Hey, calm down now, are all our friends here? Shall we go? Stop being so nervous and be born with Naruto or something, Zeldris said with the support of his 2 companions, leaving them looking at him and blushing slightly at his insinuation. Oh, shut up, you damn vampire, Naruto glared at Zeldris while Bartholomew just stared at him. Oh, getting defensive, we don't tell you two that you're actually Zeldris never got to finish as the procedure had started sending him flying towards the rear compartments just as the plane began to climb into the clouds. That's what you get, Zeldris. It's called karma. Look it up, you might learn something. Naruto joked as Zeldris managed to regain his balance and stood up to return to his chair, only to be sent crashing to the ground once again as the plane lurched in the air. I really hate you too, Zeldris said when he finally managed to get back to his seat by crawling, instead of trying to stand up again. Same here, old man, same as here, Naruto replied as he drove back to his seat, relaxing for the trip. Hours later. Are we here or are you finally dead? Naruto said as he shook Zeldris to wake him up. You won't get rid of me that easily, boy, said Zeldris as he stood up from his chair to see Naruto and Bartholomew already awake. Oh, guys, get ready and then we'll go, said Zeldris, snapping his fingers and teleporting the 3 of them to a cave near Ryudu's temple, where the ley line was located. Now what? Bartholomew asked, still irritated that she had to take care of Zeldris, not Naruto, since she was on good terms with him. We do this, Zeldris said as he held his arm as far away from his body as he could and focused his prana on it, scanning the ley line for a moment until the light faded from his hand. Good? Naruto asked, curious about what Zeldris had discovered. Nothing too serious, so I'd better go, Zeldris said with a smile as he teleported away, leaving Naruto with Bartholomew. Damn it, that old man should have known it was one of his jokes. Naruto said as he led Bartholomew out of the cave to call Vimana, knowing that Zeldris had already boarded the plane from Fayuki. Alright, let's go, said Naruto as Bartholomew nodded and climbed aboard the ancient ship. Seeing that his companion was out, he began to take off at high speed, knowing that Bartholomew could cling to the ship using magic anchored to his feet. It's been a while since we took a solo trip, huh, Lorelei? Naruto asked affectionately, knowing he was only allowed to use her name when the 2 of them were alone, which was more than anyone else ever got from her. Indeed, how are things in the West? Lorelei replied with a small, wistful smile. It's good, not so much enthusiasm, but it's fun, Naruto admitted. I see, have you at least told that woman you love her yet? Lorelei asked with her version of a mocking smile on her face. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Naruto asked, a mark forming on his forehead. Because they've all told us before and they still haven't budged on how many years it's been since they accepted their feelings for her, Lorelei said. No, I haven't met her yet. Naruto replied, looking away from Lorelei. You know I may not act like a great woman, but most women don't like being kept waiting, Lorelei said, offering some advice. I know that once I finish my work here, I'll just take my sister to Athens for a short trip, then I also belong at my mother's camp, where I'll see if she feels the same way, Naruto said, describing his plan for Lorelei. Better, because if the next time you come here you still haven't said anything, I'll punish you, Lorelei said seriously, while holding a writing crop that appeared from somewhere. I'll expect nothing less from you, Naruto replied honestly. It took them a few more hours before returning to the London clock tower, before the two went their separate ways. Searching for Annabeth and Bazit's magical signature, he found that the two had taken up space in his office at the clock tower while he was there. Upon opening the doors to his office, he found the two of them still awake and sitting in chairs talking, only to stop when they noticed his arrival. What took you so long? Annabeth asked as she stood up from her chair to look at Naruto for being late. Well, you see, Naruto began. This was going to be a long explanation. The end of the story. Chapter 17. Servant in Athens. Beginning of the story. Naruto and Annabeth's journey to the clock tower was interrupted when Bazit was sent on a mission by Zeldris to retrieve the 7 servant cards from the Tasaka and Edelfelt heirs. So all Naruto could do was summon his servant, after which he and Annabeth headed to Athens. So here they were standing in the middle of an empty room with a magic circle drawn on the floor. So, how does this work? Annabeth asked. By simply invoking the Grail with a wish for a servant, I can summon any servant. Normally, people use catalysts, but those are used to summon a specific servant. I'm simply asking the Grail for a random servant that my mother kept in her staff. Normally, this wouldn't be possible since the Grail was destroyed, but as the son of the goddess of magic, I can summon any servant from the Grail at any time, Naruto explained. Grail? You don't mean the Holy Grail, do you? The Holy Grail from the King Arthur stories? Annabeth asked, unsure if she'd misheard or what. Yes, the same as the Grail, however, it was tainted some years ago and had to be destroyed and, as such, it no longer has any effect on this world, but my mother and I can still ask it to use its magic. Naruto elaborated further. Ah, I see, so you have a choice in this election or not? Annabeth asked. I will do it, I will summon a servant of my choice if I so wish, but since I cannot decide, it will simply summon a servant closer to me or similar, said Naruto as he began the summoning, causing the magic circle to light up and flash in the middle of the room. I swear here. I will attain all the virtues of all heaven. I will have dominion over all the evils of all hell. From the 7th heaven, attended by 3 great words of power, I will emerge from the ring of moderation, protector of the scales. Naruto invoked as he poured his prana into the magic circle, causing it to activate by splitting into 2 parts. One part lay on the floor while the other steadily rose to the ceiling, and just as he finished his incantation, a burst of smoke filled the room, temporarily blocking Annabeth and Naruto's vision. I am Saber's servant. I ask you, whose master are you? Annabeth and Naruto heard a stoic voice ask, but it was definitely feminine in nature. And when the smoke cleared, they could see her face clearly, now adorned with a noble blue dress with a white lower part. On her legs were leg guards that protected her feet up to her shins, with 2 plates protecting her legs. On her chest was an iron plate, and on her arms were arm guards. Her left arm guard had only 3 slots for her fingers. Her thumb, her index finger, and her last 3 fingers. This was probably to help her handle her sword better. The right arm guard was a more complex one, as it had slots for all her fingers and was more likely to allow for changes in posture during battle. Her face was angelic, her soul-piercing green eyes complemented her blonde hair, which was tied back behind her head so as not to hinder her movement, yet simultaneously bestowed upon her a breathtaking beauty, with a few strands framing her face. Overall, she was the embodiment of both beauty and warrior. I ask again, are you my master? Saber asked while her eyes were still closed and she had yet to open them, although when she did, she found herself face to face with Naruto. Naruto himself had combed his hair back, and because Kyuubi was no longer inside him, his whisker marks had faded, leaving him with red eyes. Dressed in dress pants and a button-down shirt, he was the spitting image of Gilgamesh. You dare call me Iuu? Saber reacted violently as she drew what appeared to be an invisible sword from her guard. No, I apologize, even though I resemble him and possess all his abilities. I assure you I am not Gilgamesh. Allow me to introduce myself. Saber, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, son of the goddess Hecate, adopted by the goddesses Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. Naruto introduced himself with a bow. I see, so you're my master this time. But how can I ask if it's possible that I believe I completely destroyed the Grail the last time I was summoned? Sable asked, dropping his sword to one side, but without dispelling it. No, you actually destroyed the Grail, but both my mother and I, Hecate, can summon servants, and it was at a request. I summoned my servant. It was by chance that I called you, Naruto explained to Saber. I see it well, for since there is no war, I will serve you until my services are no longer required. Saber promised to dispel his invisible sword. I trust you, Saber. Naruto returned the gesture. Okay, I feel left out here, who are you? Annabeth asked Saber. Doesn't she know, master? Saber asked Naruto, ignoring Annabeth's question at this moment. She's unaware of your identity. I'll leave that up to you if you choose to reveal it. Oh, and please, call me Naruto, isn't this thing master? Naruto replied. Very well, Naruto, so now I'm not used to being summoned without any objective in mind, Saber said. Hey, excuse me, who are you? Annabeth asked once again, irritated at being ignored. I haven't yet deemed you worthy of my name, so you can call me Saber. Saber introduces her class name to Annabeth, who is a little irritated that she doesn't know who she is. Can I get a hint? Annabeth begged Naruto to use a pretty face, only for Naruto to chuckle slightly. No, Annabeth, just wait and prove yourself to Saber, then she'll tell you. Oh, yes, Saber, this is Annabeth, my adoptive stepsister, daughter of Athena. Naruto introduced Saber to Annabeth. Nice to meet you. Saber bowed sharply. Well, now that I've called you, let's continue this journey, Naruto said, gesturing to the two women to follow him. They ended up following him to the rooftop of the clock tower. Naruto, what are we doing here? Annabeth asked as Saber looked at Naruto, waiting for an answer as well. Well, you see, before we left here, I promised our mother Athena that I would show you Athens before we head back west. And since we barely have any time due to the destination restrictions, we'll just be able to fly over it and let you enjoy its scenery for a while before we return west. Naruto said as he prepared to summon Vamana. Just as Vamana left, he felt Annabeth hug him from behind. Thank you, I've always wanted to visit Athens, Annabeth said, with tears welling in her eyes. After all, what kind of brother would I be if I didn't spoil my sister once in a while? Naruto said, patting Annabeth on the back. Well, thanks anyway, let's go, I'm already looking forward to the view. Annabeth said as she jumped aboard the Vamana with Saber and Naruto. Hey Saber, you look like you've seen this before, Naruto commented when he saw Saber staring at the design of the Vamana when he went to Greece. In fact, I saw Gilgamesh use this ship during the Fourth Grail War, although it was destroyed by Berserker shortly afterward, Saber noted aloud. I see, then. Can you tell me about some of your exploits during the Saber Wars if you don't mind? Naruto asked as they traveled to pass the time. I don't care, Saber said as she began to tell her story of the ancient and future king who had returned to the world to fight for the Grail. Along with the tale of a broken girl crushed by her own ideals, Annabeth discovered who she was and felt sorry for her legend, so she didn't do it justice. Although this was fine with Saber, as she was happy that her legend still inspired people, even if they were wrong about many facts. Naruto himself was angry with the people of his time for burdening such a young person with such ideals. It went against his own royal code, after all, in which people should support the king and not rid themselves of all his problems. Needless to say, she had his sympathy. Before anyone knew it, they had arrived in Athens and, due to the restrictions imposed by fate, they could not yet enter and could only see it from a bird's eye view. Lake Ishio no Hikori. Whoa, this is an amazing view, Annabeth said as she looked down. Below them was the city of Athens, the city dedicated to Athena, the height of the Greek Empire. It was clear that while the city was slowly improving with technological advancements, it couldn't help but draw people to historical sites, such as the amphitheater and the old buildings that hadn't yet been demolished or were being used as museums or landmarks. It was a beautiful sight, even in Saber's opinion. Driving slowly around the city so Annabeth could get a good look at her mother's lost city, Annabeth appreciated the sight of it, as did Naruto. Final song. After circling a few times over the place they had left to the west, once again with Annabeth asleep in Naruto's lap, tired of taking notes and enjoying the view of Athens. Naruto, where do we go now? Saber asked. To the west, it's clear that when the Greek Empire fell, the gods didn't fall with them, but moved to where the most influential power was, and now it's in the west, so that's where they are right now. It's also where their children are. We demigods are also bound to never leave unless we're sent on missions beyond our reach, so that's where we must eventually return, Naruto explained. I see correctly, then I assume we're headed to this camp your sister mentioned. Saber asked, remembering Annabeth talking about some kind of camp. Yes, but only to drop Annabeth off. You and I are heading off to hunt my mother down, though not before I buy you some more practical clothes to suit the times," Naruto said, to which Saber nodded, admitting she did indeed need to find suitable clothing for the area where she would be staying. It only took a few more hours to reach Camp Half-Blood and leave a still sleeping Annabeth in Athena's cabin. Naruto left her a letter saying that he would return to summer camp and say goodbye to Chiron and Dionysus one last time before leaving for New York. Naruto landed in Central Park because it wasn't too late yet and made sure to manipulate the mist to ensure Saber's armor was hidden until they could reach a clothing store. They went to several stores before Saber chose her outfit. Saber had chosen a pair of black dress pants and shoes, along with a white long-sleeved button-down shirt and a silver trench coat to go with it, although she also has one in blue and black that Naruto paid for. Now that Saber was dressed appropriately, Naruto led her to a more secluded area to summon Vamana to continue their journey to the field of Artemis the hunt. It didn't take them long to reach the hunt since it was nearby. Saber could see that they were about to settle in for the night, with the campfire still burning, all the tents pitched, and the campers gathered in groups, some near the fire, some near the tents. Saber also noticed that this was a women-only campsite. "Hey guys, looks like brothers arrived." Saber heard a little girl shout as she saw Naruto's memorable golden ship, which was imprinted in their minds. Landing a considerable distance from the camp to dissipate safely, Naruto and Saber walked towards the camp, only to be greeted halfway there by the women who occupied the camp. "Nice to see your brother, I see you finally called your partner," Saber said to a tall woman who was speaking. "It's actually been a while, huh, Phoebe," Naruto said with a smile as he went to hug her, and she came back. "Naruto, is that you?" Naruto heard someone shout after he had separated from Phoebe. This woman had long, silky black hair with a ring in her hair. Saber could also sense that she possessed a certain charisma, much less than she and Naruto, but she was there as if she were descended from a noble family. His name was Zo Nightshade, one of Artemis's first hunters and the closest hunter to Naruto, besides his mother. "Zo?" Naruto stuttered. "Yes, it's me, Naruto," Zo said with a smile. Upon seeing her for the first time in a long time, Naruto ran towards her and hugged her with equal force. Unbeknownst to them, everyone else knew that the two had repressed their feelings for each other and had started a betting group as to when Naruto or Zo would express their feelings for one another. It was quite a popular group that even some of the gods and goddesses had joined. Releasing each other from the embrace, Zo took this opportunity to see how much Naruto had changed. He was now at her height and his red eyes were as fascinating as ever. Naruto, on the other hand, was very happy to see Zo once again, so here he was taking in her appearance just to see that she was just as beautiful, if not more so, than when he last saw her. The cough jolted them both out of their reverie. Standing there with a smile on her face was Artemis. "If you're done looking at each other, I hope my son is great," Artemis said, making Zo and Naruto blush a little, and Zo turn away so the other hunters could laugh at her situation. "I'm so glad to see you again, my baby," Artemis said, hugging Naruto and bringing tears of joy to her eyes. "And it's good to see you too, Mom," Naruto said happily. Saber watched this scene with a gentle smile on her face. There was nothing more beautiful to her than a mother's love for her child. "Naruto, you should know that I've been talking to your other mothers and they all agree that you should tell her how you feel now before things get worse with the rumors of Chrono's awakening. Things will only get worse, so I suggest you find some time to tell her before you have to leave for the summer," Artemis said softly in Naruto's ear, to which he nodded. "I know, Mom, I just need time to find the right moment," Naruto said as he pulled away from the hug. The last few months with the hunt before summer were stressful and fun for our new king of heroes. The end of the story. Chapter 18. The Woman. Beginning of the story. It's been a few days since Naruto arrived at the hunt and he was helping out with Saber's routines and tasks. The hunters had known Naruto long enough to fully trust him and Saber was a woman, so they trusted her immediately. Things were as normal as could be, with Naruto often joining Phoebe and Zo on hunting trips. However, Phoebe would sometimes become separated from Naruto and Zo, leaving them alone in the forest, only to reappear much later. Unbeknownst to both of them, Phoebe had bet half the winter, so here she was doing everything she could to make sure the two of them were together as much as possible. She almost made it if she hadn't been distracted by the two of them and not noticed that Saber was behind the group. Flashback. Phoebe had managed to separate herself from Naruto and Zo once again, leaving the two of them in the middle of the forest, dragging their dinner in the form of a large brown bear behind them. "Where do you think she went?" Naruto asked Zo. "I have no idea, I think your sister has gone exploring ahead of time," Zo replied. "Hey, do you think we could get together tonight?" Naruto managed to stammer weakly. What was it? I didn't understand what you just said." Zo said she didn't understand what Naruto had said because of his stuttering and weak voice when he asked the question. Whoa. Naruto exclaimed as he tripped over a root that suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to stumble, and Zo, who was next to him, fell along with him. They fell into a rather precarious position with Naruto at the bottom and Zo on top, with barely an inch between their faces. Looking into each other's eyes, they both began to blush profusely at their closeness, feeling a strange sensation of moving closer to each other, their lips almost touching only to be interrupted by a cough. If you're planning on doing what I think you're doing, I suggest you change locations, as the forest is not a place for such an act. Naruto and Zo turned to look at Saber, a slight blush on her face, pleased to have managed to find the two of them after they got lost. Unbeknownst to the three of them, Phoebe was mentally cursing her ruined plan. The two were already in a compromising position and were about to kiss, then Saber just had to come out of nowhere and ruin the scene. End of flashback. Although it wasn't just Phoebe who tried, there were other hunters like Dakota, for example, she was one of the oldest hunters who joined after Zo. Flashback. It was his turn to prepare dinner for the hunt, and Naruto was known for his good cooking skills, even without relying on the abilities of his adoptive mother, Hestia. In fact, if he chose, he could run a 5-star restaurant on his own if he wanted. But getting back to our story here, Naruto and Zo along with Dakota prepared dinner near the campfire. They were preparing the bear meat, which they had put in a sort of barbecue for easier consumption and easier ways to eat, since it was difficult for them to acquire the appropriate utensils in the wild and all that. It doesn't mean they didn't know what it was like, it's just that they rarely went out into the real world to have dinner at a nice restaurant. Now, here, they were preparing dinner when Dakota suddenly realized they had forgotten something. Oh, damn Naruto. Zo. We're out of marinade. Dakota said to the two. That's not good, well, there's a city nearby, I'll just buy something, said Naruto as he started his journey alone, with Zo accompanying him. I'll accompany you, Zo said as she walked beside him. They both completely missed the smile on Dakota's face when she stood in front of the marinade she had hidden from them so they could go somewhere together alone. You're clever, Phoebe commented upon seeing what Dakota had just done. Well, it had to be, you know it's hard to get those two alone at a camp, Dakota said slightly defensively. Well, I think I'll help and keep Saber busy, Phoebe said as she looked for Saber to try and distract her. As Naruto and Zo approached the city, they saw that there was indeed a fair of some kind, as they could see stalls of all kinds on the streets throughout the city. I guess we arrived at the right time, huh Zo? Naruto asked his partner. Yes, I suppose so, Zo said as she walked side by side with Naruto into town. As they walked past the stalls, they could see all sorts of things being sold by the vendors, although one stall caught Zo's attention, which appeared to be a photo booth stand that Naruto had seen. Zo, did you want to try to make sure it didn't take too long after all? Naruto asked Zo, who was now blushing at being caught wishing for something. Sure, if you include me, Zo stuttered, which Naruto overheard. Of course I'd be happy to join you, said Naruto as they headed to the photo booth, taking some pictures. The last one was a surprise from Naruto when Zo leaned in to give him a chaste kiss on the cheek just as the shutter clicked. They went from capturing the moment forever on paper to their hearts fluttering, making them both blush at Zo's sudden bold action. Leaving the booth with blushes on their faces, Naruto paid the owner and collected the photos. Just then, he noticed the stand also offered a locket to store the photos, so he decided to frame his latest picture, which he then gave to Zo. She accepted with a smile on her face, giving him a chaste hug before they parted to go buy the marinade for their dinner. What the two of them didn't know was that Artemis was observing the whole thing with a smile on her face, along with her, Phoebe and Saber, to whom they had just explained the situation. Well, at least it's better, right? Phoebe didn't ask anyone in particular. Yes, they did. They'll eventually get closer to this incident before he has to leave, Artemis said as they continued watching the couple, making sure nothing happened to them while they were in town. And nothing happened after all they did was buy some marinade and walk back to camp, though they were holding up their hands until they could see the campfire. End of flashback. It was also after that incident that Artemis went and told the other mothers of Naruto about the development, and they also had a copy of the photo made for teasing material later on. Although the fun didn't end there, it also continued when Naruto and Saber had a crossbar to hone their sword skills. Flashback. Saber was dressed in her battle armor while Naruto was dressed in his golden armor. They were both in a clearing in the forest with the hunters and Artemis watching from the sidelines, observing how this would happen later during the match. Both the servant and the master started from the ground at the same time, causing flashes of silver and gold to clash with each other, both relentless in their attacks. Although it was clear, Saber had the advantage, since not even Naruto knew the true length of his sword, having not yet seen it outside of its wind sheath, while Naruto was using Durandal, the same sword he used against Heracles. The two kings clashed in a beautiful dance of blades, striking each other as the other attempted to counterattack or dodge. Only a few minutes of battle passed before Saber managed to disarm Naruto of Durandal. Surrender, Naruto, I've won, Saber said with a smile on her face. It had been a while since she'd had such a long battle. Yes, I think I lost Saber, Naruto said with a smile on his face, referring to Saber as a training partner who was forced to improve his swordsmanship. Well done, Saber, please help my son. I wish to speak with him, Artemis said, applauding the fight along with all the hunters. Helping Naruto to his feet, she immediately moved to talk to some of the hunters she had grown accustomed to, while Naruto chatted with his mother. Well, Naruto, I think it's almost time for our annual hunting game, have you chosen a partner yet? Artemis asked her son. Like other camps, they also had fun when they could and often held a hunting contest once a year in which they divided into teams of 2 and searched for the most important game. The winner of the contest would get a few days to leave in the hands of the humans. This was sponsored by Artemis to allow her hunters to at least keep up with the times. I wasn't going to ask Zo yet, but I still need to find the time, Naruto replied meekly. Well, then, there are only a few days left, so trust yourself, I believe in you, Artemis said as she left her son with a few words of encouragement. End of flashback. A few days had passed since then, and Naruto still hadn't told Zo because he was nervous, trying to find a way to ask her. Little did he know that Zo was facing the same dilemma, wondering how to ask him the same question. However, all this ended when the two met on the 4th morning after the announcement of the annual hunt. This is what I suppose, they both thought at the same time. Zo, would you be my partner? Naruto, would you be your partner? Naruto and Zo asked at the same time, surprising each other. That would make Zo happy. Naruto said with a smile, knowing that Zo was having the same thoughts as him. Ah, thank goodness you're on my team, it's sure to be our victory now. Zo said with considerable pride that she trusted Naruto's hunting skills combined with her years of experience. They were destined to be the toughest competition in the game. It only took a few hours to spread the word to the other hunters that Naruto and Zo had joined, and some had withdrawn from the game, choosing to watch the chaos unfold before them. Aim day. It was nighttime, as the game specified that all teams would have to use their hunting skills to track down any prey and bring it back to the hunt, which would serve as their food source for quite some time. So here now were Naruto and Zo searching the forest for something to hunt, and luckily for them, they found a railing from a rather large bear. Following him to a cave, Naruto and Zo stealthily crept in and killed her while she slept. Then, the two proceeded to unfurl it, only for them to see its enormous eyes when they finally emerged from the cave and saw clearly for the first time in the moonlight. Naruto, can you seal him for now? I doubt we can go back in time if we have to drag his corpse around. Zo asked Naruto, who nodded affirmatively and sealed him in the Gate of Babylon for now. Upon seeing this, the two ran back to the camp where they saw a smiling Artemis waiting for them. Seeing that you're back, I think you've won, right? Artemis said with a knowing smile that was confirmed when Naruto brought the enormous bear out of the Gate of Babylon. Okay, just stay calm while we wait for the others to return, alright? Artemis said as she pointed to a checkpoint where they were sitting waiting for the other competitors. While they waited, they saw other groups bring in a rather large snake, some bears, some panthers, and a hawk. Okay, girls, calm down. As most of you probably expect, the winner of this year's annual game is Naruto and Zo. Artemis announced once all the hunters had returned, causing the camp to erupt in cheers for the two. They hadn't expected to lose or anything, but when you're up against the oldest hunter and Artemis's son, they were expected to win. And as such, the two of them may have a future to spend in the human world, so for now, let's all rest, Artemis said, and at that moment all the hunters retreated to their tents with Naruto and Saber heading towards his own tent. The next day. Both Naruto and Zo were confused. They had both expected this, but neither had any idea what to do for the day. Zo, is there anywhere you want to go today? Naruto asked. I don't have any plans for this kind of thing, maybe you know what to do. Zo replied, adding that she hadn't given up hunting, not even temporarily, in the past. I guess we could go see what the stands have to offer, Naruto said, noticing that the old stands were still up and open. I think that's for the best, Zo said, following Naruto through the crowd. And so, the two had begun searching the town for something to do, hoping to find some jobs they liked. They tried their hand at a shooting game where the objective was to shoot a line of 7 cans, with the 7 bullets found in the gun they were given unnecessarily, to say the least. Both Naruto and Zo won the grand prize, which was a consolation prize of $1,000. After which the two went to a noodle stand for lunch, where Naruto fell in love with the noodles as soon as he tasted them, much to Zo's amusement. That evening, the broadcaster announced that there would be a fireworks display later that night, so in preparation, Naruto and Zo stopped to look around the city to invite Vimana over for a better view of the night sky, and finally settled on a part of the side of the Vimana in anticipation of the fireworks display. I see the light. All those days looking out the windows. All those years outside watching. All the time without even knowing. How blind I've been. Hey, Zo, I have something to tell you, said Naruto, his nerves on edge because of what he was about to say. Yes, Naruto? Zo asked, getting close enough to Naruto that their fingers almost touched. You see, for some time now I've realized that my feelings and emotions for you are no longer what one has for a brother. I've realized that they've evolved. My feelings for you are now love and affection. A kind man gives that to a woman of his choosing. And you, Zo, I know it's wrong for something like this to happen, but I have nothing but absolute love and adoration in my heart for you. Now I hope you can accept my feelings, Naruto said as he looked at Zo with eyes now filled with trembling emotion, fearing rejection, compared to his usual confident gaze. Even his body reflected his thoughts as it trembled at the thought of rejection. Now I am here blinking in the starlight. Now I'm here suddenly, I see. Standing here, everything is so clear. That I am where I'm meant to be. Calmly, Zo placed a hand on Naruto's cheek to draw his attention to her. I know Naruto because I felt the same way about you. At first, I was afraid of him because he was what caused my downfall many years ago. But now I realize that you were the only one I've ever wanted, the one who will never leave me. Zo said to Naruto, who gently took the hand she placed on his cheek into his own soft hand. And finally I see the light. And it's as if the fog has lifted. And finally I see the light. And it's like heaven is new. And it's warm, real, and bright. And the world has changed in some way. Everything at once, everything seems different. Now that we see each other. As he gently approached Zo, Naruto gave her the warm hug he had been waiting for so long. Thank you. Thank you for accepting these feelings of mine, Zo. I was afraid you would have rejected them, Naruto said tearfully as he cried lightly on Zo's shoulder, who placed a comforting hand on his back to calm him. All those days chasing a dream. All those years living in a blur. All that time I never really see the things as they were. Now she is here shining in the starlight. Now he's here all of a sudden. I know that. If she's here, it's very clear. I am destined to go. SHH, Naruto, I've been keeping that fear to myself, but you're part of Melody's hunt, we're not afraid of being removed from it. And even if we were, I would always stay by your side, Naruto, Zo said sweetly to Naruto. And at her words, the two broke away from the embrace to stare into each other's eyes, gazing intently without worrying about the world before them. And finally I see the light. And it's as if the fog has lifted. And finally I see the light. And it's like heaven is new. And it's warm, real, and bright. And the world has changed in some way. Everything at once, everything is different. Now that I see you. Now that I see you. And as if something between them had broken, they drew closer and their lips finally met in a kiss. Both enjoying their kiss, Zo felt the warmth of Naruto's body pressing against hers, while Naruto reveled in the coolness of her body, which only intensified with the heat of her mouth and tongue as they kissed with all their might. The couple remained like that for a full minute before separating with a slight blush on their cheeks, both happy to have been open with each other's feelings. They were pulled from their thoughts when fireworks began to fill the skies with many colors and lights that the new couple were happy to see side by side with Zo leaning on Naruto, who put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer to him. Overall, it was a beautiful sight to behold the new couple, as if the city were now celebrating them, a charming spectacle witnessed by the four goddesses, Naruto's mothers, who looked on with affection. Final story. Chapter 19. It's time to camp again. Beginning of the story. It had been a hectic few months for Naruto to finally confess his feelings to Zo and have to deal with the teasing from the other hunters and his mother for how long it had taken him to get to that point. Naruto and Zo didn't have to burst into flames from embarrassment when they learned that everyone had been betting on them, from the hunters to the gods and even Chiron at Camp Half-Blood. However, overall, both Naruto and Zo were happy to have confessed to each other on that fateful day, and their union was approved by the three virgin goddesses, along with Hecate. Aphrodite, however, had to be rejected by the four goddesses before she could interfere in the relationship. So now here were Naruto and Saber aboard Vimana as they traveled back to Camp Half-Blood for summer camp, having finished their winter camp hunting Artemis. Naruto, are you sure we couldn't bring Zo? Saber asked Naruto, reminding him of their tearful farewell, during which they had promised to meet again later in the middle of winter this year. Yes, well I'm part of the hunt, Zo has a more important role there, since she's second in command, so her duties belong to her, Naruto said sadly. Couldn't you take a break or something? I can clearly see that you two don't want to be apart, Saber remarked to Naruto. Neither party in a relationship, Saber is also learning to fulfill her responsibilities and duties while still maintaining the relationship, so for now we must be separated, Naruto said gloomily. I can see that it must be difficult, Saber said, more to herself than to Naruto. Yes, it's difficult, but in the end it's worth it, Naruto said with a gentle smile on his face. Oh, we were here. Saber let us disembark. Naruto said as he landed the Vimana in an unused space in the middle of Camp Half-Blood. And as soon as they got out, they were greeted by the vision of Chiron, who heard the commotion and came out of the big house to greet them. "Ah, Naruto, welcome back to camp. I assume this is your partner?" Chiron greeted. "Yes, I am Naruto's servant. You can call me Saber," Saber said with a brief bow of respect. "Ah, I heard about you from Mr. D, he's expecting you," Chiron said as he drove toward the big house. Naruto and Saber followed Chiron to the big house to see Mr. D in his usual choice of clothes, taking a sip of his Diet Coke. "Damn it, brat, it took you so long, it cost me a favor from your mother since I made my bet so early, huh? Next time move faster, you lazy brat," Dionysus said in a slightly irritated tone as he looked at Naruto. "Hey, I don't need to hear this from you," Naruto said sharply as he turned to leave. "Listen up first, in a few days Chiron will be replaced by you because he has taken the blame for poisoning Thalia's tree, so, with the council's vote, you will be the camp director by my side," Dionysus said half-heartedly. "Did someone poison the barrier tree that bastard made, huh?" Naruto roared angrily, knowing how important that tree was to Annabeth. "Well, we can't point fingers, we believe it was Luke Castellan who went rogue after you and Annabeth left camp. We believe he's under the influence of the Titan Lord himself, but all we can do is speculate for now until real proof is found. Until then, I'll be staying off camp once Percy returns, and you'll be taking over the fun of my job, won't you?" Chiron joked. "What? You expect me to keep an eye on these pawns?" Naruto asked angrily. "Yeah, kid, now don't worry about your pants, I'll give you a hand from time to time." Dionysus said he wasn't really comforting Naruto. "Yippee," Naruto said sarcastically. "If that's all, I'll head to my mother's cabin before anything else happens to me," Naruto said, with Saber following him. Only for the two of them to stop and turn to look at Chiron. "Where's Annabeth?" "I don't sense her presence at all," Naruto said. "Oh, she left to go find Percy. They should be back by tomorrow, I think," Chiron told Naruto, who nodded in understanding. Upon leaving his mother's cabin, Naruto entered with Saber, who attracted many glances from the campers present. "Just ignore them, Saber, we'll introduce you later," Naruto said comfortably, knowing that Saber didn't like being the center of attention for much. "I know," Saber said with a nod. And when they entered Artemis's cabin, as always, except when they entered Naruto's room, the bed was somewhat larger than before, and there was another adjoining room with Saber's nameplate on the door. "I'd better go see this, Naruto," Saber said as she entered her room, while Naruto was distracted by the letter that was hidden in his pillow, only a little bit of it showing, so he noticed. Grabbing it, he opened it to read. "Dear Naruto. By now, you've probably noticed that your bed is bigger than before. That's because I modified it to fit 2 people. Both you and Zo will undoubtedly share this bed when you come to camp, so I got this ready. She still has her regular bed with the other hunters, but knowing you'll both make good use of it. P.S. There's a gift from your uncle Apollo in the nightstand drawer, don't worry. P.S. Don't throw it away. P.S. I know it will be impossible to stop the feeling, so when you commit, use protection. I'm too young to be a grandmother. I love you, my little king. Love. Mother." The feeling of dread gripped him. Naruto opened the bed drawer to confirm his fears. Inside was a whole box of condoms. What on earth made Uncle convince Mom to keep it here anyway? Naruto thought to himself in bewilderment. Only to realize, moments later, that if Artemis was like any other mother, at some point they would want grandchildren, and Apollo had probably exploited that fact with Artemis and gotten her to let him give his gift. By quickly closing the drawer when he opened it, he chose not to dwell on it any longer and left it for as long as he would really need it. Deciding to leave this matter for another time, he quickly sat down on his bed and rested until dinner at the camp. Hours later in the dining hall. It wasn't as crowded as usual, since the other campers hadn't arrived yet, and it was just the year-rounders who were here, minus Annabeth, who had gone to look for Percy. "Campers, listen up. We have a new camper joining us. She'll be with Naruto in cabin 8. Let's welcome Saber," Chiron announced. "Saber? What kind of name is Saber?" asked someone from Athena's booth. "It's my class name until I deem you worthy of knowing my real name," Saber said politely. "And how do you consider us worthy, huh?" asked a camper from Ares. "I'll be the judge of that," Saber said simply. "Oh, yes, think again, I myself am worthy." Ares's camper shouted that she was taking his words the wrong way, and he charged her with the sword he had on him. Just as Saber grabbed the sword before she could even reach it to counter the hasty attack, it was so fast that everyone except Naruto, Chiron, and Dionysus noticed it at once, while the rest only saw it after Ares's caravan had passed Saber, as if she had cut it down, only to realize that she didn't have a sword in her hand. Upon seeing this, all the campers looked at Saber, who had the sword in her hand. "Your attack was too rushed and cheap for a swordsman, shall I re-educate you?" Saber said with a serious face just before she proceeded to slam Ares's camper onto its knee with the flat of her sword. Have you learned your lesson? Saber asked when it was over. Yes, please don't do it again, the Ares camper practically begged. After that, the rest of dinner went smoothly, leaving everyone on their own devices before the trumpet sounded, signaling for the lights to be turned off throughout the camp. The following morning. Everyone woke up wide awake to the sounds of steel clashing against steel that echoed through the morning air. Everyone left their respective cabins to investigate what the heck was making that noise. Only to see Naruto and Saber in their respective armors clashing in the middle of the camp. Gold versus silver. Red against blue. King against king. It was quite a sight to behold, as the two contestants remained steadfast and unyielding in their attacks, both seeking an end to their stalemate. Finally, as fate would have it, they both reached a stalemate by choosing to jump between them to catch their breath and plan a better way to attack. Both Naruto and Saber shouted their battle cry as they launched themselves at each other once more, clashing their respective swords that swung in movements that would seem swift even to a demigod. Naruto had found an opening to exploit it. He aimed for a downward sloping bar, only for Saber to dodge it and attempt to slice it in half, only for Naruto to quickly parry her attack before launching his own, forcing her back. Saber, who had just been forced back, began to focus her prana into her sword, initiating her prana burst ability, which has great devastating power if used to strike an opponent, but Saber usually used it as a boost for her blows, since it was already strong enough. And so, seeing this, Naruto held his sword in a guard formation to take the brunt of Saber's attack, as he was too fast to evade it. And so, when their buckets collided, Saber clearly overpowering Naruto, the unexpected happened when Naruto allowed his body to flow with his strike, opening her back to attack, as she was too fast to evade or dodge, since she was moving in a linear motion with a downward slash, allowing Naruto to get behind her and hold his sword against her neck. "I win the sword," Naruto said, panting, tired of his bar. "In fact, Naruto, should we call it a day?" Saber said, panting as well. "Whoa, that was amazing," shouted one camper as the entire camp applauded the performance. "Yes, and we'll have Naruto as our camp director so we can learn from him," another added. "Wait, I don't know if it's been formalized yet, but if it is, I'll do my best to teach you something," Naruto said, tired of his bar. All the campers nodded and went about their respective duties, our activities for the day. "Naruto, come quickly, you have a guest," said Chiron as he galloped towards Naruto from the big house, just as Saber returned to Artemis's cabin. "What's this all about?" Naruto asked Chiron to just be quiet as he followed the centaur to the big house. As soon as he entered the big house, he could see Mr. D with his jaws wide open, brazenly staring at the other person who was in the room. She had two golden fox ears on her head, along with pink hair that was parted into two braids reaching her shoulders. She had a single fox tail that sprouted from the tailbone just above her, and a small black lady's hat perched on the top right of her head. The hairpins holding her hair in a ponytail were shaped like flowers in a green design with a touch of white. Her outfit was a provocative choice. A black corset connected to black sleeves, exposing her smooth shoulders and a large portion of her breasts, leaving very little to the imagination. Attached to the corset was a black cloth connected to the sleeves to cover her neck. She also wore a pair of black ruffled mini shorts, and between her corset, her neck, and her shorts were gold belts and buckles, the kind one might find in a dungeon. She wore a pair of knee-high socks, and black high-heeled shoes. Tamamo's alternate costume. "Tamamo, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked in surprise, having not heard from her in a long time. Naruto, it's so good to see you again. You don't call, you don't write. It's sad. I don't see you as often anymore since they let me out of the seal, you know. We used to be so close that we joined at the hip, or in our case, the belly," Tamamo said rather playfully as she hugged Naruto to her chest, earning a jealous look from Dionysus and, surprisingly, from Chiron. "Yes, I miss you too, Tamamo. What brings you here?" Naruto asked, wondering why she had appeared now, since she was busy with their mothers. "Oh, I have something to tell you. Lady Athena and Hestia want you to accept the position temporarily for your benefit. And Lady Hecate said I can stay with you for now," Tamamo said happily as she hugged Naruto again, excited by the fact that she could stay with him for a while. The end of the story. Chapter 20. Taking control. I saw that some of you asked about a harem pairing since Tamamo appeared. My answer is that I may have planned to make this couple a single pairing, but since the story is taking me in many directions, I might turn it into a harem pairing, but for now it's just the Naruto x Zo pairing. Beginning of the story. "What? You're staying with me?" Naruto shouted in surprise that his mother would agree to this. "Yes, why don't you like me anymore? After all the times I spent by your side as a child, all the times I cooked for you and took care of you when you were sick, you don't care about any of that anymore?" Tamamo asked, tears welling in her eyes. "No, I don't care, I'm just in shock." I thought mom would have kept you busy much longer before giving you a break, Naruto said, calming his childhood friend. You will see that Tamamo was actually the nine-tailed spirit that was sealed inside Naruto by his father. Later, they learned that she was tricked by the Shinto deities who occupied the dimension of Naruto's home into attacking, hoping to mold a child of destiny, only for it to backfire when Hecate pulled Naruto and Tamamo out of their dimension. Hecate was the only goddess who could travel across dimensions they couldn't follow to retrieve Naruto or Tamamo. It was a year after Naruto had been left on the hunt for Artemis that both Hecate and Artemis ventured into Naruto's soul to destroy the Kyuubi that had tormented him his entire life and caused him misery, only to find a pink-haired fox goddess who had been tricked by the gods and sealed inside Naruto. Unable to move, unable to see the outside world, she was simply trapped within the seal, awaiting the day her jailer would release her or her own death. So the two goddesses were surprised when she saw them and begged for her death or release. It was then that Hecate entered her mind and saw her pain and anguish and related to Artemis, who was a young goddess still pure and untainted. She was placed under Artemis's protection, as was Hecate, and was drawn out of Naruto's soul. From then on, she dedicated herself to serving the two goddesses as a kind of messenger, carrying messages between them. Besides that, she was also unofficially Naruto's caretaker when he was younger, playing with him and cooking for him when the other demon slayers were too busy. Now here she was, standing before Naruto once again after a long time apart. I'm glad to hear that. I thought you were tired of me. Where is the servant? I heard your mother said you had summoned him. Tamamo said, returning to her bright and happy personality. Follow me, Tamamo, she's in the mother's cabin, but first let's show you around the camp, okay? Naruto said, offering his hand for Tamamo to take, which she did. And just as Naruto and Tamamo left the big house, Chiron and Dionysus breathed a sigh of relief. I wouldn't be able to control myself anymore, Dionysus said as he drank his coca. In fact, Naruto's mother's wrath would be upon us, not to mention hers, as well as the hunters who had become attached to her, Chiron replied with a sigh. It was difficult being a grown man with needs and desires, especially with Tamamo in the room. But he had to take control as if touching her meant the worst possible death for a man, especially with the support he had. Back to Naruto and Tamamo, the two walked around the camp while Naruto gave her a tour, hand in hand with the male campers and envious glances from the female campers. By the time the two arrived at Cabin 8, word had already spread around the camp that a fox girl had joined them and was with Naruto. Deciding to save Tamamo from asking too many questions, Naruto took her to Artemis's cabin to meet the sword that Tamamo was eager to see. Saber, we're back. Naruto shouted as he entered Cabin 8. Welcome back, Naruto, Saber replied when she saw Naruto. Who is she, Naruto? Saber asked, her voice becoming slightly rigid as she looked at a potential enemy. Calm down, Saber, she's one of my precious people, her name is Tamamo, she's been with my mother for a while, so you haven't met her yet, Naruto said to calm Saber down. Hello, my name is Tamamo, it's a pleasure to meet you, I hope we can get along well, Tamamo introduced herself. Actually, my name for now is Saber, a pleasure to meet you, Tamamo, Saber said brusquely. Come on, Tamamo, let's go find you a bed, said Naruto as he walked around the cabin looking for a spare bed, only for a flash of light to appear and a second door to the left of Naruto's room to appear with his nameplate on it. It doesn't matter, I guess mom gave you yours. Naruto said as Tamamo hurried off to check what kind of room she'd been assigned. From the doorway, Naruto could see that it was light green with a queen-size bed, a wardrobe inside, and a shelf for whatever Tamamo wanted to put on top. Needless to say, Tamamo felt right at home when she lay down, a little tired from her days of travel. Do you want to join my Naruto? Tamamo asked as she stretched a little before relaxing in bed. No, thank you, rest first, Tamamo, said Naruto as he slowly closed the door so as not to disturb her. Seeing nothing else to do, he went to his own room for a short nap until lunch. Only for the lunch horn to blare a few minutes later, much to Naruto's annoyance. Getting out of bed, Naruto woke Saber, who had also fallen asleep, then went to wake Tamamo, who was already asleep, and seeing this, left her alone for a while, knowing she would eat dinner later. Seeing nothing else to do, Naruto and Saber headed towards the dining hall pavilion where everyone else was gathered. So Naruto, have you decided if you'll take the position of camp director after all? Chiron asked Naruto as soon as he entered. Yes, I suppose I'll take the position for now until you can return. After all, it's the king's duty to rule over his subjects, isn't it? Naruto replied. Don't let this get to your little brat, Dionysus said as he took a sip of coke. Yes, they'll thank me anyway since you were going to choose Tantalus, who wouldn't help them at all, Naruto replied. Touché kid touché, said Dionysius, taking another sip from his can of coke. Pampers, can I have your attention? As most of you already know, Thalia's tree has been poisoned and the camp's barriers have been weakened. The gods have to blame someone for this mess, since the real culprit hasn't been found yet. Blame them and leave the camp for a while, Chiron said, earning a shout of indignation from the campers. Campers, please wait, I'm not finished until we find the one I should replace, and by popular demand of the gods, Naruto will take care of me until the real culprit is found, Chiron said as he finished his announcement. In fact, I'll make sure to keep a close eye on them, Naruto proclaimed. Well, if it's Naruto, I'm sure we'll be fine. Yes, we could learn something more. These were some of the comments from the campers who accepted the change in leadership for now. Saber felt jealous that Naruto had some loyal subjects even though they rarely knew him and yet were already so loyal to him. She reminded him of her time as ruler when all those she governed eventually turned their backs on her and abandoned her. Hey Saber, are you okay? Naruto asked Saber when he saw her facial expression darken a little. Yes, thank you for your concern, it was just a few old memories. Saber responded with a grateful nod. Well, if there's anything you'd like to talk about later, I'm always available, Naruto offered with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Naruto, Saber replied. Hey, Naruto, since you're taking charge of what we're going to do? Asked a member of Athena's cabin. But question. Since I'm not allowed to teach you magic, I'll simply see where each of you needs to improve. So tomorrow I'll have to spar with myself to see what I need to train on, Naruto said in response to the question. I see, what about camp activities? The same camper asked again. Oh, we'll be doing something that I thought would be fun to watch, I'll bring back car racing, Naruto said with a smile on his face. What, but those were banned because they were too dangerous. One camper complained. Well, then don't join if you're feeling too scared, Naruto said, simply calming the caravan. Well, if that's all, I'll see you at dinner. Naruto said, and both he and Saber got up and went to their cabin before Tamamo woke up. There were no incidents throughout the day until dinner time when Tamamo joined them for dinner. This caused all the male campers to have massive nosebleeds at the cunning beauty before them, while Chiron and Dionysus blushed. Guys, this is Tamamo. She's under my mother's protection, so please treat her with respect. Naruto said, introducing Tamamo to the campers. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, I hope we get along well. Tamamo said in her usual bubbly manner. Help. The bulls are coming. A shout cut them off from any other conversation as a caravan came running up the hill warning the other campers. Saber. Tamamo. Let's go. Naruto commanded as the trio headed towards the hill. Only to see that they were being invaded by the Colchis bulls who were breaking through the camp barrier. Tamamo, defend the campers. Naruto ordered as he began charging at the bulls with Durandal and Gay Bolg in hand, along with Saber and her invisible sword. Curse. Frigid heaven. Tamamo shouted, and just like her, all the bulls that were in attack mode froze into a block of ice, making it easier for other campers to stab them, quickly turning them into golden dust. Meanwhile, Naruto and Saber finished off the stragglers who hadn't been frozen. Damn it, Prissy, what the hell are you thinking bringing that thing in here? Claris yelled as she saw young Cyclops enter with Percy and Annabeth. Does Claris have a problem here? Naruto asked as he, Saber and Tamamo approached the discussion group. Yes, Percy brought a Cyclops to camp. Claris exclaimed as she pointed at the young Cyclops. Upon seeing the young Cyclops, Naruto put a hand to his face, exasperated by Percy's luck in doing incredibly brave and stupid things at the same time. Percy, what have you done now? Naruto exclaimed, disappointed because he thought Percy would have improved while he was gone. Apparently, he hadn't set his expectations as high as it seemed. Hey, Tyson, my friend, he's not like the others. Percy insisted that the Cyclops prove that he knew him, while Annabeth moved further away from Percy and Tyson. You're not going to gain any popularity points at this rate, you know that, right? Naruto asked, making sure Percy knew the full ramifications of his actions. I don't care, I'm not going to let you hurt Tyson. Percy insisted. Very well, but you are responsible for him, so if he does anything to harm the camp, you will be punished for it and we will kill him, understood? Naruto asked. Yes, I will take responsibility. Percy said firmly, making Annabeth sigh and Claris tremble with rage. Hey, you're really going to let this happen? You, of all people, should kill him anyway. Clara said, making a fuss. I know, but I think I'll give Percy the benefit of the doubt. As long as Poseidon claims him as a vassal or something, then I won't do anything. But if he isn't claimed for 2 days, I'll kill him, Naruto said seriously. Hey, who made you chief? Percy asked irritably to Naruto, who seemed to be acting as if he were the camp leader now. Tyron and the gods made me the temporary director of the camp now, Naruto said with a serious face. Oh yeah, and her? Percy said, pointing at Tamamo. If you want to fight her, accuse her, or intimidate her, be my guest. We'll see what kind of punishment my mother will come up with to make sure you don't mention it. I'll make your life a living hell while you're here. Naruto threatened, his eyes burning even more than usual. Do you expect Chiron to leave? Annabeth asked. I really don't suggest you see Chiron for details. I'm not in the mood to answer questions right now. Naruto said as he headed to his cabin, followed by Saber and Tamamo. But Percy bringing a Cyclops to camp and taking on the duties of the directors, what will happen after a suit and quest? Who knows? The end of the story. Chapter 21. Cars. Beginning of the story. It was an uneventful morning for Naruto, as he was preparing for all the pain that would befall him once the camp realized that he had allowed Percy to bring a Cyclops into the camp, albeit a young one, but a Cyclops nonetheless. Good morning Naruto, I hope you slept well last night. Sable asked as she entered Naruto's room, which was connected to his. Yes, Saber, I slept well, thanks for asking, Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Well, we'd better wake Tamamo up for breakfast, I'm sure she's very hungry, Saber said. Yes, we couldn't finish dinner last night, Naruto replied. Walking towards Tamamo's gate, Naruto struck the trees. Tamamo, are you awake yet? Naruto asked as he stood outside the door. Just as he asked for Tamamo's door to open to reveal that Tamamo was sleeping in a kimono that had been lost in some parts, revealing a lot of flesh to Naruto. Thundering away slightly with a light blush on his cheeks, Naruto spoke quickly. Tamamo's breakfast will be ready soon, we'd better go. Of course, Naruto, Tamamo said, noticing the slight blush on his cheeks. Why is she blushing, doesn't she have Zo anymore? Tamamo thought to herself. Hey Naruto, why are you blushing? Tamamo decided to ask bluntly. It's your outfit that's inappropriate to dress a nice guy, Naruto said, still refusing to look Tamamo in the eye. Oh, sorry, but these are my pajamas now. Tamamo said with a big smile as she scratched the back of her neck. I look good, please get dressed, we have to go to the dining room in a few minutes, said Naruto as he left Tamamo to get dressed. I'm ready. Tamamo announced as she finished dressing, this time in her old priestess outfit, a blue kimono, Tamamo's original outfit. Alright, let's go, Naruto said as he left Artemis's cockpit along with Saber and Tamamo. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the trio noticed that all the campers were staring at Tyson and Percy. But the sigh, Naruto did his best to defuse the situation. Hey, sit down and mind your manners, same to you, Percy. Tyson, since you're not convinced you can sit anywhere yet, get up and come to the front for now. Naruto said in a commanding voice that everyone followed, except Percy, who did so reluctantly. Naruto. Why is there a Cyclops inside the camp's borders? Asked a member of Athena's cabin. The Cyclops? He's here because Percy chose to befriend him. Honestly, I'll kill him myself if he's not claimed at all, Naruto said seriously, making them nod in understanding. Naruto was also a son of Artemis, and it was in his nature to hunt monsters, and allowing one to live must be agonizing for him. And right at that moment, a brilliant flash of light appeared above Tyson's head and revealed that he was possessed by Poseidon. I see Poseidon is claiming his other children, the Cyclops, huh? Well, then you can sit with Percy, said Naruto, indicating to Tyson that he should sit with Percy, who seemed relieved at the time. Hey, brat, don't you want to tell them your plans for the camp activities? Dionysus reminded Naruto as he slurped his coke, which was starting to get on Saber's nerves. I will if you must. Pay attention, boys, for the rest of the week, as the magic barriers have begun to fail. We'll cancel the capture the flag games for now and replace them with an afternoon event. Kart races. 2 cabins will meet, pair up, and compete against the other pairs. You can go solo if you wish. At night, I expect some of you to be on the lookout for lights. It's the same as always, but if you hear sounds of battle, don't hesitate to leave your cabin and fight. In the morning, I'll find a way to train you all, and since you're all tired from last night's sudden attack, I'll allow you a rest today. You'll all fight me and Saber tomorrow. Naruto announced, and the campers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could proceed with their training match today. What? Percy asked, confused and clueless as usual. Don't talk to anyone else at the camp, Percy. I'll be training you all, so I need to know what level you're at. I'll fight you tomorrow, once everyone has recovered, Naruto explained. Alright, everyone feel free to relax for today, we'll start training tomorrow. Naruto announced, and everyone shuddered at what Naruto had planned for them. After Naruto's announcement, all the campers dispersed and went to relax for the day, and all that remained in the mess hall pavilion was Percy, Tyson, and Annabeth. Hey, Naruto, what's going on at camp? First Chiron leaves and now you're in charge, what's next? Percy asked as he, Tyson, and Annabeth approached Naruto, Saber, and Tamamo. Exactly as you said, Percy Chiron is accepting the blame for Thalia's tree being poisoned until the culprit is found, and I'm in charge until he returns, Naruto said simply. I see, and why can't you accept Tyson? Percy decided to ask. The seaweed head Naruto is the son of Artemis, he's trained to hunt and kill monsters, the fact that he tolerated Tyson long enough is amazing, Annabeth replied, adding that Naruto didn't like Tyson in the slightest. Well, if that's all I have to keep an eye on regarding the camp now, Naruto said as he stood up along with the sword and Tamamo. Seeing that neither Percy nor Annabeth had anything more to say, they left the dining room. Upon inspecting the camp, they could see that all the campers were doing various things as usual. Hephaestus's hut was busy at the forges as usual. Ares's cabin was practicing with their weapons as usual. The Hermes cabin was somewhat quiet as they were conversing with the Demeter cabin. The Apollo cabin was nowhere to be seen, which was strange. Athena's booth was filled with reading, writing, and other things. Aphrodite's cabin was sunbathing as usual, with the exception of its leader, Selena, who was talking to Claris. Overall, the camp seemed peaceful were it not for the agonizing atmosphere that seemed to permeate the camp thanks to the weakening barrier that not even Naruto could strengthen. Suddenly, Naruto had an idea when he pulled a violin out of the gate of Babylon. Pressing it against his neck, preparing to play, Naruto closed his eyes in preparation, missing Saber and Tamamo's raised eyebrows. Play Kishiyu no Hikori. The calm, serene sound of Naruto's game echoed through the camp. Almost instantly, everyone had stopped to listen, and the noise from the forges had ceased. The campers from Ares stopped their practice to listen to the music. Hermes's cabin simply relaxed even more with the music. The Demeter cabin stopped tending to its crops to listen as well. The Apollo crew left their booth to see who was playing such a masterful piece. Athena's booth also stopped doing its usual thing to listen to and appreciate the music. Aphrodite's booth had fallen asleep to the music. The satyrs and nymphs were enjoying the song, swaying to its rhythm, with some satyrs joining in on their reed pipes. Even Dionysus had stopped drinking his coca to remember the happiest times he had in his life. The song was magical in itself and brought peace to the camp's borders during these stressful times. End of song. When Naruto finished and opened his eyes again, he saw that the entire camp had their eyes on him, staring at him in awe and wonder. What? Naruto asked, a little nervous. Wow, Naruto, I don't remember you being able to play a musical instrument. You were really good at that, Tamamo remarked. In fact, Naruto was a good piece to listen to, Saber added. Hey Naruto, can you play some more music for us? A camper asked. Seeing no reason to refuse Naruto's offer, he played a few more songs for them until it was time for dinner. Short jump after dinner. In Artemis's cabin, Naruto was given a talk with Tamamo. Hey, Naruto, have you ever considered taking more than one partner? I mean, if they'd let you, Tamamo nervously asked Naruto. More than one, huh? If you'd let me, yes, maybe, but I don't want to hurt Zoe. She's the most precious person in my life. I don't think I could go on living if she started to hate me. Naruto said with a sad face. I see, thank you for responding to Naruto, Tamamo said, giving Naruto a comforting hug, knowing that Naruto had become a little worried with such thoughts running through his head. Thank you, Tamamo, Naruto said with a grateful smile on his face as he headed to his room. So I still have a bit of a chance with you, huh, Naruto? I think I should talk to Lady Artemis and Zoe about this first. Tamamo thought to herself as she drifted off to sleep. The next day. The entire camp was preparing with all their armor and weapons in the arena while they waited for Naruto and Saber. They didn't have to wait long, as Naruto arrived in just a few minutes, followed by Saber. Are you ready, guys? Naruto asked as he materialized his golden armor, followed by Saber, who materialized her silver armor. Yes, we're as ready as we'll ever be, Amatorhim replied to the group. I see well, then come to us, said Naruto as he and Saber materialized their weapons. In response, the campers rushed towards the two kings, but were repelled by the combined strength of Naruto and Saber. The next group to attack was Ares's campers, who were quickly overwhelmed by Saber and Naruto. They had anticipated this and dodged the first blow by ducking, while a unit leaped and spun inwards, striking the unprotected back of an Ares camper. Another camper tried to stab Saber in the side, only for Saber to grab the spear and strike the camper's armor. Naruto, meanwhile, had just finished dealing with the rest of Ares's campers when they attempted to blind face him. Naruto materialized the gate of Babylon and fired at them with pinpoint accuracy, leaving them immobilized. Seeing Ares's cabin out of position, Hephaestus and Hermes's cabin decided to join forces with the rest to glide, while Apollo's cabin rained arrows down on the two, who simply dodged or blocked them. By the time the arrows stopped, all the campers began charging at once, thinking they had a better chance as a group than individually. Too bad Naruto and Saber were far from ordinary people who would fall short of those odds and could overcome them instead. Strike in the air. Saber yelled, making everyone back, knocking down the weaker campers and shooting the rest of the campers. Whoa, what was that? A camper shouted as he stood up. It doesn't matter, let's not retreat, another camper shouted as the survivors rose to attack the two kings once more. My turn, Gate of Babylon, Naruto said as he summoned a wider gate that featured more weapons than before. He launched it at speeds that some might see as incapacitating more than half of the survivors. Is there anyone left who wants to try again? Saber said her sword was ready. We won't stop until we can't move. One camper said that as he continued carrying the two kings, it seemed to inspire at least 10 more campers to carry him. Impressive courage, Saber commented. Just as the 11 campers approached, Saber and Naruto stood firm as they decided to face the 11 with swordsmanship skills. Dodging the first camper, Naruto attacked the other 3 who had left their guard open, while Saber incapacitated the first charging pilot, leaving 7 more. 2 more tried to blind the kings again, while the 5 attacked from all sides. Only for Naruto and Saber to get up, and the group accidentally stabbed each other instead of ending the fight. It's not over yet, Percy shouted as he charged at the kings who were still somehow surviving. Only to be eliminated by Saber as soon as he approached the 2. Well, I guess that's it, Naruto commented as he watched all the campers writhing in pain, clutching their wounds. Tamamo, please heal them, Naruto asked Tamamo, who was watching from the side. Okay, Tamamo agreed as she began to heal the camp using her magic. When Tamamo finished healing the camp and they were fully awake, Naruto began his assessment. Okay, we'll start our training tomorrow. We need to work on your teamwork and speed, as well as strength training, Naruto said as all the campers nodded. Please rest for tomorrow, Naruto said as Saber and Tamamo left the caravan to recover from their injuries. The end of the story. Chapter 22. Camp Training. Beginning of the story. It was a difficult day for the campers at Camp Half-Blood, as they were now suffering through Naruto's harsh torture, which he calls training. Percy was being trained to fight intelligently and, as such, was fighting Ares' campers at the same time as they were training with Naruto. Kaisen, on the other hand, was being forced to handle heavy weapons like clubs and warhammers at high speed until Naruto was satisfied with the speed of his attacks. The Demeter cabin, because it wasn't the biggest battle in the camp, was simply trained to wield knives to at least defend themselves. The Hephaestus crew chief, Charles Beckendorf, was mastering his weapon of choice, as Naruto knew they struggled with simpler weapons and relied on their chosen weapon. So Naruto simply allowed them to master it under his supervision. The Ares cabin, on the other hand, was learning to wield all sorts of weapons, from spears to swords and daggers. Meanwhile, Claris was being trained by Naruto to master her spear and also to pick up a secondary weapon she had chosen, which was an axe. Apollo's crew was also being trained to wield swords, since once their arrow shots were exhausted, they had to move on to close combat where they were more vulnerable. Hermes' crew was trained in the art of sabotage, which Naruto taught them to use to plant traps on the battlefield, as well as to better handle their weapons. Aphrodite's cabin, on the other hand, had the most difficult time of all, as they were forced by Naruto and Selena to train in what Naruto had tried to teach them. Knife handling. Because most of the cabin was female, they were flexible enough to handle knife techniques, and since they constantly carried some kind of bag, they could take their weapons anywhere. Sadly, only Selena took to Naruto's teachings well and kept a weapon on her person at all times. However, Athena's crew took Naruto's teachings well, which were about adapting battle tactics on the fly, using whatever they had at hand to win or flee. It took Naruto a while to overcome their pride before they were killed, as they often faced defeat rather than escape. Needless to say, their pride was quickly crushed. As for Annabeth, she asked for extra lessons on how to wield her knife, which Naruto forced her to teach her, along with some assassination moves, in case she could sneak up on her opponents with her invisibility hat. And Dionysus's cabin was simply too small for Naruto to just teach the 2 members how to handle swords, since the 2 members were peace-loving people and preferred to stay out of combat. At the end of the day, you could see the entire camp looking at Naruto because of the grueling ordeal they had endured. Naruto wouldn't let them stop until he was sure they had learned what he wanted them to learn. Okay, I know you've had a tough day, so for tomorrow just do some light exercises and continue doing what I taught you today. And for some good news, we'll have the car races the day after tomorrow, so I hope you found a partner or at least finished your car. Please relax for the rest of the day and enjoy your dinner, Naruto announced during dinner at the pavilion. Hey, Naruto, what about the camp's border patrols tonight? We were getting a little tired of your training, a camper from Ares asked, adding to what everyone was wondering. Oh, leave it to me for tonight, just rest for now. I know you guys trained hard today, so I'll handle the border patrol tonight, Naruto replied, eliciting sighs of relief from some of the campers. Hey, Naruto, what about Thalia's tree? Can't you do something about it? Asked a caravan of Athena. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it, since the camp's barrier is something I can't even power up with my magic alone. It needs something to constantly feed it, and as such, there's nothing I can do about it, Naruto said with a dejected look. Upon hearing this, the entire camp grew a little more somber. If not even Naruto could boost the barrier that kept the monsters out, what would happen to them once it completely failed? Seeing the dejected looks in the camp, Naruto continued with his announcement, hoping that his next piece of news would cheer them up a little. Although after the chariot races, I suppose we could embark on a quest to find something that will help the camp, Naruto said with a disapproving tone to slightly raise everyone's morale. Wait, can you do that? Asked a caravan of Athena. Yes, since I'm the camp director, I can do almost anything I like, except anything that might harm you, except for missions and training, explained Naruto, who received the camp's approval. Well, you'd better get ready for the car races tomorrow, I can't wait to see how you do, said Naruto as he left with Saber and Tamamo. Are you sure that's what you're planning? I've known you since you were a child, Naruto, I can tell you already have something planned. Tamamo said as the three entered Artemis's hut. Have you noticed that? Huh? Well, I guess I can tell you that I plan for the winner of the chariot race to go to the Golden Fleece tomorrow. And that I'll call someone to take charge for a while I make my way to Circe's island, Naruto said as he entered his room. Why didn't you tell those campers anything, then? Saber asked, wondering about the reasons for her secrecy. Because they wouldn't react well to whoever replaces me, and nobody seems receptive to my sister, Naruto said, answering Saber's question. Why wouldn't they like whoever is replacing you? Who is it? Tamamo asked this time. It's Medusa, Naruto said in a low voice, causing Saber to raise an elegant eyebrow at this. Why isn't she a monster? Saber commented. No, I was no longer allowed to break his curse in any way, and his punishment lessened, so right now he's as normal as you and me, Naruto explained. So, when will she arrive? Tamamo asked. Tomorrow after the car race, Naruto replied, receiving a look from Tamamo in response. And you didn't think to tell me my friend was coming? Tamamo said with an angry snort. Excuse me? I forgot. Naruto said with an apologetic look on his face. Well, it's best if it doesn't happen again. Tamamo said with a slightly angry look on her face. Okay, we'd better get some rest for tomorrow, said Naruto as the two women nodded in agreement and went to sleep, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. At least I didn't mention that I was also planning to leave Tamamo here with Medusa, so I guess she wouldn't mind too much, right? Naruto thought as he headed off to sleep, unaware that Tamamo was reading his mind at that moment to keep an eye on him. Oh, I care about Naruto, I care about him a lot, Tamamo said while chuckling, plotting something to make Naruto shudder in his sleep. The following morning. The campers were in high spirits as they hurried to prepare for today's cart race. They all ran around with tools and weapons, putting the finishing touches on their carts. Percy was with Tyson and Poseidon's chariot being pulled by a pair of horses, and the chariot looked brand new. It was obviously recently created by Tyson since Percy was useless at such things. The Hermes cabin run by the Stoll brothers was using an old model wagon that was very rusty and covered in dust, obviously without bothering to repair it or at least clean it up. The Apollo team was obviously going to use a golden chariot that reflected the sun's rays in all directions, distracting everyone guiding Naruto, Saber and Tamamo and making them wonder if Apollo had planned this to ensure his team's victory. This team was led by Lee and a few other members of the Apollo team. Ares' cabin, on the other hand, appeared to be using a battle-ready wagon lined with weapons that you could practically injure yourself by leaning on it, and it was colored like the blood spilled on the wagon that was driven by Claris and some other Ares campers. Charles was in charge of the Hephaestus crew, and another robust member of the Hephaestus crew had a fully automated chariot pulled by mechanized horses. It was like a metal wick chariot, if you think about it. Athena's chariot was driven by Annabeth and one of her other siblings in Athena's chariot, decorated with owl symbols all over it. The other huts chose not to participate in the race, as they had neither a chariot nor the time to build one of their own, since the entire Hephaestus hut was busy improving theirs. Alright, campers, line up your wagons, it's time for the race to begin. Shouted Naruto as the wagon drivers followed his instructions and lined up at the starting point set by Naruto earlier. He had spent the entire morning setting up a decent enough racetrack that would challenge the racers and would have to deal with attacks from other campers. Now you know the rules, right? No killing, no debilitating injuries, and just have fun, Naruto announced to the runners, who nodded in agreement with his rules. Now let the race begin. Naruto roared as he allowed the race to start. At the start of their run, the campers rushed their wagons forward, with Apollo's wagon easily taking the lead. Only for their wagon to suddenly tip over when, apparently, the reins had been cut beforehand. It was clearly the work of Hermes' wagon, as no one else would use such a sneaky tactic. It was then that their old rusty chariot seemed to fall apart. It seemed Tich didn't appreciate any attempt to increase their chances of winning at all, and so their rusty chariot finally crumbled when the reins snapped in half and the connected part simply broke, sending the Stoll brothers tumbling to the ground. With two teams out, the other racers put more effort into their races with Hephaestus's chariot in the lead, followed closely by the chariots of Ares, Athena and Poseidon. The race began to get more violent. Ares' chariot, driven by Clarus, began throwing spears at Athena's and Poseidon's chariots, forcing their occupants to deflect the spears being thrown at them. "See you at the finish line, Princess Prissy," Clarus shouted as her chariot passed his and they drove off to the side of Hephaestus's hut. Upon seeing the new competitors, Charles prepared to unleash Greek fire upon Ares' chariot, only to be stopped by the appearance of Stymphalian birds coming straight at his chariot, causing them to veer off the path and crash into a tree. "Damn birds," Charles cursed as he recovered from the crash. "Stymphalian birds. Percy, we need to get to the big house." Annabeth yelled as she jumped into Percy's wagon with a plan in mind, letting her cabin mate stop the wagon and run towards the other campers for protection from the birds that suddenly appeared. "Naruto, how did the birds get here? I know the barrier isn't that weak yet," Tamamo asked as she burned a few birds here and there. "I have no idea, but I have a feeling that someone summoned them inside the barrier," Naruto said as he shot down the birds using his Gate of Babylon. Just as he said that, the loud music began to come from the big house, disorienting the Stymphalian birds enough to make it easier for everyone to finish them off by turning them into giant Stymphalian bird feathers as the reward for killing them. "Well, I guess that ruined the race. Thanks to Annabeth for your clever thinking," Naruto said, making Annabeth blush a little at the compliment as she and Percy rejoined the other campers. "It was nothing," Annabeth said, a blush visible on her face. "Well, that's over now, and although the race wasn't officially finished, the racer that came closest to the finish line was Ares' car, so the winner of today's race is Ares' car, led by Clarus. Meet me after dinner so we can meet the Oracle," Naruto announced, causing Ares' car to shout with joy. "Hey, wait, I want to go on this quest too. I have a feeling I need to continue," Percy shouted, turning off the mood and causing almost everyone to glare at the boy. "Sigh, Percy, now's not the time for outbursts, and you already did a quest last year. Learn to give others a chance. You're not the only camper here. Other Percys want to go on a quest too," Naruto said, reprimanding Percy for his outburst. "Yeah man, you were there last year, dude," a camper van added to Naruto's statement. "Hey, I need to go on this quest, I just need to be okay," Percy shouted, insisting on what he wanted. "Percy, I'm an easy person to talk to, but I won't tolerate your blatant disrespect for the authority that Jiren can tolerate. But I won't apologize for that statement or I'll punish you," Naruto said, looking at Percy's disrespect. "Damn it, no, I'm not apologizing for this, just let me continue the quest," Percy shouted, sealing his fate. "Alright, if you insist on Percy, you'll be cleaning the dishes after every meal for a week," Naruto said, making Percy pale a little, but obviously he still wasn't backing down. Nobody wanted to wash the dishes as they were handled by nymphs and satyrs who washed them in a very strong detergent that stung the demigod's hands at the slightest touch. "Hey Naruto, did I come at the wrong time?" a voice shouted from behind Naruto. Turning around, he saw a woman with long plum-colored hair that easily reached her ankles. She wore tight jeans and a fitted sweater that showed off her curves, and she had on a pair of glasses. All in all, she was a sight to behold. "Medusa, you're early, but that's perfectly fine," Naruto said with a smile as he hugged her. "Medusa, did he just say Medusa?" the camper asked loudly, causing the entire camp to turn on the newcomer. "Calm down, I can explain," Naruto said as Saber and Tamamo approached him to make sure no one tried anything against Medusa. This was going to be a really good conversation with the campers, Naruto thought as he prepared to explain. The end of the story. Chapter 23. Here we go again. Beginning of the story. "Alright, boys, calm down. I'm only going to repeat myself once. Now, calm down and listen. Yes, this is Medusa, and no, she's no longer considered a monster. You see, I encountered her once and learned of her legend that she was unjustly punished, so I broke the curse placed upon her. Being Athena's adopted son, I was allowed to do so. However, Athena changed her punishment but allowed her to retain her human form. That doesn't mean she's any less dangerous than before, though. In fact, I'd say she's even stronger, considering that I and the hunters of Artemis have trained her to hone her combat skills. Furthermore, she still possesses her petrifying eyes, which no longer turn you to stone but paralyze you, and only those with some level of magic can resist them. Right now, Medusa is here because I asked her to help me keep an eye on you. My mother has allowed it, so I have no reason to complain. And if any of you try to harm her, my mother will be furious. Mother will curse him too. Under the same, if not more, protection than Tamamo," said Naruto as he brought Medusa to the front with him in the dining room. "Okay, I guess we can accept it if you vouch for her, but how will she help us if she's going to be an instructor here?" a camper asked, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. "Oh, I'll be in charge of your arts and crafts class, as well as the new course Naruto implemented, we plan to call survival class, does that answer your question?" Medusa answered for Naruto with a slightly seductive tone in her voice, making the boys feel a little insecure. What? What kind of class is that? The same camper asked again. The special one where you fight against an instructor that will change from time to time to get you used to fighting different opponents, Naruto explained. Whoa, can we even survive that class? Another camper asked. Yes, if you train alone it's one thing per week, Naruto replied. Wow, if we get that class, I guess we can catch up to the heroes of yesteryear pretty quickly, huh? A camper commented. Yeah man, this is great, even though we'll be defeated, another commented. Yes, well enough for you to leave the house until dinner time, so please, go out, Naruto said with a wave of his hand dismissing everyone else. Well, Medusa, I hope your journey here wasn't too difficult, Naruto asked now that they were alone, excluding Saber and Tamamo. It was a piece of cake, all those monsters were nothing, even Echidna was nothing, all thanks to your training Naruto, as well as that of your sisters, I can take care of myself quite well now, said Medusa with a bright smile on her face. It's good to hear you well, have you finished what mom was asking you to do? Naruto asked sadly. Don't worry about it, you freed me from my curse, this punishment is nothing compared to that, so it's okay, Medusa said as she hugged Naruto. Hey, so they finally let you out, huh, Medusa? I've really missed you, Tamamo said, greeting her old friend. Yes, it's certainly been a while, hasn't it, Tamamo? Said Medusa, returning the greeting. Although I have no idea who you are. Medusa said, looking at Saber. My name is Saber, I am the servant Naruto summoned. Saber introduced herself. Ah, I see, so you are the servant he summoned. Well, please take good care of him. He is bound to face so many dangerous situations, Medusa said, looking at Saber. In fact, I've noticed such behavior in Naruto, Saber replied. Hey guys, I'm here, Naruto commented, getting a little irritated because they were talking about him when he was there. Hey, oh, you were here. Medusa said with a wave of her hand. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a mark on his head from being ignored. I've always been here, you know, Naruto said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Ah okay then since you're here, where will I stay? Medusa asked, taking note of that point. I think there's a free bed in Tamamo's room. You don't mind sharing, do you? Naruto said, pointing that out. No, I don't mind sharing with Medusa, Naruto, at all, Tamamo said with a wave of her hand to show that she was perfectly fine with it. Okay, then, why don't you rest first, Medusa? It'll be a while until dinner. Naruto offered kindly. Oh, well, I guess I'll accept that offer. See you later, Naruto, Medusa said as she entered Tamamo's room, followed by Tamamo. Oh, I guess it's just you and me, huh, Saber? Naruto said. In fact, Saber said dryly. Well, shall we review Percy's punishment? Naruto asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course, it would be wise to keep an eye on him to see if he's doing his punishment properly anyway. Now that I think about it, why did you stop him from going on that quest in the first place? Saber agreed as he followed Naruto to the cleaning area. It was because the kid needed to learn some lessons, since it wouldn't be good to let him go on every quest just because of who he is. I want other campers who have trained to go on missions too, that way everyone has a chance to prove themselves, Naruto said with a gentle smile on his face. But when he reached the washing up area, what he saw left him speechless. Percy was talking to Annabeth and Tyson, completely ignoring the pile of dishes behind him. Grumbling slightly at Percy's apparent weakness in the face of his punishment, Naruto began stomping forward, drawing the attention of the three demigods. So it seems not even punishment can keep you disciplined, huh? I'll have to think of a better punishment for you right then. Since you haven't even washed a single dish since I left you, I'll make you wash the dishes for a week and I expect them to be washed after every meal. And after that, I'll give you another one for being lazy even during your punishments. Naruto said sternly, giving Percy a hard look, which he returned in kind. What the hell? I don't have to listen to you. Chiron's the headmaster, not you. I'm just trying to help the camp. Percy yelled his complaint, finally reaching his breaking point, and he hadn't expected Naruto to attack him at all. Sigh you damn fool, it doesn't matter if Chiron's in charge or not, if you can't accept it, then leave the camp. And if I hear you're trying to smuggle the quest along the way without Claris actually accepting your help, I'll give you a much harsher punishment than I'd already thought of. I won't tolerate your insubordination any longer. This doesn't put you in a lucky mood, Naruto said with a final look at Percy, which shook him to his core, making him back away in fear, while Annabeth and Tyson felt as if they were paralyzed with fear, unable to say or move to defend Percy at all. Stepping away from the group to clear his mind, Naruto left Percy, Annabeth and Tyson standing there as he headed to his cabin. Letting out a sigh of relief at her departure, Percy felt relief wash over him. Damn it, I'll find a way to help Grover and the rescue camp when Chiron helps me once I get back, Percy thought bitterly as he started washing the dishes, not wanting to push his luck with Naruto as irritated as he was. Dinner time. All the demigods were anxiously awaiting this point, eagerly anticipating Naruto's announcement. Alright, it's time for what you've all been waiting for. Claris, daughter of Ares, rise. Go and get your quest from the oracle. Naruto said in a voice so loud and full of emotion that it left no room for complaints or arguments from the audience, not even Percy. Once Claris left for the oracle, Naruto turned around and faced the demigods before him once more. Now, for all of you, understand that not everyone is ready for a quest, nor are you all prepared for one. So understand whether you are chosen to accompany someone on a quest or not. Even though you are not leaving the camp's borders, there are some things you can do to help protect your home. You can ensure everyone's safe return. Ultimately, your support and prayers for their safety are enough to ensure that those who fulfill your will lead you to victory. So don't despair if you are left behind. Even from here, you can offer your support. Naruto spoke with pride and such charisma that the entire camp listened to his speech. Even the dryads and satyrs gathered around, drawn in by the power of his words. When he finished, the entire camp was speechless for a moment before erupting in cheers that echoed throughout the camp. Even Dionysus smiled at Naruto's speech. However, not everyone was happy. The only one who hated Naruto's words was Percy himself, who selfishly thought he was the only one capable of conducting quests. This was most likely a side effect of being the lucky one who managed to complete his first mission without much training or experience, something he was very proud of. However, this did not go unnoticed by Naruto and Saber, who were well versed in giving speeches to large crowds and could spot those who felt out of place or disagreed with them. I really need to knock you off your high horse, Percy, which will ultimately lead to your downfall, Naruto thought, shaking his head at Percy's attitude. Hey, Naruto, I got the oracle quest. Clara said from behind, pulling Naruto out of his thoughts. So, what did she say then? Naruto asked, curious about the oracle's lines this time. I will sail in an iron ship with bones, I will find what I seek, and I will get it, that's all I can remember anyway. Clara said, concealing the most sinister part of the prophecy she had been given. Are you sure that's all? Naruto said with a slightly heavy look at Claris, sensing that she was hiding something from him. Yes, that's all I can remember, she spoke strange English after all, Claris replied, lying through her teeth. Well, if that's all, please choose your partners for the search. Naruto said loudly, drawing everyone's attention to the now present Claris. All eyes in the camps were on Claris to see who she would choose for her quest. Can I choose to have both you and Saber accompany me? Clara said with a slight pause in her voice. Although certainly strange, yes, that's what several people haven't noticed, is the fact that you can ask anyone in the camp to accompany you on the search, as it takes priority over everything else, Naruto said with a slight explanation. So you'll come with me? Clara seemed happy about this, but she still wanted to be sure that he was really going with her. Indeed. Now, for the rest of you, please take care and don't worry too much, as Medusa will still be with you and Tamamo until she returns to relieve you, unless Jiren returns before then. Naruto said, reassuring them before they could complain about his absence from the camp while he went on the search. Hey, first of all, you forbid me from going. Now, go on, what the hell are you doing, you did it last year too. Percy yelled, unable to contain himself. First, I sighed. I didn't influence her decision at all. Second, if she had chosen you, I wouldn't have stopped you from going. What stopped you was leading the quest, particularly in your current state. You're not fit to lead a quest, let alone go on one. Naruto finished with a withering glare at Percy, making him back down this time as Naruto's eyes began to redden with anger. Since you can't even comprehend the amount of mistakes you seem to be making of yourself, it seems I have no choice but to do this, Naruto said as he let his magical energy explode. A tilde 1/4 mu a tilde dot a umlaut plus or minus 1/2 a umlaut plus or minus atlas binding, Naruto shouted as a magical sigil burst from him, striking Percy. Hey, what was that? Percy asked in a somewhat calm voice. Oh, that was just to tie you to the camp to prevent you from having any brilliant ideas sneaking off, Naruto said, ignoring the indignant expression on Percy's face. Well, that's enough drama for now. Please return to your cabins, and you, Claris, please prepare for tomorrow. Let's leave at dawn, Naruto ordered, sending everyone away from the dining room. This will be more troublesome, especially if I have to detour to Circe's island, but oh well, family is family after all. The end of the story. Chapter 24. Golden. Beginning of the story. It was early morning, and the sun hadn't yet risen over Camp Half-Blood, yet 5 people were already awake. Naruto was the first awake, meditating as usual to control his magic tense. Saber was simply gazing into the distance, preparing to recall the battle of long ago. Medusa and Tamamo were also awake, but they opted to take a bath together, inviting Naruto to join them, which earned them a blush and a firm refusal. Claris was in her cabin, gathering some weapons for herself before heading out to meet Naruto and Saber at the docks. A few minutes would pass before sunrise, indicating that the search team was at the camp's docks. "Good morning, Claris, did you sleep well?" Naruto greeted Claris as she approached him and Saber. "Yes, I did. Hey, I had a dream about my dad and he gave me some things we can use for the quest. Should we use them now?" Claris said as she explained to Naruto and Saber the dream she had along with the items she received from Ares. "Save it for another time. Who knows when they might be useful again, but for now we'll use my means of transport along with an undead team to fulfill the prophecy," Naruto said as he prepared to summon the Vamana once more. "Wait, you can summon the undead? I thought only the children of Hades could do that." Claris asked, surprised that she knew of her magical abilities, but she wasn't aware that necromancy was part of it. "Yes, I can do it just as well as my mother, Hecate. However, it's not a skill we use often because it can clash with Lord Hades' realm and cause conflict between my mother and Lord Hades," Naruto said, and just as he finished speaking, a thud could be heard from underground. Skeletal hands emerged from the ground, just like in a horror movie. Once the skeletons had fully emerged, the girls could see them in plain sight. They were exactly like a picture of a skeleton somehow held together without tendons, and instead of a skull, their faces were enormous, gaping mouths belonging to some kind of carnivore. FSN. UPW. Whoa, that's really cool. Claris couldn't help but echo Saber's thoughts. Hey, having an army was great, but having an army of undead was even better. "Alright, come on, we're burning up the daylight, let's move, okay?" Naruto said as he sat in the throne chair of Vamana, waiting for his two traveling companions to join him. Finally, boarding the Vamana, Claris and Saber took up positions flanking Naruto's chair, unable to sit anywhere on the Vamana without risking a fall. Seeing this, Naruto magically created some chairs that attached to the Vamana's hull for Claris and Saber to sit on, earning winks of appreciation from the two. "Hey, Naruto, can I ask you a question? Why did you leave Percy at camp?" "I'm not complaining or anything. It's just that no one would, especially since he was the son of Poseidon and Chiron favored him." Claris asked curiously a few minutes into the journey. He was being more mature than usual. He should know by now that not everything will go his way just because he wants it or thinks it will. He should have known better than to expect Percy to be so kind. It seems his first quest went straight to his head, clouding his judgment. Naruto scoffed that he actually expected this to happen, especially since everyone had been praising the kid so much after he finished the last quest, a far cry from the previous one. Percy had failed miserably. Clearly, the boy has no respect for authority. Why wasn't he addressed before this? Saber chimed in, also interested in the matter. If Percy had been like this since his first quest, why hadn't anyone corrected him yet? This worried her that the camp was inept enough to allow a camper to become so rebellious. In her day, such actions were not permitted and were severely punished. "It's not that I have anything against Chiron, but he prefers to let it be, unless it gets to the point where other campers would really be harmed, that's my guess, but I could be wrong. It's also a factor that his father, Lord Poseidon, is a powerful deity that no one, except for a few, would dare to oppose," Naruto said calmly, answering Saber's question. "I'm hopeful that with your punishment, his personality will improve after all. It creates divisions within a group if someone refuses to follow certain rules and hierarchies," Saber commented, with Naruto and Claris nodding in agreement. "I really hope Saber gets better, or it will be a great pain if he doesn't," Naruto said, resting his head on his fist. Within minutes, Naruto, Saber, and Claris felt a chill run through their bodies as they passed near the Bermuda Triangle, or better yet, what was known as the Sea of Monsters. "What was that?" Claris asked Naruto when she felt a chill run through her body. "The magical barrier over the area doesn't worry you, there's nothing to worry about," Naruto said as they moved towards their destination. "The magic barrier around what exactly?" Saber questioned. "The Sea of Monsters." Naruto said calmly, his face betraying no emotion. "I see, so we've reached our destination," Saber said as he looked ahead, seeing a few islands further on. "Yes, but first we have a few pit stops," Naruto said. "Stops? I thought we were only here for the fleece." Claris asked, confused. "Yes, first we'll visit my stepsister in the area," Naruto said, earning the attention of his traveling companions. "You have a sister?" Claris asked incredulously. "Please explain," Naruto, Saber added before Naruto could answer Claris's question. "Yes, my long-lost sister, the daughter of Hecate, the sorceress of men, the sorceress Urs," Naruto said as he introduced his sister. Regardless of what she had done, she was his sister, and he was proud of her. After all, she was feared by many, enchanting heroes and making demigods weary of her, and that was a good thing for Naruto. "Are you sure we should go see her, Naruto? After all, she has a reputation for turning men into pigs, you know." Claris asked with a raised eyebrow. After all, it wasn't that surprising to her that Naruto had such a family. "Yes, she's not going to turn me. We have a strong bond, after all. I just have to drop off some of her mom gifts and we'll head to Polyphemus's island. Naruto said with a smile as he sped the Vimana towards Circe's island, which came into view. It took them only a few more minutes to land on Circe's island. From their vantage point, they could see that all the island's residents were women. Brother. That's very kind of you, I haven't seen you in a long time. Everyone heard a voice coming from the crowd. It was a woman with dark hair and a pair of green eyes a shade or two darker than Percy's. Circe, it's always a pleasure to be here, I hope you've been well. Naruto asked as he greeted his former sister with a hug, which she returned. Of course, dear brother, I hope the outside world has entertained you, after all, I remember how bored you were as a child with anything that wasn't related to you, Circe said with a mocking smile on her face. Please don't mention it. After all, what could be more interesting than family? Naruto retorted, to which Circe had no choice but to agree. In fact, dear brother, although enough is enough, what are you doing here? I was informed that you were looking after that nursery camp, Circe asked with a mocking smile on her face. Looks like mom told you, huh? Anyway, she told me to drop off some of her presents for you, since I was on my way to the fleece after all, Naruto said as he handed her a package he had received from Hecate. Oh, looks like mom got me the potions I asked for, huh? Thanks for bringing them, brother, Circe said as she hugged her brother after receiving the package. Now, do you want to rest a little before embarking on your journey, or are you leaving immediately? Circe asked. Actually, there's something else Lady Hera has asked me to do. To get Hyla and Reina off her island, as she believes they'll have a part in the future, Naruto said in a whisper only Circe could hear. Nodding, she gave her consent and went to find the girls Naruto had asked for. What was that about Naruto? Claris asked, raising an eyebrow at the brothers' secret actions. Don't worry about anything, don't worry about that, Naruto said, trying to distract them from the topic. Seeing Naruto trying to change the subject, Claris and Saber decided to drop it. Hey, if Naruto said they didn't have to worry, then they really didn't. It must just be one of his secrets, that's all. A few minutes later, Circe walked back towards them with two girls on her back. Naruto, these are the ones you asked for. Circe said as she introduced him to the girls. They both looked similar in appearance, suggesting that they must be related to each other. One was about 16 years old, with piercing black eyes and shiny black hair. Her name was Reina. The other girl was also about 16 years old with a darker shade of black eyes, and her dark hair was longer than Reina's. This was her sister Hyla. The girls greet my brother Naruto, Circe ordered the two sisters. Hello Mr. Naruto. The two sisters greeted him and bowed, only to be stopped by Naruto himself. None of that. Now I think you're wondering why I ask about you two, right? Well, suffice it to say that Lady Juno has requested your presence elsewhere, Naruto said, and as he did so, he took two peacock feathers from his pocket and handed them to the girls. Those are Lady Juno's, and they'll take you wherever she wants you to go. Don't ask me where. I can't reveal the location right now, but you can rest assured you'll be safe. Naruto explained the use of the peacock feathers as the two sisters looked at each other, turned to Naruto, and nodded in thanks. Thank you, Lord Naruto, we will do our best to please Lady Juno, the two sisters said before using the feathers and were teleported to their location set by Juno. Well, sister, I'm leaving now. Take care. Naruto said as he hugged Circe one last time before leaving again. You, my brother, I know mom worries about you, and from what I can foresee, you will face Heracles again, and whether the outcome will change or not, I don't know. Circe warns Naruto, who simply accepts the warning with a nod. Leaving that aside, Naruto headed towards Vimana, where Claris and Saber hoped he had grown bored of waiting for Naruto to finish his business. Can we leave yet or do we have more meetings to attend? Claris asked, a little confused by the delay, which made Naruto laugh. No, we can't go now and drain that bloodlust from your system, It should be interesting to observe at least, said Naruto as he returned with the Vimana, heading towards Polyphemus's island. The end of the story. Chapter 25. Falling. Beginning of the story. They had just landed on Polyphemus's island and were now situated at the highest point of their cave house. Hey, Naruto, with your firepower and all, why are we still out here and not killing him anymore? Claris asked Naruto, who was sitting on the edge waiting for Polyphemus to emerge from his cave. You should learn to savor Claris's victory. Polyphemus is easy to deal with, especially with my help, so why not wait and enjoy the moment? Besides, the view from this island isn't so bad at all. Naruto said as he gazed at the island's scenery, which was quite remarkable as a proper vacation spot if it weren't for a large cyclops and a man eating sheep. Well, I hope she doesn't take too long to come out of her cave, because I hate waiting. Clara said she also sat down reluctantly, while Saber continued to stand gazing into the distance of the island before something caught her attention. Isn't Naruto that fleece on that tree over there? Saber pointed out as she directed Naruto and Claris's attention to the tree some distance away. Yes, it's a good eye, Saber. Naruto said as he looked at what Saber was also pointing at. It was a tree surrounded by the man who ate sheep and on its lower branches was the golden fleece. Shouldn't we go and get it now? Saber asked. Let's not take care of the Cyclops yet and then we locate Grover. He should be somewhere on this island, Naruto said as he suddenly stood up. What is it? Claris asked. It seems the Cyclops are awake, prepare yourselves. Naruto said as the gate of Babylon formed behind him and weapons began to emerge from it. Following Naruto's example, Saber and Claris drew their respective weapons and waited for the Cyclops to emerge from their cave. They didn't have to wait long when a dull thud was heard as Polyphemus emerged from his cave. Once Polyphemus had fully emerged from his cave, Naruto fired one of his swords at Polyphemus, stabbing the Cyclops in the arm, almost stabbing him. Who's there to show you, Polyphemus? The Cyclops became enraged when he turned around to look for the one who stabbed him. If you can't discern who I am, then you must have lost more than what you saw in the Cyclops, Naruto said, looking at the Cyclops. We'll take care of this, Saber said before Naruto could say anything and rushed towards Polyphemus, who had to fall back to avoid her, and so he gave her a strong blow to the chest. Jumping into the fray, Claris seized this opportunity to stab her spear into his already wounded shoulder, effectively severing Polyphemus's arm. Ah, Polyphemus screamed as he grabbed his arm. Finally letting go, he turned around to find a rock to throw at the people who had attacked him for his hand, only to have it stabbed into the rock he was about to throw, courtesy of Naruto. Don't think you can forget about me, old Cyclops. Naruto said as 3 more swords emerged from the gate of Babylon and impaled the Cyclops in the chest, pushing him close to the brink of death. Any last words? Naruto asked mockingly as he threw a few more leaves stabbing through Polyphemus enough to explode in a burst of golden dust that didn't even leave behind a bounty or a trophy. That was a disappointment, Clara said as she relaxed now that Polyphemus was dead. In fact, one would think that an ancient evil is stronger than that, Saber added as he moved toward Naruto, who was at the mouth of the cave. What is it? Do you see something? Clara said as she moved toward Naruto who was looking at something inside Polyphemus's cave. Moving toward Naruto, Clara struggled to contain her laughter. She saw Grover, the satyr dressed in what appeared to be a wedding gown. Since he was asleep, Naruto had taken the opportunity to snap several photos with his camera, which he had hidden in the gate of Babylon. Saber herself couldn't keep her fun to herself and also see this kind of thing, so that she could hear herself laughing at the sight. Once Naruto felt he had had enough fun, he proceeded to reseal the chamber and wake Grover up by pushing him with his foot. Geez, I'm trying to sleep here. Naruto. Claris. By all the gods who found me, Cyclops would have eaten me. Grover began ranting as soon as he woke up, nearly causing his rescuers to burst into laughter again. Excuse me, but who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Grover asked when he finally took notice of Saber standing in front of him. My name isn't important right now, but you can address me as Saber. Saber introduced herself with a brief nod. I see, fine, I'm not grateful or anything, but why are you here? Grover asked, confused by what he knew. He was only here because he was captured by Polyphemus, which wasn't a reason for others to be in the Sea of Monsters. Oh, Claris got a quest to find the golden fleece that led us here, Naruto explained briefly as he pointed to where the golden fleece was on the branches of the tree. Okay, how are we supposed to get there? Grover asked once more when he noticed the meat-eating sheep surrounding the tree. Leave it to me. Naruto said confidently as the gate of Babylon formed once more behind him, weapons aimed at the sheep. A few seconds later, almost all the sheep were either dead or dying from the stab wounds inflicted upon him. Finally, a few seconds later, all the sheep were dead and the path to the tree was clear. Well, that was quick, Clara said dryly, a little annoyed that she hadn't killed the sheep. It's much better if we take our time killing them. After all, we're at a limit. Saber said as he started walking alongside Naruto, who moved toward the golden fleece. Moving towards the tree, the group saw that it was like a sheep with fur, except that it was golden in color, and the head was almost intact, as well as the hooves, and it was lying on the lower branches of the trees. Now what? Claris asked as she picked up the fleece and held it up so Grover could help her carry it. We're leaving as easy as that, Naruto said as he pulled the Vamana out once more, allowing everyone to board before heading towards Camp Half-Blood. Naruto. If you're here, who's guarding the camp? I know Chiron was going to choose you to lead, what are you doing here? Grover asked worriedly, as he was pretty sure Naruto should be at the camp protecting everyone else. I found a temporary replacement to watch over you for a while. Don't worry, his power should easily protect the camp until we receive the fleece. Naruto explained that the Vamana was approaching the main beach. I see, who did you get as a replacement? Grover asked, curious about who Naruto chose. Medusa, a new champion of Athena, and Tamamo no Mae, a favorite of Artemis, said Naruto as they passed through the city and headed towards the Half-Blood camp near New York. Medusa. How is that possible? Do Athena and Medusa hate each other? Grover asked, frightened. Medusa hated demigods enough to turn the entire camp into stone statues if she had the chance. With a deep sigh, Naruto began to explain to Grover what had happened in the past few weeks and why he had left the camp. So, let me clarify that he freed Medusa from her curse and explained it to Lady Athena so that her punishment would be reduced. Then a friend from his past also came and now they're both watching over the camp. Add to that, if anyone harms the area, they'll be cursed by their mothers, right? Grover said with a sigh, receiving a nod from his compatriots. You're an unpredictable guy, you know that. Grover said blankly that he shouldn't even be surprised anymore. After the most shocking thing imaginable, he'd then unleash a monster's curse, oh if only he knew. We're here, Naruto said, taking in the boundaries of Camp Half-Blood that surrounded the wooded area, and right below him were hordes of monsters invading the camp. Polaris gets out of here and prepares the fleece for me, and Saber will keep it for you, Naruto ordered as the Vamana landed a short distance from Thalia's tree. Don't die for us, okay? Clara said as she left with Grover to place the fleece on Thalia's tree in the hopes of regenerating the field that kept the monsters at bay in time to help Naruto and Saber. Don't worry about that girl, we'll back her up, Clarice heard the voices say as they passed by her, making her realize that it was Medusa and Tamamo who were speaking and were now helping Naruto and Saber prevent the monsters from reaching the camp. The sounds of battle mingled with the war cries and death bellows of the monsters as Naruto's group engaged them in combat. Flashes of gold could be seen as weapons flew from Naruto's Gate of Babylon, striking the monsters as they approached. The sounds of swords slicing through flesh filled the air as Saber sliced through enemy defenses while protecting Naruto and Tamamo from harm. Rider's attacks could be seen flanking monsters left and right as he moved across the battlefield, striking skillfully and then retreating, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Tamamo protected the group, casting spells to shield them, bolstering their powers, and finishing off a stray monster or two with a fireball. The once mighty horde of monsters had dwindled to just a few members, all now cautious about approaching the four guarding the camp. Even though the four guardians seemed somewhat out of breath, they could still lose the fight. Just as they were about to charge into the camp for the last time, the earth suddenly began to tremble. The skies seemed to light up, even though it was almost night. Looking into the distance, they saw that the fleece had been placed over the tree that protected the camp, and their barrier was erected once more. Seeing this, the monsters retreated before it fully activated, but not all of them managed to escape in time. The few unfortunate ones who had taken too long to flee were incinerated by the barrier, reduced to nothing more than a pile of golden dust. Looks like Clarice managed to do it in time, huh? Naruto said as he tried to catch his breath. Well, I guess we'll leave tomorrow if you're already back, Tamamo said sadly as she gazed up at the starry sky. I suppose so, but don't worry, once Chiron returns, I'll try to visit you and Medusa more often, Naruto said as he hugged Tamamo. Let's go back to the cabin, I want to take a bath, said Saber, since she was the dirtiest of them all, covered in monster blood. She was the only one who had actually had to fight so close that their blood had stuck to her. Unlike Naruto, Medusa, and Tamamo, who were all true long-range fighters, she was not. Sure, let's go back. I'm tired, Naruto said, feeling exhausted from using the gate multiple times in one day. Even though he was strong after a long battle against multiple creatures, he was still vulnerable, and he felt tired after pushing himself a bit. Are you feeling tired? Perhaps you'd like a bath or a massage, Naruto, Medusa said from behind him, startling him with her proximity. How on earth did she manage to get behind him without him noticing? It was a mystery he couldn't understand. Maybe another time, but for now, all I want to do is rest, Naruto said as he headed towards his cabin. Things were bound to find Naruto, weren't they? Only fate knew what awaited them in the coming days. The end of the story. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.